What if Harry was Doctor Doom's reincarnation, the movie? Chapter 1, The Monarch in the Cupboard. The spider had been building its web in the corner above Harry Potter's head for 3 days. He'd watched it work, methodical, patient, each thread placed with geometric precision. Most 7-year-olds would have screamed or smashed it. Harry respected it. The spider knew exactly what it was doing. It had a design, and it executed that design without hesitation, without apology. Harry lay on his thin mattress in the cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, and studied the web by the thin line of light that crept under the door. The Dursleys were eating dinner. He could hear the scrape of forks, the wet sounds of Dudley chewing with his mouth open, and Aunt Petunia's shrill voice recounting some neighborhood gossip about the woman at number 7 who'd painted her door red. Vernon grunted approval at all the right moments. It was a script. They performed it every night, and Harry had memorized every beat of it by the time he was 5. He wasn't hungry. He should have been. They'd skipped his lunch again as punishment for something Dudley had done and blamed on him, but hunger had become background noise, like the dust, like the dark. His body complained, but some deeper part of him, some iron-hard thing lodged behind his ribs, simply refused to let hunger become suffering. Suffering was a choice. He didn't remember where he'd learned that. He didn't remember learning a lot of the things he knew. That was the part that frightened him. On the rare occasions he allowed himself to feel fear. It had started with the dreams. Not nightmares. Harry had plenty of those, the usual kind, where Vernon's meaty hand came down or Dudley's gang cornered him behind the school. No, these were different. These dreams had weight, texture. They smelled of ozone and old stone and something metallic, like the inside of a machine. In the dreams, he stood in places he'd never been, a castle on a mountain, but not a fairy tale castle. This one bristled with antennae and conduits, pipes running along ancient stone walls, the hum of generators mixing with the crackle of something that felt like electricity but wasn't. In the dreams, he wore armor, green cloak, a mask that felt more like his real face than the one he wore when he was awake, and he knew things. He'd wake in the cupboard with equations in his head, not the simple maths they taught at school, but real equations, dense with symbols he had no business understanding. He'd lie in the dark and the knowledge would fade like smoke, but not entirely. Residue remained, like a tide going out and leaving strange shells on the shore. By 7, Harry could look at any lock and understand it, not pick it, understand it. The tumbler mechanism, the spring tension, the tolerances in the manufacturing. He'd stare at the cupboard door lock and see it as a diagram in his mind, each component labeled in a language that wasn't quite English, but that he read fluently in the space between sleeping and waking. He'd taken it apart on a Tuesday. Not the lock on the outside. He wasn't stupid. That would be noticed. But he'd found an old padlock in the garden shed, rusted and seized, and he'd carried it back to his cupboard like a treasure. With a bent nail and a butter knife he'd palmed from the kitchen, he disassembled it in 40 minutes, laid every piece out on his mattress, understood every piece. Then he put it back together, and it worked better than it had before because he could feel where the rust was a problem and where it was merely cosmetic, and he'd scraped away only what mattered. He was 7 years old, and he'd never seen the inside of a lock before that day. The dreams got worse or better depending on perspective. One night he dreamed of a woman with dark hair and kind, sad eyes, and she was tied to a wooden stake and there was fire, and he was screaming but no sound came out. He woke up with tears on his face and an emotion so vast and old that it couldn't possibly belong to a child. It was grief with geological weight. The grief of someone who had carried it for decades and built an empire on top of it so he'd never have to look directly at it again. Harry wiped his face in the dark and whispered, "Who are you?" No answer came. But something shifted behind his eyes, like a sleeping giant turning over, and for just a moment he felt a presence, ancient, brilliant, furious, proud, and then it was gone, and he was just a small boy in a cupboard again. He didn't ask the question again for a long time. He wasn't sure he wanted the answer. School was a strange place for someone with a dead king living in his skull. Harry sat in class and listened to Mrs. Patterson explain that 2 + 2 was 4, and something inside him wanted to laugh and cry simultaneously. He could feel the outlines of knowledge so far beyond this room that it was like being an adult forced to attend a lesson on how to breathe, but he was careful. Doom, and that was the name that surfaced sometimes, always in the dreams, always spoken with either reverence or terror. Doom had understood something about power that most people didn't. The most dangerous power was the kind no one knew you had, so Harry got average marks. Not poor, that would draw attention from concerned teachers. Not excellent, that would draw attention from the Dursleys, who would see it as an affront. Average, invisible. a gray little boy in oversized clothes who sat in the back and never raised his hand. But he watched. God, did he watch. He watched how the teachers managed the classroom, which ones commanded respect through presence and which through fear, and which couldn't command it at all. He watched how the children formed hierarchies, how Dudley's size made him king of the playground through simple physics, how the clever kids learned to avoid, appease, or redirect. He watched how information moved through the school, gossip networks, teachers' pet pipelines, the janitor who knew everything because no one noticed him. He filed it all away, not consciously, not with any plan. It was instinct, the instinct of someone who had in another life ruled a nation. Dudley and his gang had tried to make Harry hunting their favorite sport since Harry could walk. It worked for a while. Harry was small, underfed, and outnumbered. He took his beatings with a quiet dignity that infuriated Dudley because it denied him the satisfaction of tears. But something changed after the dream started. It wasn't magic, not yet, not exactly. It was something subtler. Harry began to carry himself differently, not with arrogance or aggression, nothing that overt. It was a stillness. When Dudley and Piers Polkiss cornered him behind the gymnasium, Harry didn't run and didn't cower. He just stood there and looked at Dudley, and there was something in his green eyes that made Dudley's fist stop mid-swing. "What are you looking at?" Dudley demanded, but his voice had gone uncertain, and Piers took a half-step back without meaning to. Harry said nothing, he just looked. And Dudley, who had never been accused of being perceptive, felt something cold walk up his spine. It was the same feeling a rabbit gets when it realizes the shadow overhead belongs to a hawk. Some part of Dudley's animal brain, buried under all that fat and bluster, screamed at him that this was not prey. This was something else entirely, something patient. "You're a freak," Dudley said, but he said it while backing away, and he didn't throw the punch. Harry watched him go. The iron thing behind his ribs purred with satisfaction, and Harry had to take a breath and push it down because the satisfaction felt good and it felt wrong, and he didn't know how to be a person who enjoyed making his cousin afraid. But he was, and that terrified him more than the cupboard ever had. The real turning point came on a Thursday in late October, 3 weeks before Harry turned 8. Vernon Dursley had been passed over for a promotion. He came home with a face like a bruised plum and a need to make someone smaller than him feel pain. Petunia recognized the signs and evacuated, took Dudley to the cinema, kissed Vernon's cheek, and left without a word to Harry. She knew what was coming. She always knew. Her crime wasn't ignorance, it was cowardice dressed up as domesticity. Harry was in his cupboard reading a library book, a children's encyclopedia of science that he'd read 6 times because it was the closest thing to real information he could access. He heard Vernon's heavy footsteps in the hall, heard the man stop outside the cupboard door. The footsteps had a particular quality to them tonight, not the usual irritated stomp. This was slower, deliberate, the walk of a man who decided something. The bolt slid back, the door opened. Vernon's massive silhouette filled the frame, backlit by the hall light, and Harry could smell whiskey and rage. "Get out here," Vernon said. His voice was too quiet. That was always worse than the shouting. Harry closed the book, set it aside, and climbed out of the cupboard. He stood in the hallway and looked up at his uncle. Vernon was 6'1" and weighed nearly 20 stone. Harry was small for his age, maybe 4 feet, thin as a wire. The physical disparity was absurd. "You," Vernon said, jabbing a thick finger at Harry's chest, "have been nothing but a burden since the day you were dropped on our doorstep. Do you know what I could have done with the money we've spent feeding you, clothing you?" Harry said nothing. The iron thing was awake. It was very awake. "Answer me when I'm speaking to you, boy." "You haven't asked me a question," Harry said. The backhand caught him across the cheek and sent him into the wall. Stars burst behind his eyes and he tasted copper. Vernon grabbed the front of his oversized shirt and hauled him up to eye level. Harry's feet dangled. "You think you're clever?" Vernon's face was inches away. Broken capillaries mapped his cheeks like rivers on a bad continent. "You think you're better than us," and something happened. Later, Harry would try to explain it to himself and fail. It wasn't a decision. It wasn't even anger exactly. It was more like a door opening inside his mind, a door he hadn't known was there, and behind it was a room filled with cold, focused, absolute authority. The kind of authority that didn't need to raise its voice because it had never needed to. The kind of authority that came from having commanded armies, outwitted gods, and bent the fundamental forces of reality to one's will. Harry looked into Vernon Dursley's eyes, and Vernon saw something look back. "Put me down," Harry said. His voice hadn't changed. It was still a child's voice, thin and high. But the words landed like stones dropped into still water, and something in the air shifted. The hallway light flickered. The temperature dropped 2 degrees, and every hair on Vernon Dursley's arm stood straight up. Vernon's hands opened. Harry dropped to his feet. He didn't stumble. They stood there in the hallway, the enormous man and the small boy, and the power dynamic between them inverted so completely and so permanently that Vernon felt it in his bones. His mouth worked, no sound came out. "You will never strike me again," Harry said, same quiet voice, same level gaze. "Not because I'm asking, because you understand what will happen if you do. You don't understand it with your mind, I know your mind isn't capable of that, but some part of you understands. Listen to that part, Uncle Vernon, it's the smartest thing about you." Vernon Dursley, who had never been afraid of anything smaller than himself in his entire life, took a step backward. His legs did it without consulting his brain. Something was wrong with the boy's eyes. Not the color, they were the same green they'd always been. It was what was behind them, depth, an intelligence so vast and so cold that looking into it was like looking over the edge of a cliff and feeling the wind pull at you. "Go to your chair," Harry said. "Watch the telly, drink your whiskey, forget about your promotion. It wasn't going to make you happy anyway. Nothing external will ever make you happy because the emptiness you feel is structural. But that's not my problem to solve." Vernon went to his chair. He turned on the television. He poured a whiskey with hands that shook. Harry returned to his cupboard, closed the door, and sat on his mattress in the dark. His hands were trembling too, but not from fear. From the effort of pulling back, because the thing behind the door, the presence, the doom of it, had wanted to do so much more. It had calculated in the half-second Vernon's hand made contact with Harry's face, exactly how to dislocate the man's shoulder using his own weight and momentum. It had mapped the angles, it had been ready. Harry pressed his palms against his eyes and breathed. "I'm not you," he whispered to the empty dark. "I'm not you, I'm not you." The spider in the corner kept building its web. It didn't care about the small dramas of the creatures below it. It had a design. After that night, things changed at number 4. It wasn't dramatic. There was no family meeting, no tearful confrontation, no intervention. The change was tectonic, slow, deep, and irreversible. Vernon didn't hit Harry again. He barely looked at Harry. When their eyes did meet, Vernon would find somewhere else to be, muttering about needing something from the garage or remembering a phone call he had to make. Petunia noticed and didn't understand and chose, as she always did, not to investigate. Harry negotiated, though negotiated implied 2 equal parties, and this was more like a sovereign issuing revised terms to a vassal. He did it subtly, over weeks. First, he simply started eating at the table instead of after everyone else. When Petunia opened her mouth to object, Harry looked at her with those green eyes and she closed it again. Then he took Dudley's second bedroom. Dudley had 2 bedrooms, one to sleep in, one to store broken toys, and Harry simply moved his things upstairs one afternoon while the family was out. Vernon came home and found Harry sitting at the desk in the small bedroom reading, and went so red that Harry thought he might actually have a cardiac event. But Harry just looked at him, patient and still, and Vernon deflated like a punctured tire and walked away. They never discussed it. Dudley whined for a week and then forgot about it because Dudley's emotional range had the depth of a puddle and the attention span to match. The bedroom changed everything. Harry had space now, privacy, a door that locked from the inside. And more importantly, he had access to the rest of the house when the Dursleys slept. He started with the garage. Vernon Dursley was not a handy man. The garage was a graveyard of abandoned projects, a half-assembled shelf unit, a lawnmower that hadn't worked since 1985, boxes of screws and nails and brackets, old power tools from Vernon's father, copper wire from a rewiring project that Vernon had wisely abandoned in favor of a professional electrician. To Vernon, it was junk. To Harry, it was a treasury. He worked at night, 2 in the morning, when the house was dead silent except for Vernon's chainsaw snoring. He'd pad downstairs barefoot, ease the garage door open, and lose himself in the simple, beautiful logic of mechanical assembly. The dreams had given him more by now. Not complete memories, those were still fragmentary, surfacing without warning and vanishing just as fast, but skills. His hands knew things his conscious mind couldn't articulate. He could look at a pile of scrap and see what it wanted to become. He could feel the tolerance of a joint before testing it. He understood leverage, load distribution, the relationship between form and function, with an intuition that bordered on the supernatural. His first real project was the lock, not a padlock this time. A proper lock, a deadbolt mechanism for his bedroom door. He built it from scratch over 4 nights using a hacksaw, a file, a vice grip, and raw materials scavenged from Vernon's junk pile. It was rough, ugly even. But the tolerances were exact, the mechanism was smooth, and when he installed it on his door with screws he'd taken from the shelf unit, it worked perfectly. A lock that couldn't be picked with anything short of professional tools, because he designed the pin configuration himself and it didn't match any standard pattern. He stood back and looked at it, and the iron thing inside him, Doom, the king, the ghost, felt something that Harry could only describe as homesickness. This was what he'd been, a builder, a maker. Whatever else the dreams showed him, the battles, the magic, the politics, at his core, the person he'd been had looked at the raw material of the world and seen what it could become. Harry allowed himself a small smile. Then he went back to the garage because the lock had given him ideas. The second project was more ambitious. He'd found, in a box of Vernon's father's old tools, a soldering iron that still worked. He'd also found, in a skip behind the electrical shop on the high street, a discarded circuit board from a broken radio. He didn't know what he was building. The dreams guided his hands, but they were fragmented, and the technology they showed him was centuries beyond anything in this world, beyond anything in this world's wildest imagination, he suspected. But the principles translated. A circuit was a circuit. Electricity obeyed the same laws whether you were powering a radio or a suit of powered armor. He built a device the size of a matchbox that, when activated, emitted a low-frequency electromagnetic pulse strong enough to disrupt any electronic device within a 10-foot radius. He didn't know why he built it. It felt like practice, like scales on a piano. He tested it on Dudley's television during an episode of some mindless cartoon, and the look on Dudley's face was almost worth the risk. He never used it again, too conspicuous, but he kept it, wrapped it in cloth and hid it in a hollowed-out book on his shelf. His first weapon. His second weapon was knowledge. The local library became his sanctuary. He went every day after school, telling the Dursleys he had detention. They believed it without question, because they believed the worst of him reflexively. The librarian, a soft-spoken woman named Mrs. Chen, noticed the small boy who devoured books on physics, chemistry, metallurgy, and electrical engineering with the focus of a doctoral student. She said nothing. She simply started leaving relevant books on the table where he usually sat. Harry read everything. The knowledge from the dreams was vast but disorganized, like having access to an encyclopedia that had been shredded and scattered by a tornado. The library books gave him framework. Context. He read about Tesla and Edison and Faraday and understood their work not as history, but as foundation, the first stumbling steps toward something magnificent. He read about metallurgy and understood that the armor in his dreams was made of alloys that didn't exist in this world, but that didn't mean they couldn't. He read about computer science and felt the ghost of doom stir with something like contempt. The technology here was so primitive, so wasteful, so inelegant. But also, and this was the part that made Harry lie awake at night, he read about history, about rulers and nations and the way power worked in the real world. And the patterns were so familiar that it hurt. The rise and fall of empires, the mechanics of control, military, economic, ideological. The way a single person with sufficient will and intelligence could reshape the world, for better or worse. He read about dictators. He read about benevolent monarchs. He read about the razor-thin line between the two. And in his dreams, he walked the halls of a castle called Doom, and the people in the streets below called his name with love and fear in equal measure, and he didn't know if that was a warning or a promise. Time moved forward as it does, indifferent to the small revolutions happening in a cupboard-turned bedroom on Privet Drive. By 9, Harry had built 14 devices of varying complexity and hidden them throughout his room in places the Dursleys would never think to look. None were weapons exactly. He was careful about that, careful in a way that suggested the ghost in his head understood the danger of escalation. They were tools, a signal jammer, a motion sensor rigged to a silent alarm. A pair of magnifying lenses mounted in a wire frame that, when you looked through them, overlaid a faint grid pattern on everything. His first crude attempt at a heads-up display, powered by a watch battery and a prayer. By 10, he'd moved beyond electronics and into territory that frightened him. It started with the fire. He was in the garage, late on a Saturday night, trying to solder a particularly delicate connection, and his hand slipped. The soldering iron touched his thumb and he jerked back, cursing under his breath, and a wrench on the workbench 6 feet away flew off the surface and embedded itself in the drywall. Harry stared at it. His thumb throbbed, his heart hammered. The wrench stuck out of the wall at a jaunty angle, as if it had been thrown by a very strong, very angry person, but no one had thrown it. No one had touched it. He pulled the wrench out of the wall, filled the hole with wood putty from a tin on the shelf, and sat down on the cold concrete floor. His hands weren't shaking. Iron thing inside him was quiet, almost contemplative, as if this was expected. Magic, Harry said aloud, testing the word. It didn't feel right, too vague, too whimsical. The dreams had shown him magic, real magic, not card tricks and rabbits in hats. The person he'd been had wielded it like a scalpel, precise and devastating. but it had also been intertwined with technology, with science, with an understanding of the universe that made no distinction between the mystical and the material. He held out his hand, palm up and focused, not on the wrench or any object, on the air itself. On the energy he could feel humming just beneath the surface of everything, like a second electrical grid laid over the world, invisible and immense. Nothing happened. He sat there for 20 minutes, hand outstretched, and felt nothing but foolish. Then he went to bed and he dreamed of a woman, the same dark-haired woman, but this time she wasn't burning. She was teaching him. She sat in a field of wildflowers and held a candle, and the flame danced without wind, and she said, "Feel it, Victor. Not with your hands, with your wanting." He woke at dawn with tears on his face and the name on his lips, Cynthia, his mother's name, except she wasn't his mother. His mother was Lily Potter, who was dead. Cynthia Von Doom was also dead, burned as a witch by fearful people, and the rage that came with that memory was so pure and so enormous that every light bulb in number 4 Privet Drive exploded simultaneously. Petunia screamed, Dudley wailed, Vernon bellowed. Harry lay in his bed in the sudden dark and pressed his hands over his mouth to keep from laughing or crying or both. He could feel it now, the energy, the power, the magic. It was everywhere. It was in him, it had always been in him, and the dreams had been trying to tell him that, and now that he'd touched it, he could never unfeel it. He replaced the light bulbs before anyone thought to blame him. He'd bought a pack at the corner shop months ago, anticipating exactly this kind of incident, because the ghost in his head planned for contingencies the way other people breathed. Over the next year, Harry taught himself magic, not the structured, formal magic that the dreams hinted at, the rituals and incantations and arcane geometries that the ghost had mastered in another life. This was raw, instinctive, fueled by emotion and will. He could move objects without touching them. He could make small things happen, locks opening, lights dimming, that sort of thing, if he focused hard enough. Once, in a moment of particular concentration, he heated a cup of water to boiling by holding it between his palms and wanting it. But it was unreliable, uncontrolled. And the more he pushed, the more the dreams pushed back, flooding him with images and sensations that threatened to drown the boy in the man. He'd reach for a memory of how the ghost had cast a particular spell and instead get a full sensory flashback, the smell of a laboratory, the taste of blood in his mouth, the sound of a voice he loved begging him to stop. "Please stop, Victor. This isn't who you are." He pulled back. He set boundaries. He was Harry Potter, age 10, resident of number 4 Privet Drive, Little Winging, Surrey. He was not Victor Von Doom. He had Victor's memories, or fragments of them, and Victor's skills, or echoes of them, but he was not Victor. He was a boy, a human boy. He would not let the ghost consume him. But he would use what the ghost offered. That was the compromise he struck with himself, lying in bed on a cold January night, listening to the wind rattle his window. He would take the knowledge, the skills, the power, and he would use them as Harry, not as Doom. The distinction mattered. He didn't fully understand why yet, but it mattered. Spring came to Little Winging with the usual English reluctance, gray skies grudgingly admitting occasional sunlight, daffodils pushing up through half-frozen soil. Harry turned 11 on the 31st of July, and the day started like every other birthday he could remember, with the Dursleys pretending it wasn't happening. But this birthday was different, and Harry knew it before he opened his eyes. He'd been dreaming again, not of Doom this time, but of a castle. A real castle, not Doom's technological fortress. This one was older, wilder, perched on a cliff above a dark lake. Towers that shifted when you weren't looking. Staircases that moved. An energy signature so dense and layered that it made the hair on his arms stand up even in the dream. He woke with the word Hogwarts on his lips and a certainty in his chest that something was coming. The letters started arriving that morning. Harry was in the kitchen making breakfast. He'd taken over cooking duties at 9, partly because the Dursleys expected free labor, and partly because he refused to eat Petunia's flavorless offerings any longer, when the mail slot clattered. He heard Vernon haul himself out of his chair, heard the shuffle of envelopes, and then a silence so sudden and complete that Harry turned from the stove to look. Vernon stood in the hallway holding a letter. His face had gone the color of old porridge. He was staring at the envelope with an expression Harry had catalogued but rarely seen, genuine fear. "Petunia," Vernon said, his voice was strangled. "Petunia, come here." Harry watched from the kitchen doorway as Petunia took the letter, read the address, Mr. H. Potter, the second bedroom, number 4 Privet Drive, and made a sound like a small animal being stepped on. She looked at Vernon. Vernon looked at her. Some communication passed between them that required no words. Vernon's eyes found Harry. "You," he said, and his voice cracked, and he stuffed the letter into his pocket. "You, go to your room." "That letter is addressed to me," Harry said calmly. "There is no letter. Go to your room." Harry considered pushing the issue. The ghost wanted to. It surged forward with a tactical analysis of the situation, noting that Vernon's hands were shaking and that a direct confrontation now would likely result in capitulation. But Harry held back. He'd learned in his years of quiet observation that sometimes the most information came from watching your opponents panic. He went to his room. He sat on his bed. He waited. The next 3 days were extraordinary. Letters poured in. Through the mail slot under the door, wedged into the cracks around windows, Vernon boarded up the mail slot. Letters came through the gaps in the boards. Vernon dragged the family to a hotel. Letters arrived at the front desk. Vernon drove them to a shack on a rock in the middle of the sea during a howling storm, and even then, sitting in that miserable damp cabin with Dudley whimpering on the sofa and Petunia clutching a blanket and Vernon pacing with a rifle he'd found somewhere, Harry could feel them coming. The letters, dozens of them, hundreds. An institution reaching out with the unstoppable persistence of something that would not be denied. Harry lay on the floor of the shack and counted the seconds until midnight, until his birthday. He felt the magic before he heard the knock. It came like a wave, a massive, warm, overwhelming presence that made the floorboards vibrate and the fire in the grate flare up. This wasn't the cold, precise magic of Doom's memories. This was something wilder, earthier, joyous. It felt like a thunderstorm wearing a smile. Then someone knocked on the door with enough force to rattle it on its hinges. Then they knocked again. And the door fell inward like a drawbridge coming down, and standing in the doorway, silhouetted by lightning, was the largest man Harry had ever seen. He was nearly twice as tall as a normal man, with shoulders wide enough to fill the doorframe and a wild tangle of black hair and beard that made him look like a friendly avalanche. He wore a massive overcoat with pockets that bulged mysteriously, and his eyes, black and beetle-bright, scanned the room until they found Harry on the floor. His face split into a grin so wide and genuine that something in Harry's chest, not the iron thing, something softer, something that was purely and entirely Harry, ached. "There ye are," the giant said. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Ye look a lot like your dad, but ye have got your mum's eyes." Vernon had appeared with the rifle. "I demand that you leave at once. You are breaking and entering." The giant reached over, grabbed the rifle barrel and tied it into a knot with one hand, the way a normal person might twist a pipe cleaner. He didn't even look at Vernon while doing it. "Anyway, Harry," he said, producing a slightly squashed box from one of his cavernous pockets. "Happy birthday. Made it myself, words and all." Harry took the box and opened it. Inside was a chocolate cake with green icing that read, in slightly wobbly letters, HAPPEBIRTHDAE Harry. And Harry Potter, who carried the memories of a man who had toppled governments and jeweled cosmic entities, who had spent 4 years building himself into something hard and sharp and untouchable, looked at that cake and felt his eyes sting. Because no one had ever made him a birthday cake, not once, not ever. Doom had no frame of reference for this. This was entirely Harry's moment, and it hit him with a force that no amount of armor, physical or psychological, could deflect. "Thank you," he said, and his voice was small and honest and young. The giant beamed. "I'm Hagrid," he said, "keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Ye'll know all about Hogwarts, of course." "I know the name," Harry said carefully, "but I'd like to hear it from you." And Hagrid told him, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, a 1,000-year-old institution for the education of young witches and wizards. Harry's parents had been a witch and wizard, powerful ones. They hadn't died in a car crash, as the Dursleys had always claimed. They'd been murdered by a dark wizard named Voldemort, and Harry had survived the killing curse that no one had ever survived before, and that was why he was famous in a world he'd never known existed. Harry sat on the floor of the shack and listened, and 2 things happened simultaneously inside him. Harry, the boy, the child, the person who had never been loved enough, felt a door open onto a vast, sunlit landscape of possibility, a world where he wasn't a freak, a world where the things he could do had names and traditions and 1,000 years of history behind them, a world where his parents were heroes, not drunks who died in a crash. And Doom, the ghost, the king, the memory, felt something else entirely. It felt recognition. This was a world of magic. Structured, institutionalized, pervasive magic, a society built on it. And something about that society, its isolation, its traditions, its casual relationship with power, resonated with memories of another place, another system, another life spent mastering forces that ordinary people called impossible. The 2 reactions merged into something new, something that was neither pure wonder nor pure calculation. Harry looked up at Hagrid with eyes that were bright with unshed tears and absolutely perfectly clear. "When do we leave?" he said. Vernon tried to stop them, of course. He puffed himself up and blocked the doorway and announced that he would not pay for some crackpot old fool to teach the boy magic tricks. Hagrid's face darkened. "Never insult Albus Dumbledore in front of me," he said, and the shack trembled and Vernon sat down very quickly. But Harry was watching Petunia. His aunt stood in the corner with her arms wrapped around herself, and her face wasn't angry. It was something else, something complicated and painful and old. She was looking at Harry, and for just a moment before she shuddered he saw guilt. He filed that away. Everything was information. Everything was leverage. And then he hated himself for thinking that, because Hagrid had just given him a birthday cake, and maybe not everything had to be a transaction. They left at dawn. Hagrid had a flying motorcycle Harry didn't ask, and they soared over grey English countryside toward London. Harry sat in the sidecar with the wind tearing at his hair and his eyes watering and a grin on his face that he couldn't have suppressed if he'd wanted to. Because flying was something the ghost remembered. Not like this, not on a motorcycle, but the sensation, the freedom, the sheer defiant joy of leaving the ground behind. It was one of the few memories that came with happiness attached. London, the leaky cauldron. Harry followed Hagrid through a dingy pub that most people seemed unable to see, and the barman said, "Good Lord, can this be?" And then the pub went silent, and every eye found Harry, and a woman in a violet hat actually started crying. They knew his name, all of them. They wanted to shake his hand, touch his scar, tell him how grateful they were. Harry stood in the middle of it and let them, smiling politely, saying the right things, and all the while the ghost was cataloguing. "This is worship," it said. "This is how a population looks at a symbol. You are not a person to them. You are an idea. Ideas can be wielded." Harry told the ghost to shut up, but he didn't forget. Hagrid led him through a brick wall that opened into a bustling alley, cobblestones, crooked buildings, shop windows crammed with cauldrons and broomsticks and owl cages. Diagon Alley, the hidden commercial heart of magical Britain. Harry's first impression, the one that would stay with him, was medieval, not the architecture, though that was medieval too, the economics. He stood in the middle of Diagon Alley and saw an economy that had never industrialized. Artisan craftsmanship everywhere, mass production nowhere. A single bank controlled all finance. Goods were transported by owl. Communication was by owl. Currency was in non-decimal coinage, gold galleons, silver sickles, bronze nuts, with no paper money, no credit system, no visible regulatory framework. The ghost stirred with something between fascination and disgust. "This is a society that has had access to reality-altering power for a millennium," it whispered, "and they use it to stir cauldrons and deliver mail. They have never had an industrial revolution. They have never needed one. Magic made them comfortable and comfort made them stagnant." Harry saw it. He saw it all. And part of him, the part that had built nations, that had dragged a small European country into technological supremacy through sheer force of will, saw not stagnation but potential. Untapped, sleeping, magnificent potential. He kept his face carefully neutral and followed Hagrid to the bank. Gringotts was run by goblins, short, clever, sharp-toothed creatures who handled gold with the loving precision of surgeons. Harry watched them and revised his assessment of this society's power structure. The wizards had the magic, the goblins had the money, and in Harry's experience, both lives' worth, the people with the money usually won in the long run. His vault contained a small fortune in gold. He hadn't expected that. The ghost immediately began calculating exchange rates, investment strategies, and capital allocation. Harry let it. Some of Doom's instincts were worth indulging. He took what he needed and then a little more, noting the security systems as they descended into the earth, dragons, enchantments, the carts themselves designed to disorient and prevent mapping. Impressive in a brute force way. He could think of 6 ways to improve it. He said nothing. Shopping was methodical. Hagrid expected a wide-eyed child, amazed by every wonder. Harry gave him enough of that to keep him happy, genuine smiles at the owlery, appropriate awe at the moving photographs, but his real attention was on data collection. He bought his school supplies and added to them, extra books on magical theory, a basic guide to wizarding law, a history of the Wisengamot. The shopkeepers found him charming. What a polite young man, so mature for his age. The wand shop was different. Ollivander's was narrow and dusty, and hummed with a quiet energy that made the hair on Harry's arms rise. Thousands of narrow boxes lined every wall, floor to ceiling, and the air tasted of old wood and static. Ollivander himself appeared from between the shelves like a thought materializing, thin, pale, with wide silver eyes that seemed to look through Harry rather than at him. "Ah," he said, "I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter." He measured Harry's arm, his hand spanned the distance between his nostrils. Harry submitted to this with the patience of someone who understood that experts had their processes. Then Ollivander began pulling boxes from shelves and handing Harry wands. The first one did nothing. The second shattered a vase. The third set fire to a stack of papers. Ollivander grew more excited with each failure, not less, which Harry found either admirable or insane. "Tricky customer," Ollivander murmured, eyes gleaming. "I wonder, yes, let's try." He disappeared into the back and returned with a box that he handled differently from the others, more carefully, more reverently. He opened it and held out a wand holly 11 inches with a single red-brown feather visible at its core. Harry took it and the world changed. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't a gentle warmth or a pleasant tingle. It was a detonation. Power surged up his arm and through his body, and the shop blazed with golden light, and every box on every shelf rattled in its place. Harry felt the magic inside him, not the raw, uncontrolled force he'd been experimenting with, but something shaped, something channeled, something given direction and purpose by the wand in his hand. It was like spending years trying to drink from a fire hose and suddenly being given a cup. And beneath that, deeper, the ghost felt something too, recognition, not of this specific wand, but of what it represented, a focus, a conduit. The technology of this world's magic, primitive but elegant in its simplicity. In his other life, Victor Von Doom had used artifacts of far greater power, the cosmic cube, the Beyonder's energy, the mystical relics of dimensions beyond counting. But there was something pure about this, something honest, a stick of wood and a feather, and it could reshape reality. "Curious," Ollivander whispered, staring at Harry with those silver eyes. "Very curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked, though the ghost was already running probability calculations. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother gave you that scar." The room went very quiet. Harry looked at the wand in his hand, his wand, there was no question of that. It was his the way his heartbeat was his, and felt the ghost recoil. Not from the wand, from the implication. A connection to the man who had killed his parents, a resonance between weapons. In another life, Victor Von Doom would have seen this as destiny, would have embraced the symmetry, the narrative elegance of it. The hero and the villain connected by the instruments of their power. Harry saw it differently. He saw a tool. A very good tool with an inconvenient history. "I think," Harry said quietly, "that we can expect great things from this wand regardless of its brother's choices." Ollivander blinked. Then a slow, strange smile spread across his face. "Well said, Mr. Potter, well said indeed." They left the shop. Hagrid bought Harry an owl, a beautiful snowy creature with amber eyes that Harry named Hedwig after a saint he'd read about in the library. They had ice cream. Hagrid told stories about Hogwarts with the enthusiasm of a man who loved his home with uncomplicated devotion, and Harry listened and laughed and asked questions and was, for a few hours, simply a boy having a good day. But when Hagrid left him at King's Cross with a ticket for platform 9 3/4 and a clap on the shoulder that nearly dislocated Harry's spine, Harry stood alone on the platform and let the mask, not a physical mask, not yet, but the social performance of normalcy, relax. He had a month before term started. A month in the Dursley house with a wand he wasn't supposed to use, books full of knowledge he was desperate to absorb, and a head full of someone else's memories that grew clearer every day. He went back to Privet Drive. He locked his bedroom door with the lock he'd built. He opened his trunk and laid out everything he'd bought, textbooks, extra reading, potions, ingredients, his wand. He placed them on the desk like a general laying out a campaign map. Then he reached under his bed and pulled out the box he'd been working on for the past 6 months. Inside, wrapped in an old t-shirt, was a gauntlet. It wasn't much, not yet. Just a framework really, a skeleton of shaped metal that fitted over his left hand and forearm, articulated at the fingers, reinforced at the knuckles. He built it from scrap steel, copper wire, and components salvaged from 3 broken radios, a microwave, and an old car battery. It didn't do anything yet. It was a shell waiting for a soul, but now he had magic, now he had a wand. Now he understood with the crystalline clarity that came from 2 lifetimes of experience that the distinction this world drew between magic and technology was artificial, arbitrary, a failure of imagination. Magic was energy. Technology was the application of energy. They weren't opposites. They were the same thing, seen from different angles. Harry held the gauntlet in one hand and his wand in the other, and he felt the ghost rise up inside him, not as a separate entity, not as an invader, but as a part of him. A layer, a depth. He was Harry Potter, son of James and Lily, survivor of the killing curse, resident of Privet Drive, and he was also something more, something older. Something that had once looked at the assembled powers of the universe and said, "I am your equal." He wasn't Doom. He refused to be Doom, but he would take what Doom had known and make it his own. He would walk into this hidden world of magic with eyes wide open and a mind that refused to be awed into complacency. He would learn their magic and improve it. He would understand their society and, if necessary, change it. He would find the man who killed his parents and he would end him, not with rage but with the cold, systematic precision of someone who understood that vengeance was a dish best served with overwhelming force and impeccable planning. Harry set the gauntlet down. He picked up his copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. He opened it to the first page, and he began to read. Outside, the sun set over Little Winging. The streetlights came on one by one, painting orange rectangles on the bedroom wall. Downstairs, the Dursleys ate dinner and watched television, and did not think about the boy upstairs, because thinking about him made them uncomfortable in ways they couldn't articulate. In his room, Harry Potter read about levitation charms and locking spells and the theoretical underpinnings of wand movements, and every few pages he'd stop and make a note in a journal he'd bought at a stationer's in London, not observations about the spells themselves, but about the gaps. The things the textbook didn't explain, the questions it didn't think to ask. Why did a specific wrist movement produce a specific effect? What was the energy source? Where did the magic go when a spell ended? How did intent translate into physical effect? Was the wand a catalyst, a capacitor, or a translator? The textbooks didn't answer these questions. Harry suspected the wizarding world had never bothered to ask them. They had magic, it worked. Why interrogate a gift? Because gifts, Harry thought, turning to the next chapter, have a way of becoming cages if you don't understand them. He read until 2 in the morning. Then he set the book down, turned off the lamp, and lay in the dark. The gauntlet sat on the desk, catching a sliver of moonlight through the curtain. It gleamed dully, incomplete, waiting. Harry closed his eyes. Behind them, the ghost settled like sediment in still water, not gone, never gone, but quiet, patient. It had waited through death and rebirth and 10 years in a cupboard. It could wait a little longer. In 1 month, Harry Potter would board a train to a castle full of witches and wizards and secrets 1,000 years deep. He would walk into a world that thought it knew him, the boy who lived, the symbol, the scar. They had no idea what was coming, not the teachers, not the students, not the old man with the long beard who pulled the strings from his tower office, not even the dark thing that lurked at the edge of the world, bodiless and burning, dreaming of return. None of them knew. And that, as far as Harry was concerned, was exactly how it should be. He slept, and for once he did not dream of thrones or fire or armor. He dreamed of a lake black and still, and a castle rising above it, and the sound of children laughing, and a feeling, small, fragile, unfamiliar, that he was very nearly ready to call hope. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. First impressions are weapons. Platform 9 3/4 smelled like coal smoke and anxiety. Harry stood on the mundane side of the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station, Trunk at his feet, Hedwig perched in her cage regarding the passing muggles with aristocratic disdain. He'd arrived 2 hours early, not because he was eager, though he was, in a way he refused to fully acknowledge, but because early arrival meant observation time. You learned more about a place by watching it fill up than by arriving in the middle of the crowd. He'd spent the past month, every textbook read cover to cover, some twice. Notes filled 3 journals, 2 on magical theory, 1 on the questions the theory refused to answer. The gauntlet had progressed. He'd managed to thread copper wire through its frame in a pattern that, according to the ghost's fragmented memories, should theoretically channel ambient energy. He hadn't tested it with magic yet. That felt like something to do behind very thick walls, far from anything flammable. He'd also practiced wandless magic every night, pushing the raw force inside him through smaller and smaller apertures of will. He could now levitate a coin reliably. He could heat water without touching it. He could, if he concentrated hard enough, feel the electromagnetic spectrum around him like a second skin, the hum of power lines, the chatter of radio waves, the deep subsonic thrum of the earth itself. That last one was new. That last one scared him a little. But the wand. The wand had changed everything. The first time he'd cast a proper spell, Lumos, alone in his bedroom at 3 in the morning, the light that erupted from the holly wand was so bright it left afterimages on his retinas for 10 minutes. He'd felt the magic flow through the wand like water through a perfectly designed pipe, and the ghost had surged forward with a hunger that was almost physical. More it demanded, more. This is what we were made for. Harry had put the wand down and not touched it again for 2 days. The intensity of the ghost's reaction frightened him. This was the part he had to be careful about, the line between using Doom's knowledge and being consumed by Doom's appetite, but he'd gone back to it. Of course he had, and over the following weeks he'd worked his way through every first-year spell in the textbook plus a handful from the supplementary reading. Not just casting them, understanding them, taking them apart the way he'd taken apart the padlock at age 7, examining every component, every variable, every assumption. What he'd found had confirmed his suspicion. Wizarding magic was breathtakingly powerful and staggeringly unoptimized. The spells worked, yes. But they worked the way a medieval catapult worked, through brute force and accumulated tradition, not through genuine understanding of underlying principles. Nobody seemed to know why a clockwise wrist rotation produced levitation while counterclockwise produced depression. Nobody asked. The spells were taught as procedures, not as expressions of deeper laws. Doom's memories stirred with contempt, and beneath the contempt, excitement, because where there was ignorance, there was opportunity, and where there was opportunity, there was power. Harry told the ghost to be quiet and wheeled his trunk toward the barrier. He walked through the brick wall without hesitation. He'd read about the mechanism in Hogwarts, a history, and hypothesized it was a localized spatial fold, not true intangibility, and emerged onto a platform bustling with activity. A scarlet steam engine sat at the platform's edge, belching white smoke. Families clustered along its length, parents hugging children, owls hooting, cats winding between legs. The noise was enormous. Harry found a compartment near the rear of the train, tactically preferable, fewer passers-by, easier to monitor the corridor in both directions, and stowed his trunk. He placed Hedwig's cage on the seat beside him and opened the window to let in the autumn air. Then he sat back and watched the platform fill. Observation 1. The social stratification was visible from 50 feet. You could sort the families by wealth and status based on the quality of their robes, the condition of their trunks, the confidence with which they moved through the crowd. Some families owned this platform the way Vernon owned his living room, with the bloated assurance of people who'd never been challenged. Others clung to the edges, wide-eyed and overwhelmed. Muggle-borns and their parents, Harry guessed. First-generation magical children dropped into a world they didn't understand. He recognized the dynamic. Every society had its aristocracy and its newcomers. The question was always whether the aristocracy maintained its position through genuine merit or through the simple momentum of inherited advantage. Observation 2. The children were already sorting themselves. Clusters formed along lines that Harry suspected mapped onto family alliances, blood status, and house affiliations. He watched a pale boy with white blonde hair hold court near the front of the train, flanked by two large boys who functioned as obvious bodyguards. The boy carried himself with the practiced ease of someone raised to believe the world was his inheritance. Draco Malfoy. Harry knew the name. Hagrid had mentioned the family with undisguised contempt, and the supplementary reading had filled in the details. Old money, old blood, political influence stretching back centuries. The father, Lucius, was a known associate of Voldemort who'd claimed the Imperious defense after the war. Interesting, not threatening, but interesting. Observation 3. A family of redheads was causing a minor commotion near the barrier. A plump woman was trying to organize what appeared to be 5 children, ranging from near adult to 11, all of them loud and ginger and utterly chaotic. The youngest boy, Harry's age, lanky and freckled, looked slightly green with nervousness. The mother's voice carried, "Now what's the platform number?" 9 3/4, piped a small girl who wasn't in school robes. "Mum, can't I go? You're not old enough, Ginny, now be quiet. Percy, you first." Harry watched the oldest boy stride confidently through the barrier, then twins, grinning identically, then the nervous one who took a breath and pushed his trolley through at a near run. And then the mother and the small girl were alone, and Harry turned away because this was a private moment, and because watching it had produced an ache in his chest that he didn't want to examine. The train lurched, the whistle blew. Platform 9 3/4 began to slide backward, and Harry Potter left the Muggle world behind. He had perhaps 4 minutes of solitude before the compartment door slid open. The red-headed boy stood in the doorway, looking awkward and hopeful. "Anyone sitting there?" he asked, nodding at the empty seat across from Harry. "Everywhere else is full." It wasn't full. Harry had watched the train fill from his window and knew there were at least 6 empty compartments. The boy wanted company, specifically, Harry suspected, the company of the dark-haired boy sitting alone who might or might not be who the redhead thought he was. "Go ahead," Harry said, gesturing to the seat. The boy dropped into it with visible relief. "I'm Ron Weasley, Harry Potter." Ron's ears went red. His eyes flicked to Harry's forehead, to the scar, barely visible under his fringe, and then away and then back with the irresistible gravity of the forbidden. "So it's true, you've really got the scar?" "Yes." Harry pushed his hair back and let Ron look. No point in being coy about it. The scar was a fact. Facts were only powerful when you controlled their presentation. "Wicked," Ron breathed. Then he seemed to realize that "wicked" was perhaps not the appropriate response to a murder attempt, and his ears went even redder. "I mean, sorry, everyone talks about you, you know. Mum used to tell us stories." Stories, Harry repeated, keeping his voice light. What kind of stories? You know, about you-know-who, and how you stopped him when you were just a baby. Ron leaned forward, elbows on knees, forgetting his embarrassment in the rush of excitement. Nobody knows how you did it. Mum says it was old magic, really powerful stuff. My brother Bill, he works for Gringotts, curse-breaking in Egypt. He says even the goblins were impressed, and they're not impressed by anything. Harry filed that away. Old magic, protective magic, his mother's sacrifice. The ghost stirred. It knew something about sacrificial magic, about the power of deliberate death, and the knowledge was sharp-edged and dark. Harry pushed it back. I don't really remember it, Harry said, truthful enough. I was one. My memories start with my aunt and uncle's house. What's that like, living with muggles? Ron asked it with the innocent curiosity of someone who'd grown up in a world of moving photographs and self-washing dishes. Educational, Harry said, and left it there. They talked. Ron was open and guileless and deeply insecure, in a way that he wore on the outside like a second skin. He was the sixth of 7 children, which meant he lived in the permanent shadow of accomplished older brothers and the spotlight of a younger sister who was, apparently, the family's darling. He had a hand-me-down wand, unicorn hair, ash, slightly chipped, and a hand-me-down rat named Scabbers who slept with the dedication of the professionally unconscious. Harry listened more than he spoke. It was a habit, Doom's habit, refined over decades of political maneuvering. People revealed themselves when they felt heard. Ron revealed a lot, a loving but financially strained family, a desperate desire to distinguish himself, a good heart wrapped in layers of self-doubt. Harry felt a genuine warmth toward him that surprised the ghost, which had categorized Ron as low-value asset, emotional, impulsive, limited strategic utility within the first 30 seconds. Harry told the ghost firmly to shut up. Ron wasn't an asset. Ron was a person, an 11-year-old boy who was scared and excited and wanted a friend. The question was whether Harry remembered how to be one. The compartment door opened again around noon. This time it was the blond boy from the platform, Draco Malfoy, flanked by his 2 large companions, who Harry mentally tagged as Crabbe and Goyle, based on the physical descriptions in his supplementary reading about prominent wizarding families. Is it true? Malfoy said without preamble, his gray eyes fixed on Harry. They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment, so it's you, is it? It is, Harry said. Malfoy looked at him. Really looked, with a calculation that surprised Harry. He'd expected arrogance, but this was something sharper. The boy was assessing him the way Harry assessed everyone, and that immediately made him more interesting than Ron's stories about his brothers had been. This is Crabbe and this is Goyle, Malfoy said, barely glancing at his flankers. And my name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Ron made a small noise, not quite a cough, not quite a laugh. Malfoy's eyes snapped to him. Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford. He turned back to Harry before Ron could respond, and his voice shifted, still superior, but with an edge of genuine earnestness that the superiority was meant to cover. You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. He held out his hand. Harry looked at the hand, then at Malfoy, then very deliberately at Ron, who had gone red to the tips of his ears and was clenching his fists. This was a political moment. The ghost recognized it immediately, a minor noble extending an alliance offer to a perceived superior, framed as generosity. Accept and you gain a foothold in the aristocratic faction. Reject and you make an enemy but solidify a different alliance. There was no neutral option. In another life, Doom would have played this differently. He would have accepted the handshake, kept Malfoy close, and discarded him when his utility expired. Politics was chess, and chess pieces didn't have feelings. But Harry wasn't Doom, and Ron Weasley, who had shared his sandwiches and talked about Quidditch with passionate ignorance and laughed at Harry's description of Dudley's diet, was sitting right there, watching, waiting to see what the famous Harry Potter was made of. I appreciate the offer, Malfoy, Harry said. His voice was polite, measured, and carried a weight that made Malfoy's hand falter slightly. But I think I can figure out the wrong sort for myself. Malfoy's face went through a rapid sequence, surprise, then anger, then something colder and more controlled. He pulled his hand back. I'd be careful if I were you, Potter. Unless you're a bit politer, you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them either. The temperature in the compartment dropped, literally. Ron felt it, a sudden chill that made his breath almost visible. Crabbe and Goyle shifted, confused by a threat they could sense but not see. Harry hadn't moved, hadn't raised his voice, but something in his eyes changed, and Draco Malfoy, who had been raised among dangerous men and had developed a finely calibrated instinct for the genuinely lethal, took an involuntary step backward. My parents, Harry said quietly, knew exactly what they were doing. They died fighting. I'd choose my words more carefully, Malfoy, if words are the weapons you intend to use. You're not very good with them yet. The silence that followed was thick enough to taste. Malfoy's cheeks had gone pink and his jaw was tight, and Harry could see the boy recalculating, not backing down exactly but reassessing. This was not the grateful orphan he'd expected. We'll see, Potter, Malfoy said. He turned and left, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him like a pair of confused wardrobes. Ron exhaled explosively. Bloody hell, Harry, did you see his face? Harry uncoiled the tension from his shoulders. He hadn't realized how tight they'd been and managed a smile. He'll be back. People like Malfoy always come back. You know about his family. I've read. Harry reached for a chocolate frog from the pile of sweets they'd bought from the trolley. Father was a Death Eater, one of Voldemort's inner circle. Ron flinched at the name. Harry noticed but didn't comment. The fear of a name was one of the most effective psychological operations he'd ever encountered, and whoever had instilled it in this society, Voldemort himself, presumably had understood crowd psychology at an instinctive level. Don't say the name, Ron whispered. Why not? It's a name. Names don't have power unless you give it to them. Ron looked at him strangely. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? I dunno, someone more normal. Harry laughed. It was genuine. The ghost had nothing to do with it. I survived a killing curse as a baby and grew up in a cupboard under the stairs. Normal was never on the table. Ron grinned and the strangeness faded and they were just two boys on a train again. The compartment door opened a third time about an hour later. A girl with bushy brown hair and prominent front teeth stood in the doorway, already wearing her Hogwarts robes with an expression of determined purpose that Harry recognized instantly. She was on a mission. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one, she said, speaking quickly enough that the sentences nearly collided. Her eyes swept the compartment with the efficiency of a search algorithm. No toad here, Ron said. Oh, are you doing magic? She'd spotted Ron's wand, which he'd been waving half-heartedly at Scabbers in an attempt to turn the rat yellow. Let's see then. Ron cleared his throat, went slightly pink, and waved his wand. Sunshine daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid, fat rat yellow. Nothing happened. Scabbers continued sleeping with the commitment of a creature for whom consciousness was an inconvenience. Are you sure that's a real spell? The girl said, sitting down uninvited. Well, it's not very good, is it? I've tried a few simple spells just for practice, and it's all worked for me. Nobody in my family's magic at all. It was ever such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was ever so pleased, of course. I mean, it's the very best school of witchcraft there is, I've heard. I've learned all our course books by heart, of course. I just hope it will be enough. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Who are you? She said all of this in approximately one breath. Ron looked stunned, as if he'd been hit by a very fast, very verbal bus. Ron Weasley, he managed. Harry Potter. Hermione's eyes went round. Are you really? I know all about you, of course. I got a few extra books for background reading, and you're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I? Harry kept his voice mild, but he was studying her with an interest that went beyond politeness. Muggle-born, clearly brilliant, the kind of brilliant that manifested as compulsive overpreparation and a desperate need to prove belonging. He recognized the pattern because the ghost recognized it. Victor Von Doom had been an outsider too, once, a Romany boy in a world that despised his kind. The response had been the same: learn everything, master everything, leave no room for anyone to claim you didn't belong. You've memorized all the textbooks, Harry asked. Well, yes, haven't you? I've read them. Memorizing and understanding aren't the same thing, though. She blinked. He could see the gears turning. She wasn't offended exactly, but she wasn't used to being challenged on academic territory. What do you mean, take the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa? The textbook gives you the incantation, the wand movement, and a paragraph about channeling your will, but it never explains why that specific incantation works, why Latin-derived words. What's the relationship between the phonetic structure and the magical effect? Is it the sound itself that matters, or the intent behind the sound? Because if it's intent, you should be able to cast the spell in any language. Hermione stared at him. Ron stared at him. Even Scabbers seemed to crack one eye open. Hermione started, stopped, and started again. That's actually a really good question. I've got about 300 more like it. The textbooks are useful as procedural guides, but they're terrible as theoretical frameworks. I noticed that too. She leaned forward, her toad-finding mission apparently forgotten. The standard book of spells barely addresses underlying theory, and the history of magic textbook is just dates and names. There's no analysis of why magical society developed the way it did, no comparative framework, no methodology at all, Harry agreed. It's a culture that treats magic as craft rather than science. They've been doing it for 1,000 years, and they've never built the equivalent of the scientific method. Exactly. I thought I was the only one who, she caught herself, and a complicated expression crossed her face, relief and wariness, and the beginning of something that looked like trust. Most people don't think about things like that. Most people don't think about things at all, Harry said. It's one of their more consistent qualities. She laughed. It was a bright, startled sound, as if she wasn't used to laughing in conversations about magical theory. Ron looked between them with the expression of a man watching a tennis match played at twice normal speed. Right, Ron said. Are you two going to be like this the whole time? Because I've got chocolate frogs and a much better time over here. Harry grinned. We can do both. Hermione, you want a chocolate frog? She hesitated, the mission, the toad, Neville, and then sat down properly and took the frog. I should really help Neville find his toad. We'll find it later. Toads don't move fast. Tell me about the extra books you read. They talked for the next hour. It was, Harry realized with a start, the most intellectually satisfying conversation he'd had in his life, either life. Hermione's mind was extraordinary, not just fast, though it was that, organized, rigorous. She'd read everything she could get her hands on, and she'd read it critically, which was rarer and more valuable than simple retention. Ron contributed intermittently, mostly with questions that were more perceptive than his casual manner suggested. He didn't have Hermione's academic firepower, but he had something she lacked, intuition. A feel for the way things worked that came from growing up inside the magical world, breathing its air, absorbing its rhythms. When Hermione struggled to understand why wizards didn't use electricity, Ron shrugged and said, magic and technology don't mix, everyone knows that. Put too much magic near a computer and it goes mental. But why? Hermione pressed. Dunno, it just does. Harry filed that away in a special mental folder labeled critical. Magic and technology didn't coexist easily. That was a problem. That was a problem he was uniquely equipped to solve, and the ghost stirred with predatory focus at the thought. The train rolled northward through the darkening countryside. Harry watched Scotland's mountains rise beyond the window, black against a violet sky, and felt the castle long before he saw it. A thrum in the magical field, like a low note on an organ, felt in the chest rather than heard. Whatever Hogwarts was, it was big in ways that had nothing to do with physical size. They pulled into Hogsmeade Station as night fell, and Hagrid's voice boomed across the platform. Furs years over here. Harry smiled despite himself. The giant's warmth was irresistible, the way a bonfire was irresistible on a cold night. You could plan and strategize all you wanted, but some forces bypassed the intellect entirely. The first years were herded into boats on the edge of a black lake. Harry shared his with Ron, Hermione, and a round-faced, terrified boy who turned out to be Neville Longbottom, the toad loser. Neville was trembling so hard the boat rocked. His toad, Trevor, sat in his jacket pocket, apparently recovered through means Neville was too shaken to explain. What if I can't do any magic? Neville whispered. What if there's been a mistake and I'm not really a wizard and they send me home? You got a letter, Hermione said firmly. The letters don't make mistakes. My Gran says I'm almost a squib. Gran, Harry said, and the quiet authority in his voice made Neville look up, is wrong. He said it with absolute certainty, and he meant it because he could feel the magic in Neville. It was faint, not weak, faint, like a fire that had been banked and smothered by fear and low expectations. The boy was a cauldron of potential with the lid screwed on too tight. Doom would have dismissed Neville Longbottom without a second glance. Round, clumsy, frightened, with all the outward confidence of a wet paper bag. Useless. Harry refused to see him that way. Because Harry had been the boy in the cupboard, the nothing, the nobody, and he knew what it felt like when someone looked at you and saw only what you weren't. Stick with us, Harry told Neville, and Neville's eyes went wide with pathetic gratitude, and Harry's heart hurt. The boats rounded a bend in the lake and Hogwarts appeared, and every child in every boat went silent. It was vast. It was impossible. Towers and turrets and buttresses, lit by 1,000 windows, reflected in the black water below like a second castle reaching down into the earth. It sat on the cliff like it had grown there, like the rock itself had decided to become architecture, and the magic, God, the magic. Harry felt it hit him like a wall of heat. Layer upon layer upon layer, 1,000 years of spellwork woven into every stone, wards and enchantments so deep and complex that untangling them would take lifetimes. The ghost rose up, and for once Harry didn't push it back, because the ghost was odd too. In all of Doom's memories, the cosmic battles, the dimensional travel, the confrontations with beings of literally infinite power, there was nothing quite like this. This was magic at civilizational scale, an entire castle made into a single living magical instrument. Beautiful, Harry whispered, and meant it with both halves of his divided soul. They disembarked and climbed stone steps to the castle's entrance, where a tall, severe witch in emerald robes met them with a gaze that could have cut glass. Professor McGonagall, deputy headmistress. She explained the houses, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd given this speech many times and had long since stopped being charmed by the first year's expressions. Harry listened and strategized. 4 houses, 4 factions, each with distinct cultural identities, historical rivalries, and presumably internal politics. Gryffindor valued bravery, Ravenclaw valued intellect, Hufflepuff valued loyalty, Slytherin valued ambition. The ghost immediately said Slytherin. Of course it did. Slytherin was the house of ambition, cunning, and resourcefulness, Doom's natural habitat. The political advantages were obvious: access to the children of the old aristocracy, a culture that rewarded strategic thinking, proximity to the levers of wizarding power. But Harry had been thinking about this for a month, and he'd reached a different conclusion. Slytherin was the expected move, the obvious move. And the obvious move was almost always a trap, because it was the one your opponents had already planned for. More importantly, Slytherin had a reputation problem: the House of Dark Wizards, Voldemort's alma mater. Any Slytherin who made waves would be viewed with automatic suspicion. Harry Potter and Slytherin would be a scandal, a headline, a source of constant friction. It would make everything harder. Gryffindor, on the other hand, the House of Heroes, the house his parents had belonged to. Put Harry Potter in Gryffindor and you had a narrative that wrote itself: the boy who lived, following in his parents' footsteps, brave and noble and safe. People would see the label and stop looking at the person beneath it. Gryffindor was camouflage, and there was something else. Something the ghost wouldn't have considered, but Harry did. Ron was going to be in Gryffindor. Every Weasley was, apparently, going back generations. Hermione struck him as a Ravenclaw, but her courage in barging into their compartment and commanding the conversation suggested Gryffindor was equally likely. Neville, beneath all that fear, had a core of something stubborn and true that pointed the same direction. Harry wanted to be near them. Not because they were useful, though they were, but because they had been kind to him on a train, and kindness was a currency that Doom had never traded in, and that Harry was learning to value above gold. McGonagall led them into the Great Hall, and Harry's strategic thinking shattered against the sheer spectacle of it. 4 long tables stretched the length of the room, packed with students in black robes. Candles floated overhead, thousands of them impossibly suspended, their light warm and golden, and above the candles no ceiling, just sky. Stars and dark clouds and an open vastness that made you feel simultaneously tiny and infinite. "It's bewitched to look like the sky outside," Hermione whispered. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. Harry knew that. But knowing and seeing were different, and the ghost was running calculations on the energy requirements of a permanent illusory enchantment of this scale, and coming up with numbers that didn't make sense unless the castle itself was the power source. Which was, actually, that was probably exactly what was happening, and the implications were staggering. At the head of the hall sat the staff table, and in the center of the staff table sat a man Harry recognized from chocolate frog cards and supplementary reading: Albus Dumbledore, headmaster, widely regarded as the most powerful wizard alive. He was old, very old. Long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, robes that were, Harry blinked, covered in small golden stars that actually moved. He looked like a children's illustration of a wizard, which Harry suspected was entirely deliberate. The most dangerous people in the world were the ones who looked harmless. Dumbledore's blue eyes swept the first years, and when they found Harry they lingered, just for a moment. Just long enough for Harry to feel the brush of something against his thoughts, light, delicate, like a butterfly landing on a window, not intrusive, testing. The ghost slammed down like a portcullis. Mental defenses that Victor Von Doom had spent decades constructing, walls of iron will, mazes of misdirection, traps of psychic feedback, surged into place with a speed and ferocity that startled even Harry. Whatever Dumbledore had been reaching for, he found a fortress instead of a child's open mind. Dumbledore's eyes widened, fractionally. Most people wouldn't have noticed. Harry noticed. And Dumbledore noticed that Harry noticed, and something passed between them, not words, not thoughts, but an acknowledgement. "I see you seeing me." Then Dumbledore smiled, genial and warm, and looked away, and the moment passed, and Harry's heart was beating very fast. McGonagall placed a stool in front of the hall and set upon it a very old, very battered wizard's hat. The hat twitched. A rip near the brim opened like a mouth, and it began to sing. Harry listened to the song, a breakdown of the 4 houses' values, delivered in verse form, and thought about the kind of society that let a piece of enchanted headwear determine the social trajectory of 11-year-olds. It was absurd. It was also brilliant in a terrible way. Sort children by temperament at age 11, house them together for 7 years, give them an identity to rally around and rivals to define themselves against, and you produce exactly the kind of stratified tribal society that was easy to govern and hard to unite. Doom's voice, quiet but clear: divide and rule, the oldest trick in the book. Someone designed this system and they knew exactly what they were doing. Harry watched the sorting begin. Students were called alphabetically. The hat was placed on their heads, it considered, it decided, tables cheered, lives were sorted into boxes. Granger, Hermione nearly ran to the stool, vibrating with nervous energy. The hat dropped over her eyes. There was a pause, longer than some, shorter than others, and then, Gryffindor. Hermione's face split into a grin of pure relief as she hurried to the Gryffindor table. Ron groaned softly. Harry hid a smile. Longbottom Neville looked like he was walking to his own execution. The hat sat on his head for a very long time, nearly 4 minutes, Harry counted, and Neville's hands gripped the stool's edges so hard his knuckles went white. Then, Gryffindor. Neville nearly fell off the stool, forgot he was still wearing the hat, and had to jog back to return it amid laughter. He stumbled to the Gryffindor table with his face burning. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Malfoy's head before screaming Slytherin. Malfoy strode to the Slytherin table looking supremely satisfied. Harry noted which older students greeted him and how, the handshakes, the nods, the social architecture of welcome, useful information. Names continued. Harry waited. The ghost was quiet, coiled ready. Potter, Harry. The great hall went silent. Then it erupted in whispers, a sound like wind through dry leaves, every head turning, every eye finding him. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter. Harry walked to the stool with his back straight and his face calm. He sat. McGonagall lowered the hat over his eyes and the great hall disappeared. Well, said a small voice in his ear. This is unprecedented. Harry waited. 2 souls, the hat murmured. No, not quite. 1 soul with the memories of another. The architecture of a previous life overlaid on a new one. I've seen prodigies. I've seen old souls. I have never seen anything like you, Mr. Potter. I imagine not, Harry thought. The other one, the king, the builder, the man behind the mask. He wants Slytherin. Oh, how he wants it. The ambition alone would qualify you 10 times over, and the cunning, my word, the cunning, Salazar himself would have wept with joy. I don't want Slytherin, Harry thought. Number you don't. And that's what makes you so interesting. The hat's voice shifted, becoming thoughtful. The other one would use Slytherin as a stepping stone. You see Gryffindor as something else entirely. A shield, yes, camouflaged, but also, and this is the part you won't admit to yourself, you genuinely want to be brave. The king in your head was many things, but brave wasn't one of them. He was fearless, which is different. Bravery requires the capacity for fear and the choice to act despite it. You have that. The king never did. Harry said nothing. The observation cut close to something he hadn't articulated even to himself. You could be great in Slytherin, the hat said, terrifyingly great. But you're right that it's the wrong move. Not because you don't belong there, you do, perhaps more than any student I've ever sorted, but because the person you're trying to become doesn't live in Slytherin. The person you're trying to become chooses courage over calculation at least some of the time, and that makes you Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the hall. The Gryffindor table exploded. The Weasley twins started chanting, "We got Potter, we got Potter." And Ron was cheering, and Hermione was beaming, and Neville looked like he might actually cry. Harry took off the hat and met Dumbledore's eyes across the hall. The headmaster was clapping politely, his expression benign, but his blue eyes were sharp as cut sapphires, and Harry could feel the questions behind them pressing against his defenses like water against a dam. I know you know, Harry thought, and now you know that I know you know. Let's see who blinks first. He walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down between Ron and Hermione, and the feast began. The food was extraordinary, not because of its quality, though that was fine, but because of its delivery mechanism. It appeared directly on the plates, conjured from the kitchens below by what Harry assumed was an army of house elves. Mass teleportation of physical matter, done casually. Done for every meal. The energy requirements were, actually, he needed to stop calculating energy requirements and eat. He ate. Ron ate with the focus of someone making up for a lifetime of food competition with 5 siblings. Hermione ate while reading. She'd propped a textbook against the pumpkin juice jug and was already previewing tomorrow's lessons. Neville ate nervously as if the food might fight back. Around them, conversation swirled. The Gryffindor table was loud and warm and chaotic, full of overlapping voices and laughter and the clatter of cutlery. Harry let it wash over him and felt, beneath the strategic assessment and the ghost's constant commentary, a warmth that had nothing to do with the food. This was what belonging felt like. He'd read about it. He'd observed it from the outside. He'd never been inside it before. Don't get comfortable, the ghost warned. Comfort is the enemy of vigilance. Harry took a second helping of treacle tart and told the ghost, with great internal deliberation, to sod off. After the feast, Dumbledore stood and made announcements with the cheerful eccentricity of a man who'd long since stopped caring whether people thought he was sane. The third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds to anyone who didn't wish to die a very painful death. The Forbidden Forest was, as always, forbidden. Quidditch tryouts would be held in the second week of term. Harry heard the announcement about the third floor and immediately began running scenarios. An entire corridor declared fatal in a school full of children. Either Dumbledore was testing something, protecting something, or both. The ghost hummed with interest. Doom had always been drawn to forbidden places, because forbidden usually meant valuable. Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother, a prefect with an inflated sense of his own importance, led the first years to Gryffindor Tower. The route wound through corridors that shifted, past portraits that moved and talked, up staircases that rearranged themselves with mechanical precision. Harry memorized every turn, every landmark, every potential exit. The ghost overlaid the route on a developing mental map of the castle, noting choke points, defensive positions, and lines of retreat. The common room was round and warm, decorated in scarlet and gold, with a crackling fire and squashy armchairs that looked like they'd been there since the castle was built. The password was Caput Draconis, Latin, dragon's head. Harry smiled thinly at the irony only he could appreciate. The first-year boys' dormitory contained 5 four-poster beds. Harry claimed the one nearest the window, best sightlines, quickest escape route, and began unpacking with methodical efficiency. His trunk contained his textbooks, his clothes, his wand, and concealed in a false bottom he'd constructed the week before departure, the gauntlet, 3 of his electronic devices, and 4 journals full of notes. Ron flopped onto his bed with a groan. "I'm so full I might die. What a way to go." The other boys in the dormitory were Neville, a sandy-haired boy named Seamus Finnegan who had an Irish accent and an alarming tendency to set things on fire, and Dean Thomas, a tall black boy with a West Ham poster he was trying to stick to the wall with Spello tape. Normal boys, normal life. Harry watched them settle in and felt the ghost recede just slightly like a tide pulling back from the shore. This was Harry's world. These were Harry's people. Whatever came next, the third-floor corridor, Dumbledore's suspicion, the shadow of Voldemort, this moment was real. He lay in bed and listened to his dormmates fall asleep one by one, Ron's snoring, Neville's anxious muttering, Seamus's restless turning. The castle settled around them like a living thing exhaling, its ancient magic humming through the stones, and Harry stared at the canopy of his bed and planned. Tomorrow, classes would begin. He would be unremarkable in all the ways that mattered and extraordinary in none of the ways people expected. He would learn the castle's secrets. He would watch the teachers, especially Dumbledore. He would build his network not of assets, he corrected himself firmly, of friends, and he would find out what was on the third floor. Because a king, even a king in hiding, even a king who was trying very hard not to be a king, could not abide an unanswered question. The first week of classes confirmed every hypothesis Harry had formed about the wizarding education system and added several new ones he hadn't anticipated. Transfiguration, taught by McGonagall, was rigorous and demanding. She turned her desk into a pig and back again on the first day, which was impressive as a demonstration and terrifying as a display of casual power. The underlying theory, however, was presented as a set of rules rather than a coherent framework. You did X and Y happened. Why? Because magic. Harry took notes that were half observation, half frustrated critique. Charms, taught by the tiny, enthusiastic Professor Flitwick, was more playful but equally shallow in its theoretical foundations. Flitwick was an exceptional practitioner, a former dueling champion according to Hermione's research, but his teaching focused on technique rather than understanding. History of magic was taught by a ghost, literally. Professor Binns had apparently died in the staff room, gotten up, and continued teaching without noticing. His classes were so numbingly dull that even Hermione's attention wandered, which Harry had previously believed to be physically impossible. Herbology was practical and grounded. Professor Sprout, a cheerful woman who looked like she'd been assembled from spare parts of the garden, taught with infectious enthusiasm about magical plants. Harry paid close attention. Plants were biological systems. Biological systems followed rules. Rules could be understood, predicted, and manipulated. Astronomy was held at midnight on Wednesdays, which seemed like poor scheduling for 11-year-olds but gave Harry an excuse to be out of bed after hours, which he intended to exploit ruthlessly. And then there was potions. The dungeon classroom was cold and dim and smelled of formaldehyde and something sulfuric. Professor Snape stood at the front like a particularly malevolent crow, black robes, black hair, black eyes, and a demeanor that suggested he viewed first-year students the way a surgeon viewed a tumor. He took the register. When he reached Harry's name, he paused. "Ah, yes," he said softly, and his voice carried the particular silkiness of a man who'd been rehearsing this moment. "Harry Potter, our new celebrity." Laughter from the Slytherin side of the room. Malfoy smirked. Harry kept his expression neutral. Snape began the class with a speech about the subtle art of potion making that was clearly designed to intimidate, and then turned on Harry with the precision of a weapon being aimed. "Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry looked at him. He could feel the hostility radiating off Snape like heat off tarmac. This wasn't pedagogical. This was personal. Something about Harry, or more likely, something about Harry's father, had put a knife between Snape's ribs, and the man intended to twist it. The ghost wanted to annihilate him, not physically, verbally. It had catalogued Snape's body language, identified the insecurity beneath the aggression, mapped the psychological pressure points, and assembled a response that would leave the man emotionally gutted in front of 30 children. Harry didn't use it. Instead, he said, "The draught of living death, sir, a powerful sleeping potion." Snape blinked. He'd expected ignorance. The follow-up questions came faster. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? A goat's stomach, and they're the same plant, also known as aconite." Silence. Snape stared at him, and Harry stared back, and the classroom held its breath. Harry's gaze was steady, respectful, and completely devoid of the arrogance Snape was looking for. There was no smirk, no triumphant superiority. Just a boy who'd done his reading and wasn't afraid of his teacher. Snape's lip curled. "It seems fame isn't everything," he said, and the words were meant to sting, but they didn't quite land because there was nothing to sting against. Harry had given him no purchase. "Well," Snape snapped at the rest of the class, "why aren't you all copying that down?" After class, as students filed out, Snape's eyes followed Harry. There was something new in them, not warmth, nothing close to that, but a reluctant recalibration. He'd expected James Potter's arrogant son. He'd gotten something else entirely, something he couldn't quite categorize, and Severus Snape did not like things he couldn't categorize. Harry felt the scrutiny and filed Snape away in the same mental category as Dumbledore. Dangerous, complicated, and worth understanding before confronting. The troll happened on Halloween. Harry had spent the intervening weeks establishing himself at Hogwarts with the patience and precision of a military campaign disguised as a normal school experience. He attended every class, performed well but not spectacularly. Holding back was physically painful sometimes, especially in charms, where the ghost screamed at him to show them what real spellwork looked like, and built relationships with quiet, genuine care. Ron had become his closest friend, despite the ghost's constant low-grade disapproval. Ron was loyal, funny, emotionally intelligent in ways he didn't recognize in himself, and possessed of a strategic mind that manifested most clearly over the chessboard. They'd played 12 games. Ron had won 11. The 12th was a draw. The ghost was furious. Harry was delighted. He'd finally found someone who could outthink him in at least one domain. Hermione was a more complicated relationship. Their initial intellectual connection had deepened into something Harry didn't have a precise word for, not quite friendship, because Hermione held part of herself back, and so did Harry. They were two people who'd spent their lives being the smartest person in the room, and being in a room with an equal was both thrilling and threatening. They studied together most evenings. Harry was careful to let her teach him things she knew better. She was genuinely better at pure memorization and procedural casting, while sharing his theoretical insights in ways that felt like collaboration rather than condescension. It was delicate work. The ghost had no patience for it, but Harry understood something the ghost never had. The best alliances were built on mutual respect, not mutual need. Neville was a quieter project. Harry helped him with his coursework. Neville was catastrophically bad at potions and only marginally better at everything else, crushed under the weight of expectations and a grandmother who seemed to measure him constantly against a dead father he could never live up to. Harry recognized the dynamic. He'd lived a version of it himself, measured against a myth. He worked with Neville on confidence more than compet Chapter 2. First impressions are weapons platform 9, and 3/4 smelled like coal smoke and anxiety. Harry stood on the mundane side of the barrier between platforms 9 and 10 at King's Cross Station, trunk at his feet, Hedwig perched in her cage regarding the passing muggles with aristocratic disdain. He'd arrived 2 hours early, not because he was eager, though he was, in a way he refused to fully acknowledge, but because early arrival meant observation time. You learned more about a place by watching it fill up than by arriving in the middle of the crowd. He'd spent the past month well. Every textbook read cover to cover, some twice. Notes filled 3 journals, 2 on magical theory, 1 on the questions the theory refused to answer. The gauntlet had progressed. He'd managed to thread copper wire through its frame in a pattern that, according to the ghost's fragmented memories, should theoretically channel ambient energy. He hadn't tested it with magic yet. That felt like something to do behind very thick walls, far from anything flammable. He'd also practiced wandless magic every night, pushing the raw force inside him through smaller and smaller apertures of will. He could now levitate a coin reliably. He could heat water without touching it. He could, if he concentrated hard enough, feel the electromagnetic spectrum around him like a second skin, the hum of power lines, the chatter of radio waves, the deep subsonic thrum of the earth itself. That last one was new. That last one scared him a little, but the wand had changed everything. The first time he'd cast a proper spell, Lumos, alone in his bedroom at 3 a.m, the light that erupted from the holly wand was so bright it left afterimages on his retinas for 10 minutes. He'd felt the magic flow through the wand like water through a perfectly designed pipe, and the ghost had surged forward with a hunger that was almost physical. More, it demanded, more. This is what we were made for. Harry had put the wand down and not touched it again for 2 days. The intensity of the ghost's reaction frightened him. This was the part he had to be careful about, the line between using Doom's knowledge and being consumed by Doom's appetite, but he'd gone back to it, of course he had. And over the following weeks he'd worked his way through every first-year spell in the textbook plus a handful from the supplementary reading, not just casting them, understanding them. Taking them apart the way he'd taken apart the padlock at age 7, examining every component, every variable, every assumption. What he'd found had confirmed his suspicion. Wizarding magic was breathtakingly powerful and staggeringly unoptimized. The spells worked, yes, but they worked the way a medieval catapult worked, through brute force and accumulated tradition, not through genuine understanding of underlying principles. Nobody seemed to know why a clockwise wrist rotation produced levitation while counterclockwise produced depression. Nobody asked. The spells were taught as procedures, not as expressions of deeper laws. Doom's memories stirred with contempt, and beneath the contempt, excitement, because where there was ignorance, there was opportunity. Harry told the ghost to be quiet and wheeled his trunk toward the barrier. He walked through the brick wall without hesitation. He'd read about the mechanism in Hogwarts, a history, and hypothesized it was a localized spatial fold, not true intangibility, and emerged onto a platform bustling with activity. A scarlet steam engine sat at the platform's edge, belching white smoke. Families clustered along its length, parents hugging children, owls hooting, cats winding between legs. Harry found a compartment near the rear of the train, tactically preferable, fewer passers-by, easier to monitor the corridor in both directions, and stowed his trunk. He placed Hedwig's cage on the seat beside him and opened the window to let in the autumn air. Then he sat back and watched the platform fill. The social stratification was visible from 50 feet. You could sort the families by wealth and status based on the quality of their robes, the condition of their trunks, the confidence with which they moved through the crowd. Some families owned this platform the way Vernon owned his living room, with the bloated assurance of people who'd never been challenged. Others clung to the edges, wide-eyed and overwhelmed, Muggle-borns and their parents, first-generation magical children, dropped into a world they didn't understand. He recognized the dynamic. Every society had its aristocracy and its newcomers. The question was always whether the aristocracy maintained its position through genuine merit or through the simple momentum of inherited advantage. He watched a pale boy with white blonde hair hold court near the front of the train, flanked by 2 large boys who functioned as obvious bodyguards. The boy carried himself with the practiced ease of someone raised to believe the world was his inheritance. Draco Malfoy. Harry knew the name. Hagrid had mentioned the family with undisguised contempt, and the supplementary reading had filled in the details. Old money, old blood, political influence stretching back centuries. A family of redheads was causing a minor commotion near the barrier. A plump woman was trying to organize what appeared to be 5 children, all of them loud and ginger and utterly chaotic. The youngest boy, Harry's age, lanky and freckled, looked slightly green with nervousness. Harry watched them pass through the barrier one by one, and when only the mother and a small girl remained, he turned away because watching them felt intrusive in a way he couldn't explain. Something about the way she kissed each child goodbye made the iron thing in his chest go very quiet. The train lurched, the whistle blew. Platform 9 3/4 began to slide backward, and Harry Potter left the Muggle world behind. He had perhaps 4 minutes of solitude before the compartment door slid open. The red-headed boy stood in the doorway, looking awkward and hopeful. "Anyone sitting there?" he asked, nodding at the empty seat. "Everywhere else is full." It wasn't full. Harry had watched the train fill and knew there were at least 6 empty compartments. The boy wanted company, specifically, Harry suspected, the company of the dark-haired boy sitting alone who might or might not be who the redhead thought he was. "Go ahead," Harry said. The boy dropped into the seat with visible relief. "I'm Ron." "Ron Weasley, Harry Potter." Ron's ears went red. His eyes flicked to Harry's forehead, to the scar, barely visible under his fringe, and then away and then back with the irresistible gravity of the forbidden. "So it's true, you've really got the scar?" "Yes." Harry pushed his hair back, no point being coy. The scar was a fact. Facts were only powerful when you controlled their presentation. "Wicked," Ron breathed. Then he seemed to realize that wicked was perhaps not the appropriate response to a murder attempt, and went redder still. "I mean, sorry, everyone talks about you, you know. Mum used to tell us stories." "What kind of stories?" "You know. About you-know-who and how you stopped him when you were just a baby. Nobody knows how you did it. My brother Bill, he works for Gringotts, curse-breaking in Egypt. He says even the goblins were impressed." Harry filed that away. "I don't really remember it. I was one." "What's it like, living with Muggles?" "Educational," Harry said, and left it there. They talked. Ron was open and guileless and deeply insecure in a way that he wore on the outside like a second skin. He was the 6th of 7 children, which meant he lived in the permanent shadow of accomplished older brothers. He had a hand-me-down wand, a hand-me-down rat named Scabbers who slept with the dedication of the professionally unconscious, and a desperate desire to distinguish himself that he didn't know how to channel. Harry listened more than he spoke. People revealed themselves when they felt heard. Ron revealed a loving but financially strained family, a good heart wrapped in self-doubt. Harry felt a genuine warmth toward him that surprised the ghost, which had categorized Ron as low-value asset within 30 seconds. Harry told the ghost firmly to shut up. Ron wasn't an asset. Ron was a person. The compartment door opened again around noon. Draco Malfoy, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. "Is it true?" Malfoy said without preamble, gray eyes fixed on Harry. "They're saying all down the train that Harry Potter's in this compartment." "It is," Harry said. Malfoy looked at him. Really looked with a calculation that surprised Harry. He'd expected arrogance, but this was something sharper. The boy was assessing him, and that immediately made Malfoy more interesting. "This is Crabbe and this is Goyle. My name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Ron made a small noise, not quite a laugh. Malfoy's eyes snapped to him. "Think my name's funny, do you? My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford." He turned back to Harry before Ron could respond. "You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He held out his hand. Harry looked at the hand, then at Malfoy, then at Ron, who had gone red and was clenching his fists. The ghost recognized the political moment instantly, a minor noble extending an alliance offer framed as generosity. "Accept and you gain a foothold in the aristocratic faction. Reject and you make an enemy but solidify a different alliance." In another life, Doom would have accepted the handshake, kept Malfoy close, and discarded him when his utility expired. But Harry wasn't Doom, and Ron was sitting right there, watching. "I appreciate the offer, Malfoy," Harry said. His voice was polite, measured, and carried a weight that made Malfoy's hand falter. "But I think I can figure out the wrong sort for myself." Malfoy's face cycled through surprise, anger, and something colder. He pulled his hand back. "I'd be careful if I were you, Potter. Unless you're a bit politer, you'll go the same way as your parents. They didn't know what was good for them either." The temperature in the compartment dropped, literally. Ron felt it, a sudden chill that made his breath almost visible. Crabbe and Goyle shifted, confused by a threat they could sense but not see. Harry hadn't moved, but something in his eyes changed, and Draco Malfoy, who had been raised among dangerous men and had developed a finely calibrated instinct for the genuinely lethal, took an involuntary step backward. "My parents," Harry said quietly, "knew exactly what they were doing. They died fighting. I choose my words more carefully, Malfoy, if words are the weapons you intend to use." "You're not very good with them yet." The silence that followed was thick enough to taste. Malfoy's jaw was tight, his cheeks pink, and Harry could see the boy recalculating. This was not the grateful orphan he'd expected. "We'll see, Potter," Malfoy said and left. Ron exhaled explosively. Bloody hell, Harry, did you see his face? He'll be back. People like Malfoy always come back. Harry reached for a chocolate frog. His father was a Death Eater, one of Voldemort's inner circle. Ron flinched at the name. Don't say it. Why not? It's a name. Names don't have power unless you give it to them. Ron looked at him strangely. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? Someone more normal. Harry laughed. It was genuine. Ron, I survived a killing curse as a baby and grew up in a cupboard under the stairs. Normal was never on the table. Ron grinned, and they were just two boys on a train again. The compartment door opened a third time about an hour later. A girl with bushy brown hair and an expression of determined purpose stood in the doorway. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Her eyes swept the compartment with the efficiency of a search algorithm. No toad here, Ron said. Oh, are you doing magic? She'd spotted Ron's wand. Let's see then. Ron cleared his throat. Sunshine Daisy's butter mellow turned this stupid fat rat yellow. Nothing happened. Scabbers continued sleeping. Are you sure that's a real spell? The girl said, sitting down uninvited. Well, it's not very good, is it? I've tried a few simple spells just for practice, and it's all worked for me. Nobody in my family's magic at all. It was ever such a surprise when I got my letter, but I was ever so pleased, of course. I've learned all our course books by heart. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way. Who are you? She said all of this in approximately one breath. Ron Weasley, Ron managed, looking dazed. Harry Potter. Her eyes went round. Are you really? I know all about you. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts, and so I've heard. Harry kept his voice mild, but he was studying her. Muggle-born. Brilliant, the kind of brilliant that manifested as compulsive overpreparation and a desperate need to prove belonging. He recognized the pattern because the ghost recognized it. Victor Von Doom had been an outsider too once. You've memorized all the textbooks, Harry asked. Well, yes, haven't you? I've read them, but memorizing and understanding aren't the same thing. She blinked. What do you mean? Take the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa. The textbook gives you the incantation, the wand movement, and a paragraph about channeling your will. But it never explains why that specific incantation works. Why Latin-derived words? What's the relationship between the phonetic structure and the magical effect? Is it the sound that matters or the intent behind the sound? Hermione stared at him. Ron stared at him. Scabbers cracked one eye open. That's actually a really good question, Hermione said. I've got about 300 more. The textbooks are useful as procedural guides, but they're terrible as theoretical frameworks. I noticed that too. She leaned forward, her toad-finding mission apparently forgotten. The Standard Book of Spells barely addresses underlying theory, and the History of Magic textbook is just dates and names, no analysis, no comparative framework, no methodology at all, Harry agreed. It's a culture that treats magic as craft rather than science. Exactly, I thought I was the only one who, she caught herself, and a complicated expression crossed her face, relief and wariness in the beginning of trust. Most people don't think about things like that. Most people don't think about things at all, Harry said. It's one of their more consistent qualities. She laughed, bright and startled, as if she wasn't used to laughing during conversations about magical theory. Ron looked between them with the expression of a man watching tennis played at twice normal speed. Right, Ron said. Are you two going to be like this the whole time? Because I've got chocolate frogs and a much better time over here. Harry grinned. We can do both, Hermione. Chocolate frog. She hesitated, the mission, the toad, Neville, and then sat properly and took the frog. They talked for the next hour. It was the most intellectually satisfying conversation Harry had had in this life. Hermione's mind was extraordinary, not just fast, but organized, rigorous, critical. Ron contributed intermittently, mostly with intuitions about how the magical world actually worked that Hermione's book learning couldn't provide. When Hermione wondered why wizards didn't use electricity, Ron shrugged. Magic and technology don't mix. Put too much magic near a computer and it goes mental. But why? Hermione pressed. Dunno, it just does. Harry filed that away in a mental folder labeled critical. The ghost stirred with predatory focus. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station as night fell, and Hagrid's voice boomed across the platform. Furs years over here. The first years were herded into boats on the edge of a black lake. Harry shared his with Ron, Hermione, and a round-faced, terrified boy who turned out to be Neville Longbottom, the toad loser. What if I can't do any magic? Neville whispered. What if there's been a mistake? You got a letter, Hermione said firmly. The letters don't make mistakes. My gran says I'm almost a squib. Your gran, Harry said quietly, and something in his voice made Neville look up, is wrong. He said it with absolute certainty because he could feel the magic in Neville, faint, not weak, like a fire banked and smothered by fear and low expectations. The boy was a cauldron of potential with the lid screwed on too tight. Doom would have dismissed Neville without a second glance. Harry refused to. Because Harry had been the boy in the cupboard, the nothing, the nobody, and he knew what it felt like when someone looked at you and saw only what you weren't. "Stick with us," Harry told Neville, and Neville's eyes went wide with gratitude. The boats rounded a bend and Hogwarts appeared. Every child in every boat went silent. It was vast, impossible. Towers and turrets and buttresses, lit by 1,000 windows, reflected in the black water like a second castle reaching down into the earth. It sat on the cliff as if the rock itself had decided to become architecture. And the magic, Harry felt it like a wall of heat. Layer upon layer, 1,000 years of spellwork woven into every stone, wards and enchantments so deep and complex that untangling them would take lifetimes. The ghost rose up, and for once Harry didn't push it back. Because the ghost was awed too. In all of Doom's memories, the cosmic battles, the dimensional travel, there was nothing quite like this. An entire castle made into a single living magical instrument. "Beautiful," Harry whispered, and meant it with both halves of himself. They disembarked and climbed stone steps to the castle entrance, where Professor McGonagall, tall, severe, emerald robes, met them with a gaze that could cut glass. She explained the 4 houses with practiced efficiency and left them in a side chamber to wait. Harry used the time to study the other first years. Malfoy was holding court in one corner, performing confidence for an audience of Slytherin-bound purebloods. Neville was whispering frantically to his toad. Hermione was reciting spells under her breath. Ron was turning green. McGonagall returned and led them into the great hall. 4 long tables, hundreds of students, thousands of floating candles, and above them no ceiling, just sky, stars, and clouds, a permanent illusion of such scale that the ghost immediately began calculating energy requirements and short-circuited. At the staff table sat Albus Dumbledore. Long silver beard, half-moon spectacles, robes covered in small golden stars that actually moved. He looked like a children's illustration of a wizard, which Harry suspected was entirely deliberate. The most dangerous people in the world were the ones who looked harmless. Dumbledore's blue eyes swept the first years and found Harry, and they lingered, just for a moment, just long enough for Harry to feel the brush of something against his thoughts, light, delicate, like a butterfly landing on a window. The ghost slammed down like a portcullis. Mental defenses that Victor Von Doom had spent decades constructing, walls of iron will, mazes of misdirection, traps of psychic feedback, surged into place with a speed that startled even Harry. Dumbledore's eyes widened, fractionally. Most people wouldn't have noticed. Harry noticed. And Dumbledore noticed Harry noticing, and something passed between them, not words but an acknowledgement. "I see you seeing me." Then Dumbledore smiled, genial and warm, and looked away. Harry's heart was beating very fast. McGonagall placed a stool at the front and set upon it a battered wizard's hat. It sang a song about the 4 houses. Harry listened and thought about the kind of society that let enchanted headwear determine the social trajectory of 11-year-olds. Sort children by temperament, house them together for 7 years, give them an identity and rivals, and you'd produce exactly the stratified, tribal society that was easy to govern and hard to unite. "Divide and rule," the ghost murmured, "the oldest trick." The sorting began. Granger, Hermione, the hat considered then. Gryffindor, Hermione beamed. Longbottom, Neville, nearly 4 minutes on the stool, hands white-knuckled. Gryffindor, Neville nearly fell off the stool and forgot to return the hat. Malfoy, Draco, the hat barely touched his head. Slytherin, Malfoy strutted to his table. Potter, Harry, the great hall went silent. Then whispers, a sound like wind through leaves. Harry walked to the stool, sat, the hat dropped over his eyes. "Well, well, well," said a small voice in his ear. "This is unprecedented." Harry waited. 2 souls, no, not quite. One soul with the memories of another, the architecture of a previous life overlaid on a new one. "I've seen prodigies, I've seen old souls, I have never seen anything like you." "I imagine not," Harry thought. "The king wants Slytherin, oh how he wants it. The ambition alone would qualify you 10 times over. Salazar himself would have wept. I don't want Slytherin, number, and that's what makes you interesting." The hat's voice turned thoughtful. He would use Slytherin as a stepping stone. "You see Gryffindor as something else. A shield, yes, camouflage, but also, and this is the part you won't admit to yourself, you genuinely want to be brave. The king was fearless, which is different. Bravery requires the capacity for fear and the choice to act anyway. You have that, he never did." Harry said nothing. The observation cut deep. You could be terrifyingly great in Slytherin, but the person you're trying to become doesn't live there. The person you're trying to become chooses courage over calculation, at least some of the time, and that makes you Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table exploded. The Weasley twins chanted, "We got Potter, we got Potter." Ron cheered. Hermione beamed. Neville looked close to tears. Harry removed the hat and met Dumbledore's eyes across the hall. The headmaster clapped politely, but his blue eyes were sharp, pressing against Harry's defenses like water against a dam. I know you know, Harry thought. Let's see who blinks first. He sat between Ron and Hermione, and the feast began. The food appeared on golden plates, mass teleportation from the kitchens below. Ron ate like he was training for it. Hermione had propped a textbook against the pumpkin juice. Neville ate nervously. Around them, conversation swirled, warm and chaotic, and Harry let it wash over him and felt something unfamiliar. This was what belonging felt like. Don't get comfortable, the ghost warned. Comfort is the enemy of vigilance. Harry took a second helping of treacle tart and told the ghost to sod off. After the feast, Dumbledore made announcements. The third-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds to anyone who didn't wish to die a very painful death. The Forbidden Forest was forbidden. Quidditch tryouts in the second week. Harry heard the third-floor announcement and began running scenarios immediately. An entire corridor declared fatal in a school full of children. Either Dumbledore was protecting something, testing something, or both. Percy Weasley led the first years to Gryffindor Tower through shifting corridors and moving staircases. Harry memorized every turn, every landmark, every exit. The common room was round and warm, scarlet and gold. Password, Caput Draconis. Latin, dragon's head. Harry smiled thinly at an irony only he could appreciate. In the first-year boys' dormitory, Harry claimed the bed nearest the window and began unpacking. His trunk's false bottom held the gauntlet, 3 electronic devices, and 4 journals of notes. Ron flopped onto his bed. I'm so full I might die. What a way to go. The other boys, Neville, Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas, settled in around them. Normal boys, normal life. Harry watched them and felt the ghost recede just slightly. This was Harry's world. These were Harry's people. He lay in bed and listened to his dormmates fall asleep. Castle settled around them like a living thing, its magic humming through the stones. Harry stared at the canopy and planned, tomorrow, classes. He would be unremarkable in all the ways that mattered. He would learn the castle's secrets. He would watch Dumbledore. He would build friendships, not assets, friends. And he would find out what was on the 3rd floor. The first week of classes confirmed every hypothesis Harry had formed about wizarding education. Transfiguration, taught by McGonagall, was rigorous. She turned her desk into a pig on the first day, which was impressive as a demonstration and terrifying as a display of casual power. The underlying theory, however, was presented as rules rather than a framework. You did X and Y happened. Why? Because magic. Charms taught by the tiny, enthusiastic Professor Flitwick was more playful but equally shallow in its theoretical foundations. Flitwick was an exceptional practitioner, a former dueling champion, but his teaching focused on technique over understanding. History of magic was taught by a ghost, literally. Professor Binns had died in the staff room and kept teaching without noticing. His lessons were so dull that even Hermione's attention wandered. Then there was potions. The dungeon classroom was cold and smelled of formaldehyde. Professor Snape stood at the front like a malevolent crow, black robes, black hair, black eyes that contained the warmth of a surgical instrument. He took the register and paused at Harry's name. Ah yes, Harry Potter, our new celebrity. Slytherin laughter. Malfoy smirked. Harry kept his face neutral. Snape opened with a speech about the subtle art of potion making, then turned on Harry. Potter, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry could feel the hostility radiating off Snape. This wasn't pedagogical. This was personal. Something about Harry's father had put a knife between Snape's ribs. The ghost wanted to annihilate him verbally. Had already catalogued Snape's insecurities, mapped the psychological pressure points, assembled a response that would leave the man emotionally gutted in front of 30 children. Harry didn't use it. The draft of living death, sir. Snape blinked. Follow-ups came rapid fire. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? A goat's stomach, and they're the same plant, also known as aconite. Silence. Snape stared. Harry stared back, steady, respectful, with no trace of the arrogance Snape was hunting for. It seems fame isn't everything, Snape said, but the words didn't land because there was nothing to land against. Well, he snapped at the class. Why aren't you copying that down? After class, Snape's eyes followed Harry with something new, not warmth, but a reluctant recalibration. He'd expected James Potter's arrogant son. He'd gotten something else. Harry filed Snape in the same category as Dumbledore, dangerous, complicated, worth understanding before confronting. The weeks between September and Halloween passed in a rhythm that Harry controlled with careful precision. In class, he performed well but not spectacularly. Holding back was physically painful sometimes, especially in charms, where the ghost screamed at him to show them what real spellwork looked like. But spectacular drew attention, and attention drew scrutiny, and scrutiny from Dumbledore was the last thing he needed while he was still mapping the castle's secrets. He found the room of requirement on a Tuesday. It wasn't in any book. He'd been walking the 7th floor after curfew. His astronomy class schedule gave him cover for late-night wandering, and he developed a mental map of Mrs. Norris's patrol patterns and Filch's blind spots, when he noticed a stretch of wall opposite a tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy that felt different. Not visually, magically. The wall thrummed with concealed potential, like a door that wanted to be found but would only open for someone who knew how to ask. Harry paced in front of it, thinking, I need a place to work, a workshop, somewhere private, somewhere safe, somewhere I can build. A door materialized in the stone. Behind it was a room that made the ghost sing with recognition. A workbench, solid oak, stocked with tools, not just wizard tools, but muggle ones too. Hammers and screwdrivers alongside enchanted calipers and self-correcting rulers. Shelves of raw materials, metals, wires, crystals, wood. A forge in one corner, dormant but ready. Books lining one wall, advanced magical theory, enchantment primers, texts on metallurgy and runic arrays. The room had read his mind and built him a laboratory. Harry stepped inside, closed the door, and stood in the center of the room, and for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, he let the ghost fully surface. Not to take control, never that, but to look through Harry's eyes with full attention, to assess what they had and what they needed to begin, at last, the real work. Harry pulled the gauntlet from inside his robes. He'd been carrying it everywhere, shrunken with a charm he'd found in a 4th-year textbook and modified to last longer than the standard version. He set it on the workbench and restored it to full size. The gauntlet sat there, crude and incomplete, and the ghost looked at it and saw not what it was but what it would become. In another life, Victor Von Doom had built a suit of armor that made him the equal of gods. He'd done it with technology, circuitry and servos and repulsor systems, augmented with sorcery, refined over decades of obsessive iteration. This world didn't have that technology, but it had something better. It had magic that could be woven into physical objects, enchantments that could give metal properties that physics wouldn't allow, runes that could store and channel energy in ways that made batteries look like candles next to the sun. Harry picked up a tool and began to work. He came back every night, 2 hours, sometimes 3, after his doormates fell asleep. He'd slip out under no cloak of invisibility, he didn't have one, and the ghost considered them an inelegant solution anyway, but rather by simply knowing the castle's rhythms. Which corridors the ghosts favored, which staircases Peeves haunted, where Filch's cat prowled and where she didn't, the gauntlet evolved. He reinforced the frame with goblin-forged steel he found in the room's supplies. He inscribed runes along the forearm, not the decorative runes taught in 3rd year, but functional ones, drawn from the ghost's memories of a different magical tradition. Runes of channeling, of amplification, of protection. He didn't fully understand all of them yet. Some were clear as daylight, others were half-remembered, fragments that he had to reconstruct through experimentation. The first successful enchantment made him laugh out loud in the empty room. He'd inscribed a basic kinetic absorption rune on the knuckle plate, and activated it by pushing magic through the copper wire threading. The rune lit up, a faint green glow, there and gone, and when he punched the workbench, the impact was absorbed entirely. No pain, no recoil. The energy went somewhere into the rune, stored, waiting. A second punch released it. The workbench cracked down the middle. Harry stared at the broken wood. The ghost purred. Harry repaired the bench with a wave of his wand and sat down and wrote in his journal for an hour, documenting everything, the rune configuration, the energy input, the output, the ratio between stored and released force. This was science, magical science, and no one in this world was doing it. The gauntlet was far from finished. It was still crude, still limited, still more proof of concept than weapon, but it worked. Magic and technology, married in a way that the wizarding world said was impossible, functioning in harmony because Harry refused to accept that 2 forms of energy couldn't coexist. He hid it in the room of requirement when he wasn't working on it. The room obligingly provided a safe that only opened to his magical signature. Meanwhile, his friendships deepened. Ron was his anchor to normalcy. Chess games in the common room, Ron won most of them, which delighted the ghost's competitive streak even as it infuriated it. Conversations about Quidditch, about food, about Ron's brothers, about nothing important at all. Ron had a gift for making the mundane entertaining, and Harry needed that more than he'd ever admit. The ghost existed in a permanent state of strategic analysis. Ron forced Harry to just be sometimes. They had their tensions. Ron was perceptive enough to notice that Harry held things back and insecure enough to take it personally. "You never talk about your family," Ron said one evening, sprawled on his bed with a half-eaten cauldron cake. "The Muggles, I mean, there's not much to talk about. See, you do that. You say something that sounds like an answer but isn't. Harry looked at him, and for a moment the ghost wanted to deflect, redirect, close the conversation down. Instead, Harry said, "They weren't kind to me, Ron. I don't talk about it because talking about it doesn't change it." Ron's ears went red, not with embarrassment this time, but with anger on Harry's behalf. "That's rubbish. You shouldn't have had to. I mean, Mum would have if she'd known." "I know." And Harry did know. He'd watched the Weasleys on the platform. Molly Weasley would have fed and sheltered any child who needed it. It was a truth so simple and so generous that the ghost didn't know what to do with it. "Your mum's a good person. She's mental, is what she is, but yeah. She'd have taken you in without blinking." Something passed between them, not a dramatic moment, not a declaration, just a quiet settling. Ron nodded once and changed the subject to the Chudley Cannons, and the tension drained away, and they were friends in a way that felt a fraction more real than before. Hermione was a different kind of relationship, sharper, more demanding, more rewarding. They studied together most evenings in the library, and their sessions had evolved from mutual review into genuine collaboration. Hermione was better at pure retention and procedural accuracy. She could cast the levitation charm perfectly before anyone else in their year, her wand movement precise to the millimeter. Harry was better at theory, at asking why, at seeing connections between disparate fields that no one else thought to connect. "You think differently," Hermione told him one night, looking up from an essay on switching spells. "Not just faster, differently. Like you're seeing magic from an angle that doesn't exist in any of the textbooks." "Maybe because I didn't grow up with magic," Harry said, which was a half-truth. "When you come from outside a system, you see the things people inside it take for granted. I came from outside too. I don't see what you see. You came from outside wizarding culture. I came from outside the assumption that magic and science are separate things." She leaned forward. She always leaned forward when she was interested, as if the information might escape if she didn't close the distance. "What do you mean?" "Magic is energy, Hermione. It has rules. It follows patterns. Just because wizards don't describe those rules in mathematical terms doesn't mean the rules don't exist. If we could figure out the underlying mathematics of magic, actually model it, the way physicists model gravity, we could do things that no one's ever done." Her eyes were very bright. That's an enormous claim. "I know. You'd need to essentially build a new field of study from scratch." "I know that too." She stared at him for a long moment, and he could see her mind working, not just on the idea but on him. She was trying to figure him out. She'd been trying since the train, and she hadn't managed it yet, and the not knowing drove her slightly mad. "Who are you, Harry Potter?" she asked softly. It was the same question he'd asked the ghost in his cupboard years ago. He gave her the same answer he'd given himself, none at all. He just smiled and changed the subject, but something had shifted between them. Hermione didn't trust easily. She'd spent her pre-Hogwarts life being the odd one out, the girl who was too smart and too eager and too much. Finding someone who matched her intellectually was disorienting. Finding someone who matched her and also held back was maddening. Harry knew he was being unfair. He knew that his secrecy created an imbalance in their friendship that Hermione felt even if she couldn't name it. But the alternative, the truth, the ghost, the dreams, the gauntlet in the hidden room was impossible. Not yet, maybe not ever. Neville was the relationship that surprised him most. He'd started helping Neville with potions. The boy was so terrified of Snape that his hands shook, which made him clumsy, which made Snape cruel, which made the shaking worse. A vicious cycle that Harry recognized as systematic psychological destruction, whether Snape intended it that way or not. Harry sat next to Neville in potions and talked him through each step. Not loudly, Snape would have found a way to punish that, quietly. A murmured instruction here, a steadying hand there. When Neville's potion turned the right color for the first time, the look on the boy's face was worth more than any grade. But it was outside of class that Neville surprised him. They were in the common room one evening when the conversation turned to families, and Neville said quietly, with the careful precision of someone handling fragile glass, "My parents are in St. Mungo's, the hospital. They were tortured after the war by Death Eaters. The Cruciate is cursed. They don't recognize me." The common room continued around them. Ron was playing chess with Seamus. Hermione was reading. Nobody was listening. "They're alive," Neville said, "but they're not there. Mum gives me sweet wrappers sometimes. I think she's trying to give me presents, but she doesn't really know what presents are anymore." Harry said nothing for a long moment. The ghost was silent too, not calculating, not strategizing, just still, because this was a grief that Doom understood, not the specifics but the shape of it. A parent destroyed, a wound that never closed because the person you'd lost was still technically present, still breathing, still looking at you with eyes that had forgotten your name. "I keep the wrappers," Neville said, and his voice cracked slightly. Harry put his hand on Neville's shoulder. Not a pat, not a squeeze, just contact, presence, an anchor. That's not weakness, Neville, Harry said. That's the bravest thing I've ever heard. Neville looked at him with wide, wet eyes, and Harry saw something kindle in them, small and fragile but real. A spark. Harry made a quiet promise to himself that he would feed that spark until it was a fire, not because Neville was useful, because Neville deserved it. Doom would not have understood. Harry didn't care. Halloween arrived with the smell of pumpkin and the particular chaos of a castle full of excited children. The great hall was decorated magnificently, live bats swooping, jack-o'-lanterns the size of small cars, enchanted cobwebs that sparkled with dew that wasn't there. Harry was not in the great hall when the troll arrived. Neither was Hermione. They'd had a fight. Not a real fight, a collision of personalities that had been building for weeks. Charms class that morning, Flitwick teaching the levitation charm. Hermione had corrected Ron's pronunciation. It's Leviosa, not Leviosa, with a precision that was technically accurate and socially devastating. Ron, humiliated, had muttered to Seamus on the way out, "It's no wonder no one can stand her. She's a nightmare, honestly." Hermione had heard. She'd walked past them with her chin up and her eyes bright with tears she refused to shed, and she'd spent the rest of the day in the girls' bathroom, and Harry had known about it and done nothing, and the ghost had said interpersonal drama is irrelevant to our objectives, and Harry had listened. And now it was Halloween evening and Hermione was alone in a bathroom and Harry was sitting at the feast feeling like a coward, because that's what it was, not strategic restraint, not emotional detachment. Cowardice. He'd seen someone hurt and chosen an action because getting involved was messy and complicated, and the ghost didn't see the point. Victor Von Doom had been a coward too, in this specific way. Brilliant at solving problems that involved power and intellect, terrible at solving problems that required vulnerability. He'd let people suffer rather than risk the discomfort of emotional engagement, and he'd called it pragmatism, and it was the lie at the center of his entire legacy. Harry was staring at his plate, the treacle tart tasteless in his mouth, when the doors burst open and Professor Quirrell sprinted into the hall. Troll. "In the dungeons, thought you ought to know," he fainted, or appeared to faint. Harry's eyes narrowed and the ghost flagged it instantly. The feint was too dramatic, too perfectly timed. Quirrell was a nervous, stammering man who seemed afraid of his own shadow, and something about the performance felt wrong. Like watching a bad actor commit too hard to a bit. But there was no time to analyze because the hall erupted into screaming chaos and Dumbledore's voice cracked like a whip. Silence, and prefects were ordered to lead students to their common rooms, and in the press of bodies and panic, Harry grabbed Ron's arm and pulled him sideways against the current. "Hermione doesn't know about the troll," Harry said. Ron's face went through guilt, fear, and resolution in about 1 second. Bathroom, girls' bathroom on the first floor. They ran. The corridor was empty. Everyone was either in the great hall or heading to their common rooms. Harry moved fast and quiet, the ghost overlaying tactical awareness on his senses, listening for footsteps, watching for movement, feeling the air for magical disturbance. He smelled the troll before he saw it, a stench like an open sewer mixed with old socks, biological and overwhelming. It was enormous, 12 feet tall, gray-skinned, with a head like a malformed boulder and a club the size of a small tree. It moved with the lumbering, stupid menace of something that didn't need to be clever because it was big enough that cleverness was irrelevant. It was walking into the girls' bathroom. They heard Hermione scream. Ron went white, Harry went cold. The ghost surged forward and Harry let it, not all the way, not into control, but into partnership. His vision sharpened, his heartbeat slowed. The fear was still there, but it was contained now, boxed and shelved, because fear was useful when it motivated and lethal when it paralyzed. They charged through the door. The bathroom was destroyed, sinks ripped from walls, stalls smashed, water spraying everywhere. Hermione was backed into a corner, soaked and shaking, with the troll looming over her, club raised. In the original version of this story, the one where Harry was just a boy, he would have panicked, jumped on the troll's back, shoved his wand up its nose, stumbled into victory through luck and desperation. Harry did not panic, he assessed. 2 seconds, no more. The troll was big, strong, and stupid. Its skin was magically resistant. Most first-year spells would bounce off. The club was its primary weapon and also its primary vulnerability. It was heavy, which meant slow follow-through and exploitable recovery time. The bathroom was tight quarters, which limited the troll's mobility, but also their own. "Ron," Harry said, his voice carrying with calm authority that cut through the chaos. "When I say now, cast the levitation charm on its club, not the troll, the club. I can't, I've never, you can. You're good at this, you just need to stop thinking about it. Wingardium Leviosa, remember the wrist movement, swish and flick, you've got this." Ron's face was a battlefield terror fighting determination. The troll swung its club downward at Hermione, who threw herself sideways. The club smashed into the stone floor and the whole room shook, tiles cracking, water erupting from a shattered pipe. Hermione scrambled behind a row of broken sinks, buying seconds. Harry moved. Not toward the troll, that was suicide, but laterally, circling, putting himself in the creature's peripheral vision. He grabbed a chunk of broken porcelain from the floor and hurled it at the troll's head. It connected with a crack that echoed off the walls. The troll turned, slowly, stupidly, like a ship changing course. Its small, dull eyes found Harry and it grunted, a sound like a boulder clearing its throat, and raised the club again. "Now," Harry shouted. Ron's voice rang out, high and desperate and perfect. "Wingardium Leviosa." The club jerked out of the troll's grip. It rose 5 feet 10, 15, wobbling slightly in the air as Ron's face contorted with effort. The troll looked up at its own weapon with an expression of baffled betrayal, like a dog whose bone had developed opinions. Ron's concentration broke. The club fell. 12 feet of solid oak, accelerated by gravity, dropped directly onto the troll's skull with a sound like a watermelon hitting concrete from a rooftop. The troll swayed, its eyes crossed. It toppled forward like a felled tree, hitting the flooded bathroom floor with an impact that sent a wave of dirty water washing over all three of them. Silence, dripping water, heavy, rasping breathing, the trolls, unconscious but alive. Harry stood in the wrecked bathroom, soaked to the skin, heart hammering, and felt the ghost retreat with something that might have been approval. Clean, efficient, minimal risk. Doom would have done it differently. Doom would have killed the thing, but this was Harry's way, and it had worked. Ron was staring at his own wand like it had betrayed a secret. You just knocked out a mountain troll with its own club," Harry confirmed. "That's going to be hard to top." Hermione hadn't moved from behind the sinks. She was shaking, her face white, her robes torn and soaked. Harry crossed the bathroom, stepping over the troll's outstretched arm, and crouched beside her. "Hermione." "It's down, you're safe." She looked at him with eyes that were huge and dark with shock, and then her face crumpled and she grabbed the front of his robes and held on, and Harry let her, because the ghost didn't get a vote on this one. He put his arm around her shoulders and felt her shaking, and felt the iron thing in his chest crack, just slightly, along a fault line he hadn't known was there. He'd almost let this happen. He'd almost stayed in the great hall eating treacle tart while his friend faced a troll alone. The ghost's pragmatism had nearly cost Hermione Granger her life. Never again, Harry told the ghost, and it was not a request. It was an edict, a line drawn in iron and blood. "We do not abandon our people, ever. That is the rule. That is the only rule that matters." The ghost was silent. But something shifted in the architecture of Harry's mind. A wall came down, a bridge went up. Not a surrender, a negotiation. The ghost understood loyalty. It had been loyal to Latveria, to its people, with a ferocity that burned nations. It simply hadn't recognized these children as its people yet. Now it did. Footsteps in the corridor. McGonagall burst through the door, followed by Snape and Quirrell. McGonagall took one look at the unconscious troll, the destroyed bathroom, and 3 soaking wet first years, and her lips went so thin they nearly disappeared. "What on earth? Explain yourselves." Ron opened his mouth. Harry opened his, but Hermione got there first. "It was my fault, Professor McGonagall." Harry and Ron stared at her. She'd straightened up, wiped her face, and was lying to a teacher with a composure that Harry found genuinely impressive. "I went looking for the troll because I'd read about them and I thought I could deal with it on my own. If Harry and Ron hadn't come and found me, I'd probably be dead." McGonagall's expression shifted through several phases: disbelief, suspicion, reluctant assessment. She looked at Harry. Harry kept his face neutral. "Be that as it may, Miss Granger, it was an extremely foolish thing to do. 5 points from Gryffindor for your serious lack of judgment." She turned to Harry and Ron. "As for you two, not many first-year students could take on a fully grown mountain troll. 5 points each to Gryffindor." She left. Quirrell lingered, staring at the troll with an expression that didn't quite match the terror he was projecting. Harry watched him, the nervous hands, the twitching turban, the way his eyes moved too quickly, cataloging the scene with an intelligence that his stammering persona contradicted. And Harry felt something, not from Quirrell himself, but from the turban. A pulse of magic, dark, oily, wrong, that brushed against his scar and made it sting. The ghost recoiled. Whatever was under that turban was not a fashion choice. Quirrell caught Harry watching, and their eyes met, and for just a fraction of a second the stammering mask slipped and something ancient and hungry looked out through Quirrell's watery eyes. Then it was gone. Quirrell hurried away, muttering about trolls and dungeons. Harry touched his scar. It was warm. "Target acquired," the ghost said. Harry said nothing, but he agreed. The three of them walked back to Gryffindor Tower in silence, the particular silence of people who have been through something together and are still processing what it means. At the portrait hole, Hermione stopped. "Thank you," she said, "both of you." She stopped, started again. Nobody's ever, most people wouldn't have. She stopped a second time and just looked at them, and the gratitude in her face was so raw and so unguarded that even Ron's ears went red. "What are friends for?" Ron said gruffly, and then looked surprised at his own words as if they'd come from somewhere deeper than his usual verbal processing center. Hermione smiled. It was small and fragile and absolutely real, and it transformed her face, and Harry thought, this is what Doom never had. This is the variable that changes everything. They went to bed. Ron fell asleep almost immediately, processing trauma the way 11-year-old boys often did, by refusing to process it at all. Harry lay awake, staring at the canopy, running the evening through his mind. The troll hadn't wandered into the castle on its own. Someone had let it in. The timing during the feast, when the entire school was gathered in one place, was too convenient, and Quirrell's performance, the dramatic entrance and the theatrical feint, was designed to create chaos, to empty the great hall. To clear the path to the third-floor corridor, Harry closed his eyes and let the ghost build the model. Quirrell was after whatever Dumbledore was protecting. The troll was a diversion. Harry had noticed the man's limp at dinner, barely concealed, and the dark stain on his robes that could have been blood had apparently gone to the third floor to intercept. Which meant Snape knew what Quirrell was doing or suspected it. And Dumbledore had sent the students to their common rooms and gone. Where? To the third floor himself, or had he allowed the situation to develop, watching to see who moved and who stayed? The old man was playing chess. Harry could feel it. The entire year, the Forbidden Corridor announcement, the security measures that were suspiciously penetrable by determined students, the hiring of a defense teacher who was obviously compromised, was a game board, and Harry was beginning to suspect that he was one of the pieces. The question was whether to play along or flip the board. Not yet, the ghost counseled. Observe, gather data, understand the full scope of the game before making your move. Patience won more empires than aggression. For once, Harry and the ghost were in complete agreement. He rolled over and closed his eyes. Tomorrow, he would start watching Quirrell in earnest. Tomorrow, he would map the third-floor corridor's defenses. Tomorrow, the real game would begin. But tonight, he let himself feel something simple. He had friends, real friends, tested by fire or at least by troll. Hermione, who'd lied for them. Ron, who'd cast the spell of his life when it mattered most. Neville, who kept sweet wrappers from a mother who'd forgotten his name and called it love. The ghost didn't understand. The ghost saw vulnerabilities, dependencies, attack surfaces. Harry saw something else. He saw the beginning of something that Victor Von Doom had built castles and conquered nations to avoid needing: a family. He fell asleep with a hand resting on his wand under the pillow and a faint, unconscious smile on his face. In the room of requirement, 7 floors above, the gauntlet sat in its safe, waiting. In the third-floor corridor, a 3-headed dog guarded a trapdoor. In a turban wrapped around a ruined head, something dark and formless dreamed of return. And in his tower office, Albus Dumbledore sat behind his desk, sucking a lemon drop, staring at a small silver instrument that was spinning in a way it had never spun before. It monitored the magical signature of Harry Potter. It had been designed to detect anomalies, surges, fluctuations, anything that deviated from the expected pattern of an 11-year-old wizard. It was spinning because the signature it was reading wasn't that of an 11-year-old wizard. It was layered, dense, ancient, like looking at a palimpsest, a document written over a document, the older text bleeding through. Dumbledore watched the instrument spin and did not reach for a lemon drop and did not smile. "What are you, my boy?" He murmured to the empty room. The instrument offered no answer. It just kept spinning, round and round, tracing the outline of something it had never been built to measure. 7 floors below, Harry Potter slept and dreamed of iron masks and green cloaks and a throne he hadn't built yet but could feel waiting for him, somewhere in the future, patient as stone. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Iron and Wan. November came to Scotland like a slow exhale of cold, the mountains around Hogwarts going grey and skeletal, the lake turning the color of hammered pewter. Harry barely noticed. He was underground most nights now, not literally, though the dungeons featured in his wanderings, but metaphorically. Submerged in work that no one else knew about, building something that no one else could understand. The room of requirement had become his second home. He'd refined his schedule to a science. Bed at 10 with his dormmates, feigning sleep until Ron's snoring hit its characteristic rhythm, a stuttering 3-beat pattern that could be heard through a closed door, let alone across a room. Then up, silent as thought, barefoot across the cold stone floor, wand in his sleeve and the Marauder's map nowhere in his possession because he didn't know it existed yet. He navigated by memory and instinct, the ghost overlaying patrol patterns and timing intervals on his mental model of the castle with the precision of a military intelligence operation. He'd mapped Mrs. Norris's routes within his first 3 weeks. The cat was methodical, too methodical actually, which confirmed his suspicion that she was magically enhanced in some way. Filch himself was easier to avoid. The man was loud, bitter, and predictable, and his arthritis made stealth impossible. The ghosts were wild cards, but most of them were so absorbed in their own centuries-old dramas that a first year slipping through the corridors barely registered. Peeves was the only genuine threat, and Harry had solved that problem with an approach that would have made Doom proud. He'd cornered the poltergeist in an empty classroom on the 4th floor during his second week of nighttime operation. Peeves had swooped down with cackling glee, clearly intending to raise an alarm, and Harry had looked at him and said very quietly, "I know how to banish you." Peeves stopped cackling. His bulging eyes narrowed. Eichel Firsty thinks he can threaten Peevesy. Not a threat, a statement of capability. I've read the enchantment matrix that binds you to this castle. It's in the restricted section, Hogwarts, an architectural history of enchantment, 3rd shelf from the left, behind the copy of most potent potions that someone's hidden a butterbeer stain on. The binding is old, strong, but it has maintenance clauses. If a resident of the castle with sufficient magical authority petitions the wards directly, the binding can be modified. This was true. Harry had found the book during a legitimately authorized library visit. Flitwick had given him a pass to research the theoretical basis of charm anchoring for an extra credit essay, and had read the relevant section with the focused intensity of someone who understood that information about a building's security architecture was always valuable. Peeves floated in silence for a long moment. He was old, older than any ghost in the castle, possibly older than the castle itself. He understood power dynamics in a way that the living often didn't, because he'd watched 1,000 years of them play out from the rafters. "What does Eichel Potter want?" Peeves asked, and his voice was different now. Not friendly, Peeves didn't do friendly, but respectful, wary, the voice of someone who'd recognized a predator. "2 things. First, you never reveal my presence when I'm walking the castle at night. Second, you tell me if anyone else is doing the same. And what does Peevesy get?" "I don't modify your binding," and Harry paused, allowing a smile that was pure doom. "I'll tell you the passwords to the Slytherin common room whenever they change. Do with that what you will." Peeves's face split into a grin of such malicious delight that it was nearly beautiful. "Oh, Peevesy likes this one. Peevesy likes this one very much." They had an understanding after that. Harry walked the corridors unmolested, and the Slytherin common room suffered a series of inexplicable pranking incidents that drove Snape to distraction and made the Weasley twins regard Peeves with newfound professional respect. The room of requirement waited for him every night, faithful as a dog. He'd pace 3 times, "I need my workshop, I need my workshop, I need my workshop," and the door would appear and he'd step inside, and the world would contract to the workbench, the tools, the gauntlet, and the ghost. By the 2nd week of November, the gauntlet had become something real, not finished, not even close, but functional in ways that mattered. The frame was solid now, goblin-forged steel layered with a nickel alloy he'd found in the room's supplies, light enough to wear without fatigue, strong enough to stop a blade. The articulation was smooth, each finger joint moving with a fluidity that owed more to magic than engineering. He'd enchanted the joints with a friction reduction charm that he'd reverse-engineered from a similar enchantment on a self-stirring cauldron. The rune work was where the real progress lived. He'd inscribed 7 runes along the forearm plate, each one representing a different function. 3 were active, the kinetic absorption rune on the knuckles, a basic shielding rune on the back of the hand that could project a 6-inch barrier of condensed magical energy, and an amplification rune at the wrist that boosted his spellcasting by roughly 30% when he channeled magic through the gauntlet instead of his wand. The other 4 were theoretical. He designed them on paper, worked out the energy requirements, sketched the geometric configurations. But inscribing a rune was delicate work. One misaligned angle and the whole array could cascade, and cascading rune arrays had a tendency to explode. The ghost had memories of a laboratory in the Carpathian Mountains that had been destroyed by exactly that kind of failure. The crater was still there last time the ghost checked, which was admittedly in another universe. Harry was patient. Doom had been many things, but patient was not typically among them. The man had been driven by a fury that demanded immediate, total solutions. Harry tempered that fury with something the ghost grudgingly acknowledged was wisdom. He was 11. He had time. The gauntlet would be finished when it was finished, and rushing would only produce an inferior product or a missing hand. He worked on it for 2 hours every night, then spent a third hour on pure magical practice. The room provided training dummies, enchanted mannequins that could absorb spells without damage, and Harry worked through the first-year curriculum and into second and third-year material, pushing his casting speed, his accuracy, his efficiency. The ghost critiqued relentlessly. Too slow. Your wand arm drops between casts, half a second of vulnerability. Your shield charm collapses under sustained pressure because you're powering it with emotion instead of structured will. Again, it was exhausting. It was exhilarating. It was the closest thing to happiness the ghost had felt in either lifetime, this marriage of work and purpose and the steady, measurable growth of capability. And every night when Harry finally returned to his dormitory and slipped into bed with aching hands and a buzzing mind, he'd lie in the dark and feel the castle breathe around him and think, I'm building something, I don't know what yet, but it's mine and it's real and no one can take it from me. The morning after his first successful test of the shielding rune, Harry sat in the great hall eating toast and feeling quietly magnificent, and Hermione dropped into the seat across from him with the particular energy of someone who discovered something and intended to share it whether you wanted her to or not. You weren't in your dormitory at 2 in the morning, she said. Harry's toast paused halfway to his mouth. How would you know that? I couldn't sleep. I went down to the common room to read. You came through the portrait hole at 3:17. Your hands were dirty. There was a burn mark on your left sleeve that you tried to clean with a scouring charm but hadn't fully managed, and you were smiling. Harry looked at her. She looked back with those sharp brown eyes, and he saw the same thing he always saw in Hermione, an intelligence that refused to leave a mystery unsolved, backed by a stubbornness that made the ghost look easygoing. I smile sometimes, Harry said mildly. Not like that. That was a working smile. I recognize it because I make the same face when I've solved a problem. What are you building, Harry? The common room was nearly empty. It was early, most Gryffindors still in bed. Ron was upstairs, dead to the world. Neville was in the greenhouses, tending to some plant he'd adopted. The nearest person was Percy Weasley, who was reading the Daily Prophet with the intense self-importance of someone who believed current events existed for his personal edification. Harry set down his toast. The ghost advised deflection, misdirection, a plausible cover story. Harry considered this advice and discarded it. If I tell you, he said, you have to understand that it stays between us, not because I'm doing anything wrong. Because I'm doing something that nobody in this world has done before, and if the wrong people find out about it before it's ready, they'll either try to stop me or try to take it. Hermione's eyes widened slightly. She didn't look afraid. She looked fascinated. That's a very dramatic statement for 7 in the morning. I'm a dramatic person. Do you want to see it or not? She wanted to see it. He took her to the room of requirement that evening after dinner while Ron was at Quidditch practice. He'd been selected as a reserve for the Gryffindor team after a tryout that had more to do with the Weasley legacy than Ron's actual skill, but the boy was improving rapidly. Harry paced 3 times, thinking of the workshop, and the door appeared, and Hermione watched it materialize with an expression of such intense academic hunger that Harry almost laughed. This is impossible, she said, stepping inside. This room isn't on any floor plan. I've read Hogwarts, a history cover to cover there's no mention of. There's a brief reference in chapter 17, paragraph 9, to a room that is and isn't, that gives and demands, that knows what the seeker needs before the seeker knows themselves. It's attributed to Helga Hufflepuff, and most historians consider it a metaphor. It's not a metaphor. It's an enchanted space that responds to the intent of the user. I think it's connected to the castle's ward network, a kind of overflow chamber, a place where the castle's ambient magic can be shaped by conscious will. The implications are staggering, Hermione finished. She was turning in a slow circle, taking in the workbench, the tools, the shelves of materials, the training dummies, the books. Her eyes snagged on the forge and she stopped. Harry, is that a forge? It's a small one. Why do you have a forge? Harry walked to the workbench, opened the safe with a touch of his hand. It pulsed with green light, recognizing his magical signature, and took out the gauntlet. He set it on the bench between them. Hermione stared at it. The gauntlet caught the torchlight and gleamed, dark steel traced with copper wire and faintly luminous runes, articulated fingers that moved with mechanical precision, a forearm plate inscribed with geometric patterns that were beautiful in their complexity. It looked like something out of a museum or a dream or a war. What is that? Hermione whispered. I call it a focus gauntlet. It channels and amplifies magical energy through a runic matrix embedded in the metalwork. The copper wire acts as a conduit, its wound in a specific pattern that mirrors the energy flow of a wand core, but distributed across a larger surface area. The runes provide specific functions: kinetic absorption, shielding, amplification. The steel frame provides structural integrity and acts as a secondary conduit for ambient magical energy. Hermione hadn't blinked. She reached out, hesitated, and looked at him for permission. He nodded. She picked up the gauntlet with careful hands and turned it over, examining the rune work, the jointing, the wire threading. "You built this," she said, not a question. "Over the past year and a half, yes." "The frame was built at my aunt and uncle's house, using scrap metal and tools from the garage. The magical components were added here, at Hogwarts, over the past 2 months." "Harry, this is—" She stopped, set the gauntlet down, looked at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. "This shouldn't be possible. The textbooks say magic and technology are fundamentally incompatible. Muggle devices fail in high magic environments. Everyone knows this. Everyone knows it because everyone repeats it. But has anyone actually tested it? Has anyone sat down and asked why magic disrupts technology and whether the disruption can be mitigated or channeled? Have you?" "I've started to, and the answer is, the incompatibility isn't fundamental, it's a frequency conflict." Harry leaned against the workbench, warming to the subject. The ghost was feeding him vocabulary, frameworks, analogies from a life spent bridging the mystical and the technological. Magic operates on an energy frequency that interferes with electrical systems the way a powerful electromagnetic pulse interferes with radio signals. But interference isn't incompatibility, it's noise, and noise can be filtered. He picked up the gauntlet and pointed to the copper wire. "This wire isn't just a conduit, it's a filter. The winding pattern creates a harmonic resonance that synchronizes the magical frequency with the physical properties of the metal. Instead of fighting each other, the magic and the technology reinforce each other. The gauntlet doesn't fail in a magical environment because it's designed to use the magical environment as a power source." Hermione was silent for a long time. Her eyes moved between Harry and the gauntlet and back again, and he could see her processing not just the information but the implications, the enormous, world-altering implications. "If you're right," she said slowly, "then the entire foundation of wizarding technological philosophy is wrong. Not wrong, incomplete. They stopped asking questions 1,000 years ago because magic was sufficient. Why invent the light bulb when you can cast lumos? Why build a computer when you can use a remembrall? Magic made them comfortable, and comfort killed their curiosity. And you want to bring it back. I want to build something new, not replace magic with technology or technology with magic, merge them, create something that neither world has seen." The words hung in the air between them, and Harry felt exposed in a way that had nothing to do with the gauntlet. He'd shown her his work, his real work, the project that the ghost considered the foundation of everything they would build. If she reacted with fear or disapproval, or the instinctive conservatism of someone who'd internalized the rules of a world she'd only recently joined, "Show me how it works," Hermione said. Harry grinned. He slid the gauntlet onto his left hand and flexed his fingers. The runes pulsed faintly, green light there and gone as they recognized his magical signature and activated. He raised his hand toward one of the training dummies. Instead of drawing his wand, he channeled magic directly through the gauntlet, through the wire, through the runes, through the steel. He felt the amplification rune engage, boosting his power, sharpening his control. "Stupefy," he said. The jet of red light that erupted from his palm was twice as bright and 3 times as fast as anything he'd produced with his wand. It hit the training dummy and knocked it backward 6 feet, leaving a scorch mark on the wall behind it. Hermione's mouth was open. She closed it, opened it again. "The amplification factor, can you quantify it?" "Roughly 30% increase in power output with a corresponding improvement in casting speed. The shielding rune is even more impressive." He raised the gauntlet and activated the shield. A disk of translucent green energy materialized in front of his hand, 6 inches in diameter, humming with contained force. "It draws on ambient magical energy rather than my personal reserves, which means it can sustain itself indefinitely in a high magic environment like Hogwarts." Hermione stepped closer, examining the shield. She prodded it with her wand. The shield absorbed the contact without rippling. "This is incredible. This is genuinely world-changingly incredible. Harry, do you understand what you've done? I've built a prototype. There's a long way between a prototype and a product. Don't be modest. It doesn't suit you." She looked up at him, and her expression was complex, admiration and concern, and something that might have been fear, but not fear of him. "Fear of what this meant. Who else knows about this?" "No one, just you." "Not even Ron." Harry hesitated. The ghost said no, firmly. Ron was a friend, but he was also impulsive and indiscreet, and this secret was too important to trust to someone who might let it slip during a chess game or a moment of frustration. But Harry hesitated because the ghost's reasoning, while sound, was also cold, and he'd promised himself he wouldn't be cold, not about the people who mattered. "Not yet," he said. "Not because I don't trust him, because he wouldn't understand what he was looking at." Ron's brilliant in his own way, but this, he gestured at the workshop, isn't his world. It would just make him feel left out. And it's my world. You're the only person I've met who asks the same questions I do. If anyone can help me figure out the theoretical framework for this, he tapped the gauntlet, it's you. It was calculated. The ghost had fed him the words, knowing exactly how to appeal to Hermione's intellectual vanity and her need to be valued for her mind. But it was also true. Everything he'd said was true. The calculation and the sincerity coexisted, and Harry was learning to live with that duality. Hermione studied him for a long moment. Then she nodded once with the crisp decisiveness that he was coming to recognize as her signature gesture. I want full access to your notes, she said. All 3 journals, and I want to be here when you work. Not every night I need sleep, unlike some people, but regularly. If we're going to build a new field of magical technological theory, we're going to do it properly, with documentation and peer review. Peer review, I'm your peer, I'll review, those are my terms. Harry extended his right hand, the one not wearing a gauntlet. Hermione shook it. Her grip was firm and her eyes were bright, and the ghost, grudgingly, upgraded her from valuable intellectual resource to essential collaborator. Harry told the ghost that was still insufficient but accepted the improvement. They worked together for 2 hours that night. Hermione devoured his journals with the speed of someone who'd been starving for exactly this kind of material, and her questions were devastating, not because they were hostile, but because they were precise. She found gaps in his reasoning that the ghost had glossed over, assumptions he'd made based on Doom's memories that didn't necessarily translate to this world's magical system. You keep referencing dimensional energy matrices and arcane resonance fields, she said, frowning at a particularly dense page. Where are these terms coming from? They're not in any textbook I've read, and I've read everything in the Hogwarts library that a first year can access. Independent research, Harry said, which was technically true if you counted memories from a dead interdimensional sorcerer king as independent research. Research based on what sources, Harry? Some of these concepts are, she paused, choosing her words carefully, extraordinarily advanced, postdoctoral level. No, beyond that, this is original theory. 11-year-olds don't produce original theory in a field that doesn't exist yet. The room was very quiet. The forge crackled softly. Harry felt the weight of the moment, the knife edge between revelation and concealment. I have good instincts, he said. That's not an answer. It's the answer I can give you right now. Their eyes met. Hermione's were sharp, searching, unwilling to accept deflection but perceptive enough to recognize a wall that wouldn't move. She pressed her lips together, not happy, not satisfied, but she nodded. I'll accept that for now, but Harry, she set the journal down. If we're going to be partners in this, real partners, you're going to have to trust me eventually, not just with the work, with whatever it is you're not telling me. I know, Harry said, and he meant it, and he was terrified of it. They walked back to Gryffindor Tower together, side by side, talking softly about rune geometry and harmonic frequencies, and Harry felt something he hadn't felt since the birthday cake on the rock in the sea, the warmth of being known, not fully, not yet, but partially, and partially was more than he'd had before. The Quidditch match happened on the 2nd Saturday of November. Harry hadn't tried out for the team. The ghost considered organized sport a waste of time. Doom had never played games that didn't involve geopolitics or interdimensional chess, and Harry, while he'd felt the pull of flying during the first-year broom lesson with an intensity that was almost painful, had decided that the visibility of a Quidditch player conflicted with his preference for operating beneath notice. But he attended the match, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, because Ron was in the stands and Hermione was in the stands, and the social dynamics of a school sporting event were worth observing. Also, honestly, because he wanted to watch people fly. The match was fast, brutal, and deeply entertaining. The Gryffindor Seeker, a 4th-year girl named Alicia who was competent but not spectacular, dueled the Slytherin Seeker across the pitch while bludgers screamed and quaffles flew, and the crowd roared with the tribal ferocity that school sports uniquely produced. Harry sat between Ron and Hermione and let himself enjoy it. Ron's running commentary was better than any professional broadcast. The boy understood Quidditch the way Hermione understood textbooks, with an intuitive mastery that transcended mere knowledge. Hermione clapped at the wrong moments and asked questions about the rules that made Ron's eye twitch, and Harry laughed at both of them and ate a cauldron cake, and the ghost sulked in the background, outvoted. Then his scar erupted, not the dull ache he sometimes felt near Quirrell. This was a spike of white-hot pain that drove through his forehead like a nail, and Harry gasped and grabbed the railing and his vision blurred, and for a moment he wasn't in the stands at all. He was somewhere dark and cold, and a voice was whispering the boy, I must have the boy. He wrenched himself back. The pain receded to a throb. His eyes, watering, found Quirrell in the staff stand. The man was staring at the pitch, no, not at the pitch, at the Gryffindor seeker. His lips were moving, and Alicia's broom was bucking. It started subtle, a wobble, a stutter in the smooth flight, then it got worse. The broom lurched sideways, then up, then into a violent spin that nearly threw Alicia off. She clung on, her face white, her screams lost in the crowd noise. "What's happening to her broom?" Hermione gasped. Harry wasn't listening. He was analyzing. The broom's behavior was consistent with a jinx, a sustained, targeted magical interference that required continuous eye contact and unbroken incantation. He scanned the staff stands. Quirrell's lips were moving, his eyes locked on Alicia, but so were Snape's. Snape sat 3 seats from Quirrell, his black eyes fixed on the broom, his lips moving in a rapid, silent mutter. To a casual observer, and that was what Hermione was in this moment, a casual observer making a reasonable but wrong deduction, it looked like Snape was casting the jinx. Harry knew better. He could feel the magic. The ghost's senses, honed by decades of sorceress combat, could distinguish between offensive and defensive spellwork, the way a musician could distinguish between a major and minor key. Snape was casting a counter-jinx. He was trying to stabilize the broom. Quirrell was the one trying to kill the girl. "Hermione," Harry said, his voice tight with controlled urgency, "I need you to go to the staff stands, find Quirrell, the man with the turban, bump into him, knock him over, spill something on him. Whatever it takes to break his line of sight with the broom, do it now. Quirrell, but it's not Snape, trust me, go." She went. Harry watched her push through the crowd with the determination of a small brown-haired battering ram, and the ghost approved of her operational speed even as it worried about the risk. If Quirrell, or whatever was inside Quirrell, recognized what she was doing, but Hermione was already there. She stumbled into Quirrell's row, knocked over a flask of water onto his robes, and in the chaos of apologies and mopping up, Quirrell's eyes broke contact with the broom. Alicia's broom stabilized instantly. She grabbed the handle, pulled out of the spin, and perhaps running on pure adrenaline, spotted the snitch and caught it. Gryffindor won. The crowd went berserk. Harry sat in the stands and watched Quirrell pat himself dry with shaking hands and a stammering assurance that no harm was done, and he felt the last pieces of the puzzle click into place. Quirrell was compromised. Something was living inside him, riding him, using him as a vessel. Something powerful enough to jinx a broom from 50 yards while maintaining a cover identity. Something dark enough to make Harry's scar burn with the specific, nauseating signature of the curse that had given him the scar in the first place. Voldemort. Harry didn't say the word aloud. He didn't need to. The ghost had already built the model. Voldemort hadn't been destroyed the night he came to Godric's Hollow. He'd been reduced, stripped of his body, left as a shade, a fragment of will clinging to existence through means that the ghost could guess at but not yet confirm. And now he was here in Hogwarts, wearing Quirrell like a suit, after whatever was hidden on the 3rd floor. The Philosopher's Stone. Harry had pieced that together from Hagrid's slip about Nicholas Flamel, Hermione's subsequent research frenzy, and a book in the restricted section that the ghost had guided him to with unerring instinct. A stone that could produce the elixir of life, immortality in a bottle. Exactly what a bodiless dark wizard would need. Harry's scar throbbed. He pressed his palm against it and thought, very clearly and very coldly, "I see you. You don't know it yet, but I see you. And when I come for you, it won't be an accident, it won't be luck, it will be by design." The ghost purred. Hermione found him after the match, breathless and disheveled. Well, was it Quirrell? The broom stabilized the moment you broke his concentration. That's not coincidence. But why would Quirrell? I don't know yet. A lie, he knew, but the truth that their defense against the dark arts professor was possessed by the most dangerous dark wizard in recent history was not something he could prove, and unproven accusations were worse than useless. They were dangerous, but I'm going to find out. Hermione looked at him. She saw the coldness in his eyes, the calculation, the focus, the something more than 11 that surfaced when he stopped performing normalcy. She didn't flinch. She said firmly. "We are going to find out." Harry almost smiled. He agreed. The weeks that followed were the most productive of Harry's life. Days were for classes, for friendship, for the performance of being a normal first year. He attended lessons, earned good but not great marks, played chess with Ron, studied with Hermione in the library, helped Neville with his herbology essays. He laughed at the Weasley twins' pranks and debated Quidditch strategy with Ron and argued magical theory with Hermione and played Exploding Snap with Seamus and Dean and lived, as best he could, the life of a boy his age. Nights were for the gauntlet. With Hermione's help, the work accelerated. She didn't have the ghost's instinctive understanding of runic architecture, but she had something equally valuable, methodological rigor. She insisted on testing every assumption, documenting every result, building the theoretical framework that Harry's intuitive leaps kept outrunning. "You can't just feel that this rune configuration will work," she said one night, exasperated, as Harry inscribed a new pattern on the gauntlet's wrist plate with casual confidence. "You need to show me the math. Where's the energy balance calculation? What's the failure mode? What happens if the ambient magic fluctuates? It won't fail. How do you know?" Because the ghost had used this exact configuration to channel the crimson bands of Sitorak through a gauntlet of enchanted vibranium in a fight against the Beyonder, and it had held. But he couldn't say that. "Instinct," he said. Hermione's glare could have melted the gauntlet without any runes at all. "Document your instincts. If you get hit by a bus, someone needs to be able to reproduce this work. I'm not going to get hit by a bus. You live in a castle with a three-headed dog, a poltergeist, and moving staircases. Document your instincts, Harry." He documented his instincts. She was right, and the ghost knew it, and the resulting notes became the foundation of what Hermione privately called the Unified Theory of Magical Technological Integration, and what Harry privately called the Doom Codex, because some habits died hard. The fourth rune was inscribed on December 1st, a sensory enhancement rune that, when activated, allowed Harry to perceive magical energy as visible light. The world became a symphony of color, spells left trails, enchantments glowed, living things pulsed with their own unique magical signatures. It was overwhelming, beautiful, addictive. He used it sparingly. The sensory overload was genuine, and sustained use gave him migraines that even the ghost couldn't suppress. But in short bursts, it was invaluable. He could read the castle's ward structure, see the enchantments woven into its walls, map the flows of magical energy that sustained its impossible architecture. And he could see Quirrell. The man was a void. Where every other living thing in the castle glowed with its own magical signature, warm, organic, individual, Quirrell was a black hole wrapped in a turban. The darkness wasn't an absence of magic, it was a presence. Something vast and hungry and utterly wrong coiled around Quirrell's own fading life force like a parasite strangling its host. Harry saw it during a defense against the dark arts lesson, a brief activation of the sensory rune under the cover of adjusting his sleeve, and the image stayed with him for days. Whatever Voldemort was, whatever he'd become, it was feeding on Quirrell. The man was dying, slowly but measurably. The host wouldn't last forever, which meant Voldemort was on a timeline. Whatever he was planning, the stone, the corridor, the endgame, he had to move before Quirrell's body gave out. That changed things. A desperate enemy was a dangerous enemy, but also a predictable one. Desperation narrowed options, accelerated timelines, forced errors. Harry began watching Quirrell with the focused patience of a hawk circling, waiting for the mouse to move. Christmas approached. The castle transformed, garlands and fairy lights and 12 enormous Christmas trees in the Great Hall, decorated by Hagrid with an enthusiasm that compensated for his questionable aesthetic judgment. Snow fell on the grounds in thick, white blankets. Students buzzed with holiday excitement, counting down to the break. Ron invited Harry to spend Christmas at the Burrow. The offer was casual. "Mum says you're welcome. She's mental about you, keeps saying she needs to feed you up," but the warmth behind it was anything but casual. This was Ron opening his family to Harry, offering to share the one thing he had that Harry didn't. The ghost advised accepting. The Weasleys were a prominent light-side family with connections to the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's inner circle. Access to their home was strategically valuable. Harry told the ghost that if it ever reduced the Weasley family to a strategic asset again, he would find a way to excise it from his brain with a rusty spoon. "I'd love to," Harry told Ron. "But I think I need to stay at Hogwarts this year. There's something I want to look into." Ron's face fell just slightly. The third-floor thing. Harry had told Ron about the corridor, not the full picture, not Quirrell or Voldemort, but the basics. A forbidden area, a mystery, something Dumbledore was protecting. Ron, whose strategic mind sharpened when presented with a puzzle, had been enthusiastic. "Partly, and I want to use the library while it's empty." Ron accepted this, though not happily. Hermione was going home to her parents. Neville was going to his grandmother's. By Christmas morning, Harry was one of the few students remaining in Gryffindor Tower, and the silence was glorious. He spent Christmas Eve in the Room of Requirement, putting the finishing touches on the gauntlet's fifth rune, a communication array that could send and receive short magical pulses across distances of up to a mile. It was, essentially, a magical radio. The ghost was absurdly proud. Harry was exhausted, soot-stained, and deeply satisfied. He stumbled back to Gryffindor Tower well after midnight and found a package at the foot of his bed. It was wrapped in silvery cloth that flowed like water through his fingers. No card, no name. Harry's hands tingled as he touched it, and the ghost surged forward with recognition so intense it was almost vertigo. An invisibility cloak. Not just any cloak, the weave was extraordinary, the enchantment ancient and profound. Harry activated the sensory rune and nearly gasped. The cloak blazed with magic so old and so deep that it made the castle's wards look like fresh paint. This was an artifact, a true artifact, imbued with power that transcended normal enchantment. A note fell from the folds. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well, no signature." Harry didn't need one. The handwriting was elegant and precise, and the phrasing had the particular quality of someone who chose every word like a chess move. Dumbledore. The ghost's analysis was immediate. A gift. Not generosity, strategy. Dumbledore was giving Harry the means to move unseen through the castle. Why? Because Dumbledore wanted Harry to investigate, wanted him to find the third-floor corridor, to encounter whatever was guarded there, to play his role in whatever game the headmaster was orchestrating. Harry held the cloak and felt conflicting impulses war inside him. The ghost wanted to refuse it, to reject Dumbledore's manipulation, to solve the puzzle on his own terms. Harry wanted to wrap himself in his father's cloak and feel, for just a moment, like James Potter's son. Harry won. He pulled the cloak around his shoulders and watched his body disappear in the dormitory mirror. The boy in the reflection was gone. Only green eyes remained, floating in empty air, bright and ancient and young all at once. He went walking. The castle at night was a different creature. Moonlight poured through high windows, painting silver rectangles on stone floors. Portraits slept in their frames, snoring softly. The suits of armor stood at attention along the corridors, their visors dark. Harry moved through it all like a ghost, which, considering the ghost in his head, was appropriate. He found the mirror on the 4th floor, in an unused classroom that smelled of dust and forgotten things. It was tall, nearly ceiling height, with an ornate gold frame and an inscription carved across the top. Eris stra eruoit ube cafruoit on wosi. Backwards, I show not your face but your heart's desire. Harry stood in front of it and looked. The mirror showed him a room. A throne room, but not the cold, mechanical throne room of Castle Doom that haunted his dreams. This was different, warmer. The walls were stone, hung with tapestries that bore neither the Doom crest nor the Potter crest, but something new, something that combined elements of both. The throne was steel and oak, elegant and functional, and Harry sat upon it, not a child but a man, tall and strong, with green eyes and a scar that had faded to almost nothing. To his right stood a woman with red hair and green eyes. His mother, Lily Potter, alive, smiling. Not the ethereal ghost mother of his fantasies, but a real person, laugh lines around her eyes, a streak of gray in her hair, an expression of fierce, uncomplicated pride. To his left stood a suit of armor. Full plate, green cloak, metal mask. But the mask was different from the one in his dreams, not the rigid, expressionless faceplate of Doom, but something more open, more human. A mask that protected without concealing, that shielded without hiding. Behind the throne, visible through high windows, a city, not Latveria, not London, something new. Towers of steel and stone, lights that were neither electric nor magical but both, streets filled with people who moved with the purposeful energy of citizens who belonged to something worth belonging to. And at the base of the throne, kneeling not in servitude but in fellowship, a circle of figures Harry recognized. Ron, Hermione, Neville. Others he didn't know yet, faces he hadn't met, lives that hadn't intersected with his. Harry stared at the mirror and felt the ghost rise up inside him, and for once they were united not in strategy, not in calculation, but in longing. This was what they both wanted, not conquest, not power for its own sake. This, a world built better than the one they'd been given, people they loved, safe and proud and free, a legacy that wasn't defined by fear or isolation or the mask they wore to keep the world at bay. Tears ran down Harry's face. He didn't wipe them. Beautiful, isn't it? Said a voice behind him. Harry spun. His hand went to his wand. The ghost surged forward with combat readiness, assessed, target, neutralized. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, wearing a dressing gown covered in silver moons. His expression was gentle, his eyes were not. The mirror of Eris, Dumbledore said, walking forward. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. Men have wasted away before it, entranced by what they saw. Harry's heart was hammering. He forced it to slow. The ghost was screaming at him, mental defenses. Now he's reading you, he's always reading you, and Harry reinforced his walls, but he also let them be visible. Let Dumbledore see that the walls were there. Let the old man understand that whatever he was looking for, it would not be given freely. What do you see, sir? Harry asked. When you look in the mirror, Dumbledore's gentle expression flickered. Just for an instant, something old and broken surfaced, a grief so profound that it made Harry's own look shallow. Then it was gone, smoothed over, sealed away. I see myself holding a pair of thick woolen socks, Dumbledore said. One can never have enough socks. It was a lie. A graceful, deliberate lie, delivered with a twinkle that was itself a kind of mask. Harry recognized the technique. He used it himself. Professor, Harry said, and his voice was steady, why did you give me the invisibility cloak? It was your father's. That's not what I asked. The air between them changed. Dumbledore looked at Harry, really looked, not the benign headmaster survey, but a deep, penetrating gaze that sought to understand, and Harry looked back and did not flinch. You are a remarkable young man, Harry, Dumbledore said slowly. More remarkable than you should be. I gave you the cloak because every child deserves their parents' legacy, and because, he paused, and the pause was genuine, unscripted, I believe you will need it before the year is out. For what? That, I think, is something you will discover for yourself. The ghost raged. Manipulation. He's steering you. He's been steering you since September, the corridor announcement, the transparent security, and now this. He wants you to go to the 3rd floor. He wants you to face what's there. You are a piece on his board, Harry knew. He'd known since Halloween. The question wasn't whether Dumbledore was manipulating him. He was, with the practiced hand of someone who'd been playing chess with human pieces for a century. The question was whether the manipulation aligned with Harry's own objectives, and uncomfortably, it did. Harry wanted to find the stone. Harry wanted to confront Quirrell. Harry wanted to stop Voldemort. The fact that Dumbledore wanted these things too didn't make them wrong. It just made the old man's methods infuriating. Professor, Harry said, the thing on the 3rd floor, the thing you're protecting, how many people know it's there? Dumbledore's eyebrow rose. A number of trusted colleagues assisted in creating the protections. And how many of those trusted colleagues have you considered might not be trustworthy? The silence that followed was heavy with implication. Dumbledore studied Harry, and Harry saw the old man's estimation of him shift, not dramatically, but measurably. A recalibration. A realization that the boy in front of him was not asking questions out of childish curiosity, but out of operational awareness. You have a specific concern, Dumbledore said, not a question. I have several, but I don't think you're ready to hear them, sir. Not yet, and I'm not ready to share them. Harry moved toward the door. He paused at the threshold and looked back. The mirror, he said, you should move it. It's too dangerous to leave where anyone can find it. You are not the first to make that observation. But I might be the first to mean it for tactical reasons rather than moral ones. He left. Behind him, Dumbledore stood alone in the moonlit classroom, staring at the mirror, and his reflection stared back, showing him something he would never describe to another living soul. The old man let out a breath, then very quietly he said, extraordinary, and then even more quietly, terrifying. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower under the invisibility cloak, the ghost churning through analysis and counter-analysis. Dumbledore was dangerous. Smart, powerful, and genuinely good-intentioned, which was the most dangerous combination of all, because it meant he'd justify almost anything in the name of the greater good. But he was also, Harry suspected, lonely. And lonely people made mistakes. Harry climbed into bed and lay in the dark and stared at the canopy and let the image from the mirror play behind his eyes. His mother, the throne, the city, the friends at his feet. Is that really what I want? He asked the ghost. The ghost was quiet for a long time. Then in a voice that was less the Iron King and more the boy from the Romany camp who'd lost everything, it's what we've always wanted. We just never believed we could have it. Harry closed his eyes. When he slept, he dreamed of forges and green light and a mask that smiled. Christmas morning brought a small pile of presents that made Harry sit on the edge of his bed and stare for a long time, because he had never received a Christmas present before. A hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley, emerald green, with a golden H on the chest, a box of homemade fudge, a note that read, Ron tells us you're staying at school. You're welcome here anytime, dear, anytime at all. Harry held the sweater against his chest, and the iron thing cracked a little wider, and he put it on over his pajamas and wore it all day. Hermione had sent him a book, Advanced Theoretical Enchantment, A Practitioner's Guide. Inside the cover she'd written, for your instincts, document them. H.G. Ron had sent a box of every flavor beans and a note, don't eat the gray ones, trust me, Merry Christmas, mate. Hagrid had sent a roughly carved wooden flute that played a warm, slightly off-key tone when you blew into it. Harry played it sitting on his windowsill, looking out at the snow-covered grounds, and the sound was imperfect and beautiful and entirely human. No present from the Dursleys, a 50-pence piece sellotaped to a scrap of paper. Harry looked at it, and the ghost wanted to feel contempt, and Harry felt something closer to pity, and they compromised on indifference. He put the coin in his desk drawer and forgot about it. The rest of the holiday passed in a blur of work, exploration, and solitude that was, for the first time in his life, chosen rather than imposed. He mapped the third-floor corridor from the outside, using the sensory rune to scan its defensive enchantments through the walls. What he found was both impressive and troubling. The defenses were layered, multiple enchantments, different magical signatures, each one created by a different person. He identified at least 6 distinct layers. One that felt massive and biological, the three-headed dog Neville had mentioned hearing about from Hagrid. One that was organic and slightly venomous, herbology Sprout's work. One that was small and numerous and moved in patterns, Flitwick, probably enchanted objects of some kind. One that reeked of transfiguration, McGonagall. One that was dark and cold and chemical, Snape, potions. And one that was subtle and psychological and deeply old, Dumbledore himself. 6 layers. 6 challenges, designed presumably to stop anyone who tried to reach the stone, but designed, the ghost noted, to be solvable. Each one within the capability of a talented student or group of students if they were clever enough, which meant either the protections were deliberately weak or they were designed as a filter rather than a barrier, not to stop everyone except the right person. Harry sat in the room of requirement on the night of December 28th, the gauntlet on his left hand, the invisibility cloak draped over a chair, 3 journals open on the workbench, and he understood. Dumbledore hadn't hidden the stone behind impossible defenses. He'd hidden it behind a test designed for Harry. The corridor was an obstacle course, each challenge matched to a specific skill set, leading inevitably to a confrontation with whoever was trying to steal the stone. Dumbledore wanted Harry to fight Voldemort, not in some distant future, not when he was grown and trained and ready. Now, at 11. The old man was engineering a confrontation, using the stone as bait and the corridor as a funnel, and Harry was the weapon he intended to aim. The ghost's reaction was volcanic. He's using a child as a weapon. He's gambling your life on a prophecy or a hunch or whatever passes for strategy in that ancient, arrogant mind. This is what rulers do. They spend other people's lives like currency. And yes, the ghost would know. Victor Von Doom had done the same thing more than once, sent soldiers into battles they couldn't win because the strategic calculus demanded sacrifice. The difference Doom had always told himself existed was that Doom went into battle himself. Doom led from the front. Doom risked his own skin alongside the people he commanded. Dumbledore was not on the third-floor corridor. Dumbledore was in his tower, watching. Harry pulled the gauntlet off and set it on the workbench and pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes. He was angry. Not the hot, explosive anger of a child, the cold, architectural anger of someone who understood exactly what was being done to him and resented it with the full weight of 2 lifetimes. But anger was a tool, not a strategy. And the cold truth was that Dumbledore's manipulation, however repugnant, didn't change the fundamental equation. Voldemort was in the castle. Voldemort wanted the stone. If Voldemort got the stone, he would return to full power, and the resulting war would kill thousands. Harry could refuse to play Dumbledore's game. He could expose Quirrell, force the confrontation into the open, demand that the adults handle it. But what if Dumbledore already knew about Quirrell? What if the old man was deliberately allowing Voldemort to remain in the castle, using him as a test for Harry, trusting that the same protection that had saved Harry as a baby would save him again? That was exactly the kind of gamble Dumbledore would make. Brilliant, compassionate, monstrous. Harry stared at the gauntlet and made a decision. He would go to the third floor, he would face Quirrell, he would stop Voldemort, but he would do it on his terms, not Dumbledore's. He would go prepared. He would go armed, and he would go knowing exactly what he was walking into, because Victor Von Doom had never lost a battle he'd had time to plan for. Almost never, the ghost corrected with uncomfortable honesty. Harry permitted himself a grim smile. Almost never would have to be enough. The students returned after the holiday and Hogwarts swelled back to life. Ron came back sunburned and happy, full of stories about Egypt that Bill had sent in letters and Charlie's dragons and the twins' latest experiment that had turned the family cat temporarily purple. Hermione came back with 3 new books and a list of questions about the gauntlet that was longer than some of Harry's essays. Neville came back quieter than before, and when Harry asked how his Christmas was, Neville said fine in the particular way that meant the opposite, and Harry didn't push. January and February passed in a strange double rhythm. On the surface, classes, homework, friendships, the ordinary life of a first-year wizard. Underneath, preparation, systematic, relentless, invisible preparation. Harry trained every night. The room of requirement provided whatever he needed. Training dummies that fought back, obstacle courses that shifted and adapted, a dueling arena with adjustable difficulty. He pushed his casting speed until spells flew from his wand like thought, shield charms, stunning spells, disarming charms, levitation charms used offensively, transfiguration used creatively. The gauntlet advanced. The sixth rune, a diagnostic array that could analyze incoming spells and identify their structure in real time, was inscribed in late January and worked perfectly on the first test. Hermione watched the inscription process with fierce attention, recording every detail in a notebook that had grown to 300 pages. "You realize," she said, watching Harry channel a shield charm through the gauntlet that was twice as dense as anything he could produce with his wand alone, "that this gauntlet is more advanced than anything the Ministry of Magic has ever produced, including their aura equipment. The Ministry isn't known for innovation. Harry, I'm serious. If anyone found out about this, the theoretical implications alone would overturn centuries of established magical doctrine." The practical applications, she stopped herself. He could see her brain racing. Weapons, defense systems, medical devices, communication networks. Everything the Muggle world takes for granted, rebuilt on a magical technological foundation. You could change everything. "That's the plan," Harry said, "eventually, but not yet. When I have the power to protect it. Ideas without power are just targets." She looked at him with that expression, the one that said she was seeing the part of him that wasn't 11, the part that spoke in strategic imperatives and thought in decades. She didn't like that part, she didn't trust it entirely. But she respected it, and she didn't look away. "The seventh rune," she said, "the one you've been designing on paper. What does it do?" Harry hesitated. The seventh rune was the ghost's contribution, pure doom, drawn from memories of a suit of armor that had once contained enough power to challenge Celestials. It was an offensive array, a weapon. It would gather ambient magical energy, compress it, and release it as a focused beam of destructive force. "It's a failsafe," Harry said. "That's not an answer. It's a weapon, Hermione, a real one in case the other 6 aren't enough." She was quiet for a long time, then she said, "For Quirrell." He hadn't told her everything. He hadn't told her about Voldemort, about the possession, about the parasite coiled under the turban. But Hermione wasn't stupid. She was the opposite of stupid. She was the most relentlessly intelligent person he'd ever met, and she'd been watching Quirrell since the Quidditch match. She'd drawn her own conclusions. "For whatever's inside Quirrell," Harry said. "Is it what I think it is? Probably." Hermione closed her notebook. She looked at the gauntlet, then at Harry, and her face did something complicated. Fear and resolve and affection and anger all at once, held together by the sheer force of her will. "Then we'd better make sure it works," she said, and opened her notebook again, and they worked until dawn. The seventh rune was inscribed on March 15th, the Ides of March. The ghost appreciated the symbolism even if Harry didn't comment on it. Testing it was terrifying. Harry aimed the gauntlet at a reinforced training dummy. The room had provided one rated for 4th-year combat spells and channeled his magic through the full array. 7 runes lit up in sequence, green light cascading down the forearm plate like a fuse being lit, and the air in front of his palm compressed and shimmered and tore. The beam that erupted was brilliant green, not killing curse green, but close enough to make Harry's stomach lurch. It hit the training dummy and blew it apart, not knocked it over, not damaged it, destroyed it. The pieces scattered across the room of requirement like confetti, and the wall behind where the dummy had stood bore a scorched crater 2 feet deep. Harry lowered his hand. It was shaking. "Well," Hermione said faintly from behind the protective barrier she'd insisted on, "that works." The gauntlet was warm on his hand. The runes pulsed and faded. The ghost was exultant. Yes, this is what we are. This is what we were always meant to be." And Harry felt the exultation and let it pass through him like a wave, acknowledging it without surrendering to it. He had power now, real power. Not the theoretical power of knowledge or the social power of fame, but the hard, physical, undeniable power to destroy. The power that Doom had always sought, always wielded, always justified. The power that had, in another life, made him a monster. Harry looked at the crater in the wall and made a promise to himself. The 7th rune was a weapon. It would be used if necessary and only if necessary. He would not become the man who saw destruction as a first resort. He would not become Doom. But he would be ready. April brought rain and restlessness. The school year was winding down, exams looming, and the 3rd-floor corridor pulsed with a quiet urgency that Harry could feel through the castle's wards. Something was building. Quirrell was growing more erratic, his stammer worsening, his hands shaking, dark circles under his eyes that deepened every week. The parasite was consuming him faster now. The timeline was accelerating. Harry watched and waited and prepared. The gauntlet was finished, all 7 runes active, tested, and documented. Hermione had helped him create a comprehensive manual, encrypted with a cipher of their own devising, hidden in the room of requirements, safe alongside the gauntlet itself. If something happened to Harry, the knowledge would survive. That mattered. Doom had lost everything when he died because he'd kept everything in his own head. Harry would not make the same mistake. Ron had been growing suspicious. Not of the gauntlet, Harry had kept that secret locked down tight, but of Harry's nighttime absences, his occasional exhaustion, the way he sometimes looked at Quirrell with an intensity that went beyond normal first-year observation. "You're planning something," Ron said one evening, flat and certain. They were alone in the dormitory, the others were at dinner. "Don't deny it, I know what planning looks like. Fred and George have the same face when they're about to blow something up." Harry considered lying. The ghost recommended it. Ron was a variable, unpredictable, emotionally reactive. Including him increased operational risk. Harry looked at his friend, at the boy who'd knocked out a mountain troll to save a girl he didn't even like at the time, who played chess like a general, who'd shared his sandwiches on a train with a stranger, and decided that operational risk was an acceptable price for loyalty. "Quirrell is going after the thing on the third floor," Harry said, "and I'm going to stop him." Ron didn't gasp, didn't panic. His eyes narrowed and his jaw set, and he nodded once, the same way he nodded before making a decisive move on the chessboard. "When? Soon. I'm not sure exactly when, but soon. You'll need help. I have Hermione. You need me." Ron's voice was firm, not aggressive, certain. "Hermione's the smartest person in the school, but she thinks in straight lines, I think in angles, and if there's a fight," he cracked his knuckles, trying for casual confidence and not quite achieving it. "I'm not useless in a fight. I never said you were. You didn't have to. You never ask me for help with the important stuff. You ask Hermione, and I get it. She's brilliant, and I'm Ron. Average marks, average talent, average everything. But I'm loyal, Harry, and I'm brave when it counts. Those aren't nothing." The raw honesty of it hit Harry like a physical blow. Ron Weasley, 11 years old, standing in a dormitory that smelled of dirty socks, laying his insecurities on the table like cards in a game he was tired of losing. Doom would have seen weakness. Harry saw courage. "You're not average," Harry said. "You beat me at chess 11 times out of 12. You outfly everyone in our year. And when that troll was about to kill Hermione, you didn't run. You cast the best levitation charm in the history of first-year education." "Ron," he paused because the next words were hard, harder than any spell or equation or rune inscription. "You're my best friend. I don't not ask you because I think you're not good enough. I don't ask because I'm terrified of getting you hurt." Ron stared at him. Then his ears went red and he looked away and he said, "Well, that's right then." He cleared his throat. "So when do we go? I'll tell you when it's time. You'd bloody well better." They went down to dinner together, and something between them had shifted, deepened, in a way that neither of them would ever fully articulate because they were 11-year-old boys and emotional articulation was not their strongest suit. But it was there, a bond tested and found solid. The ghost noted it, filed it, and for the first time didn't try to calculate its strategic value. Spring gathered momentum, exams approached. Harry performed well, predictably, controllably well, never the top mark but never far from it. Hermione took first place in nearly everything, which surprised no one. Ron scraped through with a combination of last-minute cramming and natural ability that drove Hermione to distraction. And the air grew thick with something Harry couldn't name, a tension, a gathering, a sense of imminent collision. The castle felt it. Wards hummed with an anxious energy that Harry could feel through the gauntlet when he wore it. Even the ghosts seemed nervous, drifting through walls with less than their usual conviction. Quirrell made his move on a warm evening in early June. Harry felt it happen. He was in the common room pretending to study when the castle's wards pulsed, a deep, resonant vibration that only someone attuned to the building's magical field would notice. The pulse carried information. Something had triggered the first-floor defenses. Something had entered the third-floor corridor. Harry looked up from his book. Across the room, Hermione met his eyes. She'd felt it too, not through the wards. She didn't have that sensitivity, but through Harry's face. She'd learned to read him the way astronomers read stars, by the light they gave off when something changed. "Now," she mouthed. Harry nodded. He caught Ron's eye. Ron was playing chess against Seamus, 3 moves from checkmate. He saw Harry's expression and stood up so abruptly that the chess pieces shouted at him. "Sorry," Ron told Seamus. "Emergency." They met at the portrait hole 5 minutes later, Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Harry was wearing the gauntlet under his robe sleeve. The invisibility cloak was folded inside his bag. His wand was in his hand. "Quirrell's gone for the stone," Harry said. "We need to move now, before he gets through the defenses." "What about telling a teacher?" Hermione asked. It was a reasonable question, and she asked it because she was reasonable, not because she expected it to work. "Dumbledore's gone," Harry said. He'd confirmed it an hour ago, a rumor that the headmaster had been called away to the ministry by an urgent owl. Too convenient, too perfectly timed. Quirrell had arranged it somehow, or whatever was inside Quirrell had. McGonagall won't believe us without proof, and by the time we convince her, Quirrell will have the stone. Then let's go, Ron said, and his voice was steady and his hands were not. They went. The corridor was dark and silent and thrumming with latent enchantment. Harry led the way, the gauntlet sensory rune activated, painting the world in magical color. He could see the defenses or the remnants of them. Someone had already been through. The wards were disrupted, the enchantments fraying. They reached the door. Behind it, something enormous breathed in a slow, wet rhythm, the three-headed dog. Harry could see its magical signature through the wood, massive, hot, primal. Hagrid said it falls asleep with music, Ron whispered. Neville had mentioned it weeks ago, a careless comment from Hagrid over tea. Harry pulled the wooden flute from his pocket, Hagrid's Christmas present. He put it to his lips and played. The sound was warm and slightly off-key, and it drifted through the door like smoke, and the massive breathing behind the wood slowed, deepened, and became the unmistakable rhythm of sleep. They opened the door. The dog, Fluffy, Hagrid had apparently named it Fluffy, was enormous, filling the room, its three heads resting on its paws. A trapdoor was visible beneath one massive leg. Harry kept playing. Ron and Hermione eased the trapdoor open. Below, darkness. Hermione went first, then Ron. Harry stopped playing, tucked the flute away, and dropped. He landed on something soft and yielding that immediately began to move. Tendrils wrapped around his ankles, his wrists, his chest. Devil's snare, he recognized it from herbology, a plant that tightened its grip when you struggled and relaxed when you were still. Don't move, Hermione shouted. It's Devil's snare, it'll kill you if you fight it, just relax. Ron, who was being systematically constricted, made a strangled sound. Relax, relax. She's right, Harry said. He forced his body still and the tendrils loosened. He slipped through, landing on cold stone below. Hermione followed, calm and deliberate. Ron was still struggling, the vines tightening around his throat. Harry raised the gauntlet. The fourth rune, sensory enhancement, showed him the plant's structure, its energy pathways, its single critical weakness. It hates fire, Harry said, and channeled a jet of blue flame through the gauntlet, not the seventh rune that would have incinerated the room. A controlled, sustained burst of heat that made the devil's snare recoil as if burned, which it was. Ron tumbled free, gasping and furious. I hate plants, Ron wheezed. I hate them so much. Noted, Harry said, and they moved on. The next room was full of keys. Hundreds of them enchanted with tiny wings, fluttering around the ceiling like a flock of manic sparrows. A broomstick hovered in the center of the room, and a heavy wooden door stood at the far end, its lock old and ornate. Flitwick's challenge, Harry said. He could see the magical signatures, each key pulsed with a faint charm, but only one matched the door's lock. He activated the sensory rune and scanned. There, an old silver key with a bent wing, struggling to fly straight. He grabbed the broom. The ghost objected. Flying was inefficient, undignified beneath them, but Harry kicked off and the objection died because flying. The freedom of it. The sheer, grinning, wind-in-your-hair freedom. Harry shot upward and the keys scattered, and the silver one tried to dodge, but Harry's reflexes were supernatural. Doom's combat instincts layered over a natural talent that even the ghost couldn't explain, and he caught it in 3 seconds flat. He tossed the key to Hermione, landed, and they unlocked the door. The next room was a chessboard, a giant wizard chess set, pieces twice their height, carved from black and white stone. The white pieces stood motionless on their side of the board. The door on the far side was shut. Ron made a sound, not fear, recognition. His eyes swept the board with an intensity Harry had only seen during their private games, and something changed in Ron's posture. The uncertainty fell away, the self-doubt evaporated, and what remained was a boy in his element. This is McGonagall's challenge, Ron said. We have to play our way across. Harry, take the bishop's square. Hermione, you're the castle, the rook, I'm a knight. Ron, Hermione started. I've got this. His voice was iron. Trust me. They took their positions. Ron commanded the board. Harry watched in awe. This was Ron's genius, not the borrowed brilliance of books or the inherited brilliance of Doom's memories, but something native, organic, and devastating. He saw the board the way Harry saw magical energy, as a system, a pattern, a problem with a solution that was elegant in its inevitability. The white pieces were good, aggressive, tactical, adaptive. Ron was better. He moved their pieces with a grandmaster's precision, sacrificing pawns to open lines, repositioning his knights to control the center, building an attack that was as beautiful as it was ruthless. It took 11 moves. On the 12th, Ron hesitated. What is it? Harry asked. I need to sacrifice the knight, Ron said. His face was pale. To win, the knight has to go. You're the knight, Hermione said. Ron looked at Harry. Eyes were steady and his hands were shaking, and he was the bravest person Harry had ever met, including the man whose memories he carried. You need to get to the stone, Ron said. Both of you, promise me you'll stop him. Ron, promise me. I promise, Harry said, and meant it with every atom of his divided soul. Ron moved. The White Queen struck. Ron went down hard, a crack of stone against flesh that made Hermione cry out and lay motionless on the board. Harry wanted to go to him. Every human instinct screamed at him to go to his friend. The ghost held him in place. He's alive, he's breathing. You can't help him by stopping now. Move. And Harry hated the ghost and knew it was right and stepped over the White Queen's wreckage to the far door. He'll be okay, Harry told Hermione, who was white-faced and trembling. He's Ron, he's tougher than he looks. He'd better be, she whispered, and her voice cracked, and they went on. Snape's challenge was next, a table of potions, 7 bottles, a riddle in verse. Hermione solved it in 40 seconds. The ghost could have done it in 10, but Harry let her work because this was her moment and she needed it, needed the proof that her mind was a weapon too. This one, she said, holding up a tiny bottle of black liquid, but there's only enough for one. Harry took the bottle. Go back, find Ron, get him to the hospital wing, then find a teacher, any teacher except Quirrell. Harry, I can't let you go alone. You're not letting me do anything. I'm asking you to help Ron because he needs you more than I do right now. He paused. And because if I don't come back, you're the only person who knows about the gauntlet. The notes, the theory, the codex, it all dies with me unless you survive. Hermione looked at him. Her eyes were bright and fierce and terrified. You're coming back. Of course I am. Swear it. I swear. She did something unexpected then. She threw her arms around him and hugged him tight, desperate, the hug of someone who was very afraid and very brave and not at all sure she'd see her friend again. Harry hugged her back, the gauntlet pressed against her shoulder blade, and she didn't flinch. You're the best wizard in our year, she whispered. Don't you dare die. She let go. She turned. She walked back through the door without looking back, because looking back would have broken her, and Hermione Granger did not break. Harry drank the potion. It was cold, ice-cold like liquid winter, and it spread through his veins and made the world sharp and clear and very, very real. He walked through the fire. The final chamber waited for him. It was circular, stone-walled, with a high vaulted ceiling that disappeared into darkness. In the center of the room stood the mirror of Arist, its gold frame gleaming in the light of torches that had been recently lit, and in front of the mirror, his back to Harry, stood Professor Quirrell, without his turban. Harry stopped in the doorway and let the gauntlet's runes paint the room in magical light. What he saw made even the ghost recoil. Quirrell's head was wrong. The back of it, the part that the turban had always hidden, was not the back of a normal head. There was a face there. Pressed into Quirrell's skull like a death mask, gray and flat and terrible, with eyes that were red as blood and slits for nostrils and a mouth that curved in a smile that had nothing to do with happiness. Voldemort, not a metaphor, not a ghost, a face, a presence, a thing parasitic and ancient and hungry, grafted onto its host like a tumor with consciousness. Quirrell turned. His own face was gaunt, exhausted, the face of a man being devoured from the inside. But his eyes were sharp, and when he saw Harry, he smiled, and the smile was not his own. Ah, said Quirrell, and his voice had changed. The stammer was gone. What remained was soft, cultured, and utterly without warmth. Mr. Potter, I wondered when you'd arrive. Harry stood in the doorway, the gauntlet humming against his skin, every rune primed. The ghost surged forward, tactical analysis, threat assessment, 17 possible attack vectors calculated in the time it took to blink. Professor, Harry said, his voice was steady. Or should I address the other one? Quirrell's smile widened. Clever boy, Dumbledore's little weapon, all sharpened and aimed. Tell me, did the old man tell you what you'd find down here, or did he let you discover it yourself? He does love his little lessons. He told me nothing. I figured it out on my own. Of course you did. Quirrell moved aside, revealing the mirror. The stone is in there, I can see it, I can see myself presenting it to my master, but I can't reach it. The mirror's enchantment requires something I don't possess. His eyes found Harry's, and the softness in them was lethal. Desire, pure desire, not for power, for the thing itself. Dumbledore's final trick, only someone who wanted the stone but didn't want to use it could take it from the mirror. And you want to use it. My master wants to use it. I merely want to survive. A flicker of something genuine crossed Quirrell's face, desperation, exhaustion, the last ember of a man who'd made a terrible bargain and couldn't find the exit. He's killing me, Potter, slowly. Every day there's less of me and more of him. I thought I could control it. I thought hosting the greatest wizard who ever lived would make me powerful. His laugh was hollow. I was a fool. The ghost noted it, filed it, a host regretting his parasite, potential leverage, but the parasite is listening. Let me speak to him, Harry said. Harry, don't, Quirrell started, but his voice cut off, replaced by something else, a whisper that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, thin as wind, cold as the spaces between stars. Let me see him. Quirrell turned around, slowly, reluctantly, with the jerky movements of a puppet on tangled string. Harry looked at the face on the back of Quirrell's head. Voldemort's eyes opened, red, slitted, ancient. They found Harry and widened with something that might have been hunger or recognition or both. "Harry Potter," Voldemort whispered, "the boy who lived, come to die." And Harry felt his scar erupt, pain beyond anything he'd experienced, a white-hot wire driven into his brain, and behind the pain something else, an intrusion. A force pressing against his mind, seeking entry, seeking the boy behind the scar. It found the ghost instead. Voldemort's mental probe hit Doom's defenses and stopped. Not gradually, not with resistance, stopped, the way a bullet stops when it hits a mountain. Walls of iron and will, built over decades of psychic warfare against telepaths and gods and cosmic entities, reinforced with sorcerous wards and mental architecture so complex that mapping it would take a lifetime. The probe recoiled. Voldemort's red eyes went wide. "What are you?" he breathed. Harry looked at him through the pain, through the blood running from his scar, through the tears, through the ghost's fury and his own fear and the strange, sad knowledge that this ruined thing in front of him was what happened when power was pursued without love. "I am what you were too afraid to become," Harry said. He raised the gauntlet. 7 runes blazed to life, green light cascading down his forearm, each one igniting in sequence like the chambers of a heart beginning to beat. The air around his hand compressed and shimmered and sang with contained force. "Kill him," Voldemort screamed, and Quirrell spun and lunged. Harry didn't use the 7th rune. He'd promised himself, not first resort, not ever first resort if there was another way. He used the 3rd, the shield. It sprang up between them, a wall of green energy, and Quirrell's hands hit it and bounced back. Quirrell drew his wand, fired a curse, something dark and fast, and the gauntlet's 6th rune analyzed it in flight. A blasting curse, 4th year level, easily countered. Pratigo, Harry's shield charm, amplified by the gauntlet, swallowed the curse like a pond swallowing a stone. Quirrell attacked again, and again. Each spell faster, more desperate, and Harry deflected or absorbed every one. The gauntlet's diagnostic rune feeding him real-time analysis, the amplification rune boosting his responses to a speed that no first year should have been capable of. He wasn't fighting like a first year. He was fighting like Doom. Not the destructive Doom, not the conqueror, the defender. The man who had stood in the doorway of his mother's wagon and said, "You will not pass." The king who had faced down Celestials with nothing but armor and will and the absolute, unshakable conviction that his people would not be harmed. Voldemort screamed orders from the back of Quirrell's head. Quirrell obeyed, but his movements were sluggish now. The man was dying, his body failing, the parasite's demands exceeding what the host could deliver. Harry saw the opening, not in Quirrell's defense, in his despair. The man was beaten, he knew it. Whatever Voldemort was screaming at him, Quirrell's own will had fractured under the weight of fear and regret and the simple human desire to stop hurting. "Quirrell," Harry said, lowering the gauntlet slightly, "you don't have to do this. He can't force you, not really. The body is yours, the choice is yours." "Kill him," Voldemort shrieked. Quirrell hesitated. His wand hand trembled. His eyes, his own eyes, brown and bloodshot and full of terror, found Harry's. "He'll kill me," Quirrell whispered. "He's already killing you," Harry said, "but you can still choose how this ends." For a moment, one long, fragile human moment, Quirrell's wand lowered, then Voldemort took control. Harry saw it happen through the sensory rune, the dark presence surging forward, overwhelming Quirrell's fading will, seizing the body like a hand closing around a puppet. Quirrell's eyes went blank, his face slackened, and then his hands came up, reaching for Harry's throat, moving with a speed and purpose that was no longer human. Harry caught Quirrell's wrists, skin touched skin, and something happened. Quirrell screamed. Not a battle cry, not a shout of anger, a scream of pure agony, high and raw, as his hands blistered and cracked where they touched Harry's skin. Smoke rose from the contact. The flesh blackened and split, and Quirrell wrenched himself away, staring at his ruined hands with an expression of absolute horror. Harry looked at his own hands, unmarked, unburned, the protection the ghost whispered, awed and analytical simultaneously. "Your mother's sacrifice. Love as a defensive enchantment keyed to Voldemort's magical signature. He can't touch you. His host can't touch you. The magic is in your skin," Harry understood. And in that understanding, he made a choice that the ghost would have never made, a choice born not from strategy but from mercy, and not from mercy but from rage, and not from rage but from the simple, terrible knowledge that sometimes the only way to save someone was to hurt them. He stepped forward. Quirrell backed away, cradling his destroyed hands. Harry reached out and pressed both palms, one bare, one gauntleted, against Quirrell's face. The scream that followed was the worst sound Harry had ever heard. Quirrell's skin crumbled, his body convulsed. And from the ruin, something dark and formless tore itself free, Voldemort's shade, ripped from its host by the contact. a shrieking, writhing cloud of darkness that howled with fury and pain and a hunger so vast that it seemed to distort the air itself. The shade lunged at Harry. It hit the gauntlet's shield and rebounded. It swirled around the room, screaming, searching for a way out, and found one, a crack in the ceiling, a flaw in the ancient stone, and poured itself through it like smoke through a keyhole and was gone. Quirrell collapsed. Harry caught him. The man was light, terribly light, as if the parasite had consumed his physical substance along with his will. His face was burned beyond recognition, but he was breathing. Barely. "I'm sorry," Quirrell whispered. His voice was his own again, small, stammering, the voice of a frightened academic who'd reached too far and fallen too hard. "I'm so sorry. I just wanted to be special." His eyes closed, his breathing slowed. Harry held him and felt the ghost retreat to a respectful distance, because this was a human moment and the ghost, for all its power and knowledge, did not understand human moments. Something shifted in Harry's pocket. He reached in with his free hand and pulled out a small, rough stone, deep red, slightly warm. The philosopher's stone. The mirror had given it to him. When he didn't know, sometime during the fight, when his desire had been pure, not to use it, not to possess it, but to keep it safe. He held it in his hand and felt its power, immense, ancient, the distilled potential of immortality, and he felt nothing. No temptation, no desire. It was a rock, a very powerful rock, but a rock. Doom would have kept it. The temptation would have been irresistible. The stone could fuel 1,000 projects, power the gauntlet for centuries, fund an empire. Doom would have calculated the utility and found it overwhelming. Harry put the stone back in his pocket and shifted Quirrell's weight against his shoulder and started walking toward the door. He made it 4 steps before his vision blurred. The pain in his scar, which he'd been suppressing through sheer will and the ghost's mental architecture, came roaring back. The room tilted, his knees buckled. The last thing he saw before the darkness took him was the ceiling of the chamber, high and vaulted and ancient, and the last thing he felt was the gauntlet warm on his hand, humming with a frequency that matched his heartbeat. The last thing he thought was, "We did it," then nothing, then light. The hospital wing was white and bright and smelled of antiseptic and magic. Harry opened his eyes and stared at a ceiling that was not the vaulted stone of the chamber but the clean plaster of medical care. His body ached, his scar throbbed dully. His left hand was bare, the gauntlet was gone. Panic spiked through him. He sat up too fast and the room spun and a firm hand pushed him back down. "Easy, Mr. Potter," Madame Pomfrey, the school matron, her face a mixture of professional concern and personal exasperation. "You've been unconscious for 3 days. You're not going anywhere. There was something on my hand. Your hand is fine. Lie down." Harry lay down. His mind raced. The gauntlet. Where was the gauntlet? Dumbledore had found it if it had been confiscated, if anyone had examined the rune work. "Ah," said a familiar voice. "You're awake." Dumbledore sat in a chair beside the bed. He wore robes of pale blue and his expression was mild, and his eyes were not mild at all. "Professor," Harry said. His voice was hoarse. Professor Quirrell did not survive." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "The damage was too extensive. He died shortly after you were found." Harry closed his eyes. He'd known. Some part of him had known, holding the dying man in that chamber, that the damage was mortal. But knowing and hearing were different things, and the weight of it settled on his chest like a stone. "I tried to save him," Harry said. "I know you did." Dumbledore paused. "The stone has been destroyed. Nicholas Flamel and I had a conversation, and we agreed that it was for the best." Harry opened his eyes. "You destroyed it. Nicholas has enough elixir to set his affairs in order. After that." Dumbledore's expression was complicated. "To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure." The ghost stirred at that. Doom had never accepted death as an adventure. Doom had raged against it with every fiber of his being, had bent the laws of reality to escape it, had finally surrendered to it only when every other option was exhausted. And even then he'd cheated, anchored his consciousness to a new soul, refused to go gently. Was that courage or cowardice? Harry didn't know. "Professor," Harry said, "I need to ask you something." "You may ask. I cannot promise to answer." "Who else lives behind my eyes?" The question hung in the air. Dumbledore went very still. His blue eyes, usually twinkling or shrewd or warm, became something else entirely, focused, intense, almost frightened. "That," Dumbledore said slowly, "is a question I have been wanting to ask you, my boy." They looked at each other, 2 chess players, finally acknowledging the board between them. "I don't fully know," Harry said, and it was the most honest thing he'd ever said to another person. "I have memories that aren't mine, knowledge I shouldn't have, a voice that helps me and frightens me and won't go away. It's been with me since I was 7, maybe longer." Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was careful, measured, the voice of a man choosing each word like a surgeon choosing an incision point. "There are many forms of magical inheritance, Harry. Some are well understood, others are unprecedented. I have studied the magic that saved you as an infant, your mother's sacrifice, and I believe it did more than simply protect your body. I believe it created a resonance, a bridge between your soul and something else, something vast, something that chose you or was drawn to you for reasons I do not yet understand. Are you afraid of me, Professor? I am afraid for you, Dumbledore said. There is a difference. Whatever lives behind your eyes, whatever knowledge and power it brings, it is not the sum of who you are. You are Harry Potter. You are the boy who walked into a chamber to save a stone he didn't want and tried to save the man who was trying to kill him. That is who you are. The rest is context. Harry looked at the old man and saw, for the first time, not an adversary or a manipulator, but a teacher. A flawed, brilliant, frightened teacher who was doing his best with a situation that had no precedent. The gauntlet, Harry said. Where is it? Dumbledore reached into his robe and produced the gauntlet. He set it on the bedside table. Its runes were dark, dormant, but intact, undamaged. A remarkable piece of work, Dumbledore said quietly. I confess I examined it briefly, professional curiosity. I have never seen magic and metalwork combined with such sophistication. The runic array alone would earn you a mastery in enchantment were you old enough to apply. Did you tell anyone? Number and I will not. Dumbledore's eyes met his. Your secrets are your own, Harry. I ask only that you use what you've built wisely. Power without wisdom is doom, Harry said. Dumbledore blinked. I was going to say dangerous, but yes, that too. Harry reached for the gauntlet. His fingers closed around the cool metal and the runes pulsed once, green, brief, welcoming, and the ghost settled into its familiar place behind his thoughts, quiet and watchful, and for the moment, content. Thank you, Professor, Harry said, for the cloak, for the conversation, for letting me be what I am even when you don't understand what that is. Dumbledore stood. He looked down at Harry with an expression that mixed affection and wariness in proportions that would probably never fully resolve. You are welcome, my boy. Rest now. Your friends are very eager to see you. He left. The door closed. Harry lay in the hospital wing and held the gauntlet against his chest and breathed. Ron arrived first, arm in a sling, face split by a grin so wide it looked painful. You absolute maniac. 3 days. Hermione's been crying for 3 days. Don't tell her I told you that. Hermione arrived second, eyes red, hair wilder than usual, carrying a stack of notes. I've been documenting everything while you were unconscious. The sensory runes showed some interesting degradation patterns during sustained combat use. We need to discuss the energy draw coefficients when you're feeling better. She stopped, looked at him, put the notes down, and hugged him so hard that his ribs creaked. You swore you'd come back, she whispered. I came back, barely counts. Neville appeared in the doorway, hovering, uncertain. Can I get in here, Neville? Ron said. He's not dying, he's just dramatic. Neville came in. He'd brought a plant, a small, thorny thing in a pot that was, he explained earnestly, extremely rare and extremely good for promoting healing. He set it on the windowsill where it caught the light and immediately seemed happier. Harry looked at his friends. The boy from the cupboard who'd been told he was nothing, who'd been given a dead king's memories and a dead mother's love and a scar that marked him for a fight he'd never asked for. He looked at Ron's sling and Hermione's red eyes and Neville's hopeful, earnest face and the iron thing in his chest, the doom of him, the cold, hard center that had kept him alive and kept him sane and kept him moving forward through 10 years of darkness, cracked wide open. He didn't cry, not quite. But it was close and the ghost didn't say a word, and the gauntlet sat on the bedside table with its runes dark and its metal warm and its design, incomplete, imperfect, evolving, waiting for whatever came next. The end-of-year feast was loud and golden and triumphant. Gryffindor won the House Cup, last-minute points from Dumbledore for the best-played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many years, and outstanding courage in the face of extraordinary danger, and the cool use of logic in a crisis. Ron beamed, Hermione beamed. Neville received 10 points for standing up to his friends when he thought they were doing wrong. He tried to stop them leaving the common room and been body-bound by Hermione for his trouble, and nearly fainted with pride. Harry sat among cheering Gryffindors and let the noise wash over him. He smiled, he cheered. He ate treacle tart and chocolate frogs and laughed at the twins' jokes and applauded when Dumbledore changed the house banners from Slytherin green to Gryffindor scarlet. And beneath the celebration, quiet and watchful, the ghost observed. Voldemort is alive, bodiless again but alive. He will find another host. He will try again. The scar connects you to him in ways you don't yet understand. And Dumbledore knows more than he's saying. About you, about the ghost, about the connection. He's playing a longer game than one school year. Harry knew. He knew all of it. The shadow was still out there, formless and furious, and it would return. The old man in the tower was watching, planning, moving pieces on a board that spanned decades. The world, both worlds, magical and muggle, was unprepared for what was coming. But Harry had time, he had friends, he had a wand and a gauntlet and a mind that held the knowledge of 2 lifetimes. He had the stubborn, blazing, unreasonable conviction that the world could be made better not by conquest, not by control, but by building something worth fighting for. He boarded the Hogwarts Express the next morning with Ron and Hermione and Neville, and the 4 of them shared a compartment and ate sweets and talked about summer plans. Ron invited Harry to the burrow again. Hermione wanted to start a reading group. Neville was going to work in his greenhouse. Normal things, children's things, and Harry let himself want them with a fierceness that surprised the ghost and didn't surprise Harry at all. The train pulled into King's Cross. Harry said goodbye to his friends, hugs from Hermione, a handshake from Ron that turned into a backslapping embrace, a shy wave from Neville. He walked through the barrier alone, trunk in hand, and found the Dursleys waiting. Vernon looked at him. Harry looked back. Something passed between them, the same something that had passed in the hallway 3 years ago, when a small boy had told a large man to sit down, and the large man had obeyed. "Cars this way," Vernon grunted and turned away without waiting. Harry followed, but at the barrier he paused and looked back at the brick wall that separated the magical world from the mundane one. In his trunk, wrapped in the invisibility cloak, next to his textbooks and his journals and the Doom Codex and a chocolate cake that Hagrid had pressed on him at the last moment, sat the gauntlet. 7 runes, 7 functions. A marriage of magic and metal that shouldn't exist and did, because one boy had refused to accept that the world couldn't be made better. It was unfinished. There was so much more to build. Harry smiled, a small, private smile that had nothing to do with the boy he showed the world and everything to do with the king who lived behind his eyes, and walked into the summer. Behind him the barrier sealed, the platform emptied, the scarlet engine cooled in its berth. And somewhere in the castle to the north, in a room that was and wasn't, a safe held a set of encrypted notes that described a future no one else could see. Not yet, but soon. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Mask Before the Mask. The summer of 1992 was the loneliest Harry had ever spent and the most productive. The Dursleys had settled into a new equilibrium since his return from Hogwarts, not peace exactly, but a cold détente built on mutual avoidance and Vernon's primal, unshakable fear of the boy who lived under his roof. They gave Harry his space. They didn't lock his trunk. They didn't confiscate his owl. These were not acts of generosity. They were acts of self-preservation, and Harry accepted them as such. He wrote to his friends every week. Ron's letters were cheerful and chaotic, full of news about the burrow and his brothers, and the gnome infestation in the garden that his mother was waging a losing war against. Hermione's letters were longer, more structured, and increasingly impatient. She wanted to discuss the gauntlet's energy efficiency ratios and was frustrated by the limitations of owl-based communication for technical discourse. Neville's letters were short and sweet, mostly about his greenhouse and a new species of venomous tentacula he was cultivating that kept trying to eat the postman. Harry replied to all of them. He kept the letters warm and light and normal because normal was the mask he wore for the people he loved, and he was getting very good at wearing it. Behind the mask, the ghost was restless. Voldemort's shade had escaped. It was out there somewhere, bodiless, furious, hunting for a new host or a new path to resurrection. The Philosopher's Stone was destroyed, but the ghost knew, with the bone-deep certainty of someone who'd studied immortality across multiple lifetimes, that a wizard of Voldemort's power and paranoia would not have relied on a single method of cheating death. There would be contingencies, backup plans, other anchors. Harry spent his nights thinking about this. Not the gauntlet that was locked in his trunk, dormant, waiting for the magical environment of Hogwarts to reactivate its rune arrays. Not his schoolwork. He'd finished the summer assignments in the first week, because the ghost found them insultingly simple, and Harry saw no reason to pretend otherwise in the privacy of his own room. No, his nights were spent on the harder problem, understanding Voldemort. He started with what he knew. Voldemort had been Tom Riddle, brilliant, charismatic, orphaned, raised without love. A prodigy who'd arrived at Hogwarts and found in magic the power that the world had denied him. He'd gathered followers, built an ideology around blood purity, waged a war, and been defeated by a baby. The ghost found the narrative familiar, uncomfortably specifically familiar. A brilliant child raised in deprivation who discovered power and let it consume him. The parallels between Tom Riddle and Victor Von Doom were close enough to make Harry's skin crawl. The difference, the critical, load-bearing difference, was love. Doom had loved his mother, loved Latveria. Loved, in his twisted and possessive way, the people he'd claimed as his own. That love had been insufficient to prevent his transformation into a tyrant, but it had been real, and it had in the end given him something to anchor his consciousness to when death came calling. Voldemort, as far as Harry could determine, had never loved anyone, not once, not ever. He desired, coveted, consumed, but love required vulnerability, and vulnerability required trust, and Tom Riddle had trusted no one since the orphanage. That was the key, Harry thought. Not power, not knowledge, not magical ability. Love, the thing his mother had given him, the thing Doom had carried like a wound, the thing Voldemort had cut out of himself like a cancer. Harry lay in bed at Privet Drive and stared at the ceiling and felt the ghost stir with something that wasn't quite agreement and wasn't quite dissent. "You think love makes you stronger," the ghost said. "I think love makes me different from him," Harry replied. "Different isn't the same as stronger, number, but it's the same as better." The ghost had no response to that. Some arguments couldn't be won with logic. July crawled past in a haze of heat and boredom, and the particular English suburban misery of Privet Drive in summer. Harry read. He exercised, running laps around the neighborhood at dawn, push-ups and sit-ups in his room, the physical training regimen that the ghost had designed based on Doom's own conditioning protocols, adapted for a 12-year-old's body. He practiced wandless magic in small, controlled bursts, levitating coins, heating water, feeling the electromagnetic field around him. He couldn't use his wand, the Ministry's trace would detect it, but wandless work was beneath their censors, apparently, because it didn't involve the focused magical signature that a wand produced. He also built things, not the gauntlet, that required magical components he couldn't access, but mechanical things, electronic things, the physical world half of the equation that he could pursue without alerting the Ministry. A signal interceptor that could pick up radio frequencies within a 2-mile radius. A modified torch that used a hand-cranked dynamo instead of batteries. A set of lockpicks machined to tolerances that would have impressed a professional locksmith. The ghost needed to build. It was a compulsion as fundamental as hunger, the need to take raw material and make it into something better. Harry indulged it because the alternative was letting the ghost's restless energy turn inward, and an inward-turning Doom was a Doom that started planning conquest. He was in the garage on the evening of July 31st, his 12th birthday, assembling a miniature electromagnetic generator from parts salvaged from a broken food processor, when something crashed into his bedroom window upstairs. Harry was at the top of the stairs in 4 seconds, wand in hand, the ghost's combat protocols flooding his nervous system with adrenaline and focus. He eased his bedroom door open and found not an assassin, not a dark wizard, not the formless shade of Voldemort come for revenge, but a house elf. It was small, perhaps 2 feet tall, with enormous green eyes, bat-like ears, and a body wrapped in what appeared to be a filthy pillowcase. It was standing on Harry's bed, wringing its hands, tears streaming down its face, and when it saw Harry, it let out a wail of such operatic misery that Harry had to cast a silent muffliato to keep the Dursleys from investigating. "Harry Potter," the creature squeaked. "So long has Dobby wanted to meet you, sir. Such an honor it is. Who are you?" Harry asked. His wand was still raised. The ghost was running threat assessments, house elf servant class in Wizarding Society, bound to a family, limited but significant magic, not inherently dangerous but potentially under hostile orders. "Dobby, sir, Dobby the house elf." He dissolved into fresh tears. "Dobby has come to warn Harry Potter. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts." Harry lowered his wand. Not because the threat had passed, if anything, a warning like this elevated the threat level considerably, but because the creature in front of him was so obviously, desperately sincere that pointing a wand at it felt like threatening a child. "Why not?" Harry asked. "There is a plot, Harry Potter. A plot to make most terrible things happen at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year." Dobby's enormous eyes brimmed with fresh tears. "Dobby has known it for months, sir. Harry Potter must not put himself in danger. He is too important, too good. What kind of terrible things? Who's plotting?" Dobby opened his mouth, then slammed his head against the bedpost with alarming force. Bad Dobby, can't say. Dobby cannot betray his family's secrets." Harry caught the elf before he could inflict further damage, holding him at arm's length. The creature weighed almost nothing, and his skin was hot to the touch, and up close Harry could see scars, old scars, layered, the kind that came from years of systematic punishment. The ghost went cold, not with analytical detachment, with anger. Real, personal, visceral anger, because Victor Von Doom had been a slave once, in all but name. His people, the Romani, had been bound and beaten and worked and discarded by those who considered them lesser. The sight of a creature physically punished for the crime of speaking the truth hit a nerve that the ghost had thought long since cauterized. "Dobby," Harry said, and his voice was very gentle. "Who do you belong to?" "Dobby cannot say, sir. The Malfoys." It wasn't a question. The ghost had deduced it from the elf's speech patterns, his terror, the specific nature of a plot against Hogwarts that a servant of the Malfoy family would be privy to. Dobby's eyes went so wide they threatened to consume his face, which was confirmation enough. Dobby didn't say it, sir. Harry Potter guessed. Dobby is a good elf. You're a brave elf, Harry said. Braver than most people I know. And I'll make you a promise, Dobby, I'm going back to Hogwarts because that's where the danger is, and I don't run from danger, but I'll be careful. And someday, not today, but someday, I'm going to find a way to help you. Dobby stared at him with an expression of such overwhelming, disbelieving gratitude that Harry's chest ached. Harry Potter is even greater than Dobby heard, the elf whispered, even greater than the stories say. The stories don't know the half of it, Harry said, and meant it in ways Dobby couldn't understand. The elf vanished with a crack, leaving Harry alone in his bedroom with a birthday that no one had acknowledged and a warning that changed everything. A plot at Hogwarts, something the Malfoys were involved in or at least knew about, terrible things. The ghost began building scenarios immediately, cross-referencing Lucius Malfoy's known history, his Death Eater connections, his political influence, his possible motivations. Revenge for Voldemort's defeat, a play for power within the post-war political landscape. Something connected to the Dark Lord's return. Harry didn't have enough data yet, but he had a direction, and a direction was all the ghost needed to begin hunting. Went to bed and lay in the dark and thought about house elves, an entire race of sentient beings bound by magic to serve wizarding families, physically compelled to obey and punish themselves for disobedience. Slavery, institutionalized, normalized, invisible slavery, so deeply embedded in wizarding culture that most witches and wizards didn't even recognize it as such. The ghost burned. Doom had freed the Romani, had built Latveria as a haven for the dispossessed, the rejected, the forgotten. Whatever else could be said about Victor Von Doom, tyrant, megalomaniac, conqueror, he had never tolerated slavery. It was the one line he had never crossed and never would. Harry added a new entry to his mental list of things that needed to change about the wizarding world. The list was getting long. The next 2 weeks passed in a state of heightened awareness. Harry trained harder, read more, built a second electromagnetic pulse device, more refined than the first, smaller, more powerful, and concealed it in a hollowed-out book alongside the first. The ghost wanted weapons. Harry compromised by building tools that could become weapons if necessary. Hermione's letters took on an urgent tone. She'd been researching the history of Hogwarts' defense systems, trying to identify potential vulnerabilities that an external threat might exploit. Her analysis was thorough, brilliant, and slightly terrifying in its implications. She'd essentially written a penetration testing report for a 1,000-year-old magical fortress, and her conclusion was that Hogwarts security, while formidable against direct assault, was almost laughably vulnerable to infiltration from within. Ron's letters mentioned that his father, Arthur Weasley, who worked at the Ministry of Magic in the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, had been unusually stressed lately. Raids on known dark wizarding families, confiscation of cursed objects, political pressure from above to abandon the investigations. Ron didn't connect this to anything significant, but Harry did. If the Ministry was cracking down on dark artifacts, someone, Lucius Malfoy perhaps, might be looking to dispose of something dangerous before it was found. The pieces were forming a picture. Harry couldn't see the whole thing yet, but the edges were becoming clear. The rescue arrived on a Tuesday night. Harry was lying in bed, reading a Muggle physics textbook by torchlight, when something large and turquoise appeared outside his window. He reached for his wand, rolled off the bed into a crouch, and then recognized the shape. A car. A flying car, hovering outside his second-floor window, with 3 familiar ginger heads peering out at him. "All right, Harry," said Fred Weasley, or George. Harry still couldn't reliably tell them apart without the gauntlet sensory rune, which he'd discovered could distinguish individuals by their magical signatures. "We've come to rescue you," said George or Fred. "Mum doesn't know," Ron added from the back seat, looking equal parts thrilled and terrified. "So if we could hurry this up." Harry looked at the flying car. He looked at the twins' grins. He looked at Ron's face, which was the face of someone who'd driven several hours through the night sky to rescue a friend who hadn't actually asked to be rescued. The ghost said, "This is strategically unnecessary. The Hogwarts Express departs in 3 weeks. There is no rational reason to." Harry told the ghost to shut up, grabbed his trunk, and climbed out the window. The flight to the Burrow took 2 hours and was one of the best experiences of Harry's life. The car, a Ford Anglia enchanted by Arthur Weasley with a Muggle obsession that bordered on the religious, sailed through clouds and moonlight while the twins argued about navigation, and Ron pointed out landmarks, and Harry sat in the back with the wind in his hair and the ghost sulking and his heart fuller than it had any right to be. The burrow was chaos given architectural form. A house that looked like it had been designed by a committee of enthusiastic but fundamentally disagreeable wizards, each of whom had added a room without consulting the others. It lined, it sagged, it defied structural engineering and basic physics, and it was held together by magic and love and the sheer stubbornness of Molly Weasley, who ran it like a general commanding a slightly unhinged army. Molly Weasley was waiting for them when they landed. Her expression suggested that someone was about to die. BADS empty, no note, car gone, you could have been killed, you could have been seen. The twins and Ron weathered the storm with the practiced endurance of soldiers who'd been shelled before. Harry stood slightly behind them, trying to look inconspicuous, which was difficult when you were the reason for the unauthorized midnight flight. Then Molly saw him, and her fury collapsed like a sandcastle in a wave. She crossed the kitchen in 3 steps and enveloped him in a hug that was warm and fierce and smelled of bread and home. "Oh, Harry dear, of course we're glad to see you. Ron's told us all about have you been eating enough. You're terribly thin. I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley, really. You'll call me Molly or you'll call me nothing. Sit down, I'll make breakfast." It was 4 in the morning. She made a full English breakfast, eggs, bacon, sausages, toast, beans, fried tomatoes, and Harry ate until even the ghost was satisfied, which took a remarkable quantity of food. Around the table, the Weasley kitchen came to life. Arthur appeared in a dressing gown, delighted to see Harry, immediately launching into questions about how Muggle postboxes worked. Ginny, Ron's younger sister, appeared in the doorway, saw Harry, went scarlet, and fled. Percy descended from upstairs with the affronted dignity of someone whose sleep had been disturbed by common people. Harry sat in the middle of it and absorbed the warmth like a man standing before a fire after years in the cold. This was what Doom had never had. Not the power, Doom had power beyond measure. Not the intelligence, Doom's mind was among the greatest in any universe. This, the kitchen, the noise, the arguments and the laughter, and the mother who stayed up all night worrying, and the father who asked silly questions because he genuinely wanted to know the answers. The family. Doom had tried to build this. In Latveria, in his way, he tried to create a nation that functioned as a family, one where every citizen was fed, housed, protected, and valued. But a nation isn't a family. A king isn't a father, and control, no matter how benevolent, isn't love. Harry ate his eggs and watched Arthur Weasley explain to his children, for apparently the 1000th time, why rubber ducks existed, and he felt the iron thing in his chest crack along new fault lines, and he let it. Some cracks let light in. The weeks at the Burrow were a revelation. Harry had never lived in a functioning family before. The mechanics of it fascinated the ghost, the unspoken negotiations, the invisible labor, the way resources were shared and conflicts were resolved, and love was expressed through small, consistent acts rather than grand gestures. Molly Weasley ran the household with an iron hand wrapped in a velvet glove, managing 7 children, a husband, a ghoul in the attic, and a garden full of gnomes with the organizational skills of a military commander and the emotional bandwidth of a saint. Harry helped. Not because he was asked. Molly would never have asked a guest to do chores, but because the ghost couldn't sit idle and Harry wanted to contribute. He degnomed the garden, a process that involved grabbing small potato-shaped creatures and hurling them over the hedge while they bit your fingers and swore at you in high-pitched voices. He helped Molly in the kitchen, demonstrating a cooking proficiency that surprised everyone, including himself. The ghost's memories included extensive culinary knowledge, because Victor von Doom had considered self-sufficiency a matter of principle, and also because Latverian cuisine was excellent and Doom had strong opinions about paprika. He played Quidditch with Ron and the twins in the orchard, flying on borrowed broomsticks in the golden afternoon light, and the ghost objected to the waste of time, and Harry ignored it because flying was freedom and freedom was joy, and joy was the one thing the ghost couldn't quantify or control. He talked to Arthur about Muggle technology. These conversations were fascinating, not because Arthur's understanding of Muggle inventions was accurate, it emphatically was not, but because the man's enthusiasm was infectious and his underlying question was the right one. How does the non-magical world function? What systems have they built? What can we learn from them? Arthur Weasley was, Harry realized, the only wizard he'd met who was genuinely curious about the Muggle world. Everyone else either ignored it or condescended to it. Arthur wanted to understand. Harry fed him information carefully. Not everything, not the gauntlet, not the electromagnetic pulse devices, not the ghost's understanding of physics and engineering that was centuries ahead of anything in the Muggle world, let alone the magical one. but enough to make Arthur's eyes light up, enough to deepen the man's appreciation for the ingenuity of a species that had got to the moon without a single spell. Remarkable, Arthur would murmur, turning a rubber duck over in his hands. Simply remarkable, and they float. In the bath, and that's it, Mr. Weasley. Remarkable, Ginny was a complication. She was 11, starting Hogwarts in September, and she had a crush on Harry that was visible from space. She couldn't be in the same room as him without turning the color of a tomato, knocking something over, or both. She put her elbow in the butter dish at breakfast. She tripped on the stairs when he walked past. She stared at him when she thought he wasn't looking, and looked away so fast when he caught her that Harry was genuinely concerned about neck injury. The ghost was oblivious. The ghost categorized Ginny as youngest Weasley, female, non-threatening, strategically irrelevant, and moved on. Harry was not oblivious. He noticed her, and he noticed that when she wasn't incapacitated by his presence, she was funny, sharp, and possessed of a temper that made her mother's look mild. She hexed the twins when they teased her. She argued politics with Percy at the dinner table and held her own. She flew. Harry saw her sneak out on Charlie's old broom one evening, with a recklessness and talent that would have made her the best player in the family if anyone had been watching. Harry was watching. He didn't know what to do with the observation yet. He was 12. Ghost's experience with romance was catastrophic. Doom had loved exactly one woman in his life, and that story ended with dimensional exile and cosmic tragedy. Not a useful template. He filed it away. Everything was information. Not everything required immediate action. The Hogwarts letters arrived in the first week of August, along with the school supply lists. Harry noticed something unusual in his. The majority of the required textbooks were by a single author, Gilderoy Lockhart. 7 books, all of them based on a quick skim at the bookshop in Diagon Alley, autobiographical accounts of Lockhart's alleged encounters with dark creatures. Werewolves, banshees, vampires, trolls. Lockhart claimed to have defeated them all with a combination of charm, courage, and impeccable hair. Harry read 20 pages of Wandering with Werewolves and put it down. These are fiction, he told Hermione, who had joined them in Diagon Alley for the school shopping trip. She'd arrived via the Flu Network, stepping out of the Weasleys' fireplace with soot in her hair and 3 supplementary reading lists in her bag. "They're on the curriculum," Hermione said, which was not the same as disagreeing. "They're inconsistent. The werewolf encounter in Chapter 3 contradicts the known behavioral patterns described in Harry's snout, human heart. The banshee encounter uses terminology that doesn't appear in any recognized magical bestiary. And the Wagga Wagga werewolf, Hermione, there is no recorded werewolf activity in Wagga Wagga. I checked." Hermione looked at him. "You checked the historical records of werewolf activity in a specific Australian town. The ghost, my instincts told me something was off, so yes, I checked. And Lockhart's either lying about everything or misremembering it so thoroughly that the distinction is academic. These books are fantasy dressed up as memoir, which means our new defense against the dark arts teacher is either a fraud or a fabulous. Or both," Hermione said, and her expression suggested she'd reached the same conclusion independently, but hadn't wanted to be the one to say it. The bookshop trip itself was an exercise in spectacle management. Gilderoy Lockhart was there, doing a signing, surrounded by a mob of adoring witches who apparently found his blonde curls and teeth more compelling than his literary integrity. He spotted Harry, dragged him to the front, posed for photographs, and announced that he'd been appointed the new defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Harry stood in the flashbulb glare and smiled politely and let the performance happen, because fighting it would have drawn more attention than enduring it. The ghost seethed with contempt so pure it was almost artistic. This man, this preening, vapid, fraudulent man, was going to be responsible for teaching Harry's year group how to defend themselves against dark magic. The year when, according to Dobby, terrible things were going to happen. Then things got worse. Lucius Malfoy appeared in the bookshop like a malignant fog, tall and pale and elegant, with Draco trailing in his wake. He and Arthur Weasley exchanged pleasantries that were actually threats, smiling with their mouths while their eyes conducted a war. Harry watched Lucius with the ghost's full analytical attention. The man was dangerous, not in the crude, physical way that Vernon was dangerous, but in the precise political way that the most lethal people always were. He radiated controlled power. His robes were immaculate. His cane, silver-headed, serpent-topped, was almost certainly a wand housing. He looked at Harry with an expression of polite curiosity that concealed something much colder. "Ah, Mr. Potter," Lucius said, "Draco has told me all about you, quite the celebrity." "Mr. Malfoy," Harry said, "your reputation precedes you as well." Something flickered in Lucius's gray eyes, surprise quickly masked. He hadn't expected that. He'd expected the boy who lived, the wide-eyed orphan, the symbol. Not this contained, self-possessed child who met his gaze without blinking and spoke with the careful precision of someone who understood that every word in a conversation like this was a move on a board. "Indeed," Lucius said, and his smile didn't reach his eyes. "I do hope your second year at Hogwarts is eventful." He turned to leave. As he did, his hand dipped into Ginny Weasley's cauldron, a movement so smooth, so practiced, so utterly invisible that no one in the crowded shop noticed. No one except Harry. The ghost had been tracking Lucius's hands since the moment the man appeared. Not consciously, it was reflex, the automatic threat assessment of someone who'd survived assassination attempts in throne rooms and boardrooms and battlefields. Lucius's left hand entered the cauldron and deposited something. A book. Small, black, leather-bound. Harry's blood went cold. He didn't react, didn't reach for the cauldron, didn't confront Lucius. The man was already leaving, Draco beside him, the entire interaction apparently unremarkable to everyone else in the shop. Arthur was red-faced and muttering. Molly was trying to calm him down. The crowd was reassembling around Lockhart's signing table. Nobody had seen it. Harry had seen it, and the ghost was already building hypotheses. Lucius Malfoy had just planted an unknown object in a child's belongings. A Malfoy associate, possibly former Death Eater, had placed a dark artifact in the possession of an 11-year-old girl from a family he despised. This was Dobby's plot. This was the terrible thing. Harry needed to get that book. He waited until they were back at the burrow, until the chaos of unpacking and dinner and the twins' latest experiment, which had turned the kitchen ceiling temporarily orange, had died down, and then he went looking for Ginny. She was in her room, sorting her school supplies. Harry knocked on the open door and she jumped and went red and knocked a bottle of ink off her desk, which he caught with a wandless Akio that was so subtle neither of them quite registered it. "Harry, I'm just come in." "I mean, if you want, you don't have to. I mean, can I sit down?" She nodded. He sat on the edge of her bed. She perched on her desk chair, very straight, very rigid, looking at a point approximately 6 inches to the left of his face. "Ginny, I need to tell you something, and I need you to listen carefully." Her eyes snapped to his. The blush faded. She heard the tone, the serious, no-nonsense tone that cut through her crush and reached the sharp, brave girl underneath. "Okay," she said, "in the bookshop, when your dad and Lucius Malfoy were arguing. Malfoy put something in your cauldron, a book, small, black leather." Ginny blinked. She turned to her cauldron, which sat open on the floor, and rummaged through it. She pulled out a book, small, black, leather-bound, with T.M. Riddle stamped on the cover in faded gold. Harry's scar prickled. The ghost went absolutely still. T.M. Riddle, Tom Marvolo Riddle, Voldemort's birth name. Harry knew it from his research, the obsessive, comprehensive research he'd conducted into the man who'd killed his parents, using every source he could access in the Hogwarts library and the supplementary materials Hermione had helped him locate. Lucius Malfoy had planted a book bearing Voldemort's name in the belongings of an 11-year-old girl. A book that, even from across the room, radiated a magical signature so dark and so wrong that the gauntlet's runes would have screamed if he'd been wearing it. "Don't open it," Harry said. His voice came out harder than he intended, the ghost's urgency bleeding through. Ginny flinched. He softened. "Sorry, I didn't mean to, Ginny. That book is dangerous. I can feel it. I don't know exactly what it does yet, but it came from Lucius Malfoy, and nothing that man gives away is a gift." "How do you know?" Ginny whispered. She was looking at the book with a mixture of curiosity and dawning fear. "Because I know what he is, and I know that name on the cover." Harry held out his hand. "Can I have it? I'll make sure it can't hurt anyone." Ginny hesitated. Her fingers were still on the book, and Harry saw something, a flicker, a pull, the tiniest tremor of magical compulsion that made her hand tighten on the leather cover. The book was already trying to bond with her, already reaching out with whatever dark intelligence lived inside it, seeking a host, seeking a connection. "Ginny," Harry said, and there was iron in his voice now, the ghost's authority ringing through a child's vocal cords. "Give me the book." She let go. It was not easy. He could see the effort it cost her, the way her fingers peeled back one by one as if the leather was sticky, but she did it, and the moment the book left her hands, she shuddered and her eyes cleared and she looked at him with an expression of confused alarm. "That felt weird," she said. "I know." Harry took the book. The moment his skin touched the cover, the ghost recoiled. The dark magic hit his senses like a wave of filth, thick and oily and alive. This was not a book. It was a vessel. Something lived inside it, not fully alive, not fully conscious, but aware, hungry, designed to consume. He wrapped it in a spare shirt from his trunk and locked it in the false bottom alongside the gauntlet. The combination of Doom's mental wards and Harry's instinctive magical protection seemed to suppress whatever influence the book was projecting. The dark aura dimmed, muffled, contained. For now, Harry sat on his bed in Ron's room he was sharing. Ron's bedroom was plastered with Chudley Cannon's posters and smelled of owl droppings and teenage boy, and thought the book was a weapon. Lucius had planted it with the intention of causing harm to Ginny, to Hogwarts, to the Weasley family. The specific mechanism was unclear, but the book's magical signature was unmistakably Voldemort. This was something the Dark Lord had created, something personal. The ghost had a theory. It was an ugly theory, the kind of theory that kept you awake at night and made you question the limits of human evil. Horcrux, the ghost whispered. Harry didn't recognize the word. The ghost's memories were fragmentary on the specifics. Doom had encountered something similar in his study of the darkest magical traditions, but the details were hazy, half-remembered, like a text read in bad light. A vessel for a fragment of soul, the ghost continued, created through murder. The ultimate anchor, destroy the body, the soul persists. Multiple anchors would make one effectively immortal. Harry's blood went cold for the second time that evening. If the book was a Horcrux, a piece of Voldemort's soul stored in a physical object, then it explained everything. How Voldemort had survived the killing curse rebounding, how he'd persisted as a shade for a decade, how he'd been able to parasitize Quirrell, and if there was one Horcrux, there might be others. Harry stared at the locked trunk and felt the weight of the realization settle on him like a physical burden. This was bigger than 1 year at Hogwarts, bigger than one dark wizard and one corrupt aristocrat. This was a puzzle that spanned decades, and solving it would require everything he had, both lifetimes' worth of knowledge, all of his friends' combined brilliance, and a willingness to descend into the darkest corners of magical theory that the wizarding world had spent centuries trying to forget. He needed Hermione. He needed Dumbledore. He needed the Hogwarts library and the room of requirement and the gauntlet and time. Time, always time, the ghost's eternal enemy and Harry's most precious resource. He wrote to Hermione that night, a careful letter coded, using the cipher they'd developed for gauntlet-related communication. I've found something, can't explain in writing. Need to meet before term starts. Bring everything you have on advanced soul magic and magical artifacts. This is the most important thing we've ever worked on. Then he wrote to Dumbledore. This letter was different, direct. No cipher, no code, no games. Professor, I have come into possession of an object that I believe is extremely dangerous. It was given to a student by Lucius Malfoy. It bears the name T.M. Riddle. I believe it contains a fragment of something that should not exist. I need to speak with you urgently, before the start of term. He sent both letters with Hedwig and lay in the dark and listened to Ron snore and felt the ghost turn the problem over and over, examining it from every angle, searching for the pattern that would make the chaos comprehensible. How many? Harry asked the ghost. If he followed the principles of magical numerology and a wizard of his vanity would, then 7. 7 fragments, 7 anchors, 6 hidden objects plus the primary soul in whatever body he eventually reclaims. 6 Horcruxes. At minimum, this book is one. There will be others. Objects of significance, he would have chosen them carefully, as monuments to his own mythology. Finding them will require understanding him. Understanding what he valued, what he considered worthy of housing his immortality. Harry closed his eyes, understanding Voldemort, understanding a man who'd cut his soul into pieces and hidden them in objects and called it immortality, understanding the psychology of someone so terrified of death that he'd mutilated the most fundamental aspect of his being to avoid it. The ghost understood. The ghost had done something similar, in its way, anchored consciousness to a new soul rather than accept oblivion. The methods were different, the morality was different, but the underlying impulse was the same. The refusal to die. We're not so different, the ghost admitted, and the admission cost it something. We're different enough, Harry said. You chose rebirth. He chose fragmentation. You carried your whole self forward. He broke himself into pieces to avoid losing anything and lost everything in the process. The ghost was silent for a long time. Find the pieces, it said at last. Destroy them. End this. I intend to, Harry said, but not alone. Never alone. That's the difference between us and him. The ghost didn't argue. Dumbledore's reply came 3 days before the start of term. It was short, shorter than Harry had expected, shorter than the gravity of the situation warranted. Dear Harry, thank you for your letter. I take your concerns extremely seriously. Please bring the object in question to my office on the evening of September 1st after the welcoming feast. We will discuss it then. I must ask you to keep this matter strictly between us until we have spoken. Trust is a fragile thing, and in these times it must be placed with great care. Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter 3 times. The ghost analyzed the word choices, the tone, the implications. Dumbledore was taking it seriously. The urgency was real beneath the diplomatic language, but the instruction to keep it secret troubled Harry. Not because secrecy was wrong, he was the king of secrets, but because Dumbledore's secrecy served Dumbledore's agenda, and Harry didn't yet know what that agenda was. He knows, the ghost said, about Horcruxes. He already knows. The letter doesn't surprise him, it confirms something he suspected. He's been waiting for this. Harry nodded slowly. Dumbledore had been waiting, playing his long game, moving his pieces, letting the situation develop until the right moment. And now Harry had brought him a piece of the puzzle, and the old man would use Harry, to advance whatever master plan he'd been constructing since the night Voldemort fell. The manipulation was obvious. The question, as always, was whether to fight it or ride it. Harry chose a third option, co-opt it. He would give Dumbledore the diary. He would share his Horcrux theory. He would let the old man believe that Harry was a clever, cooperative student who'd stumbled onto something important and brought it to a trusted authority figure. And while Dumbledore focused on the diary, Harry would begin his own search, quietly, systematically. Using the ghost's knowledge, Hermione's research skills, and the gauntlet's capabilities to hunt for the remaining Horcruxes independently, not as a rival to Dumbledore, as a parallel operation, redundancy. Because if Dumbledore failed, or was compromised, or was killed, or was simply wrong, someone else needed to know the truth. The ghost approved. Doom had always believed in backup plans. September 1st arrived with the particular chaos that the Weasley household generated on school days, multiplied by 7 because this year Ginny was starting too. Molly was in full general mode, barking orders, checking trunks, counting children, and periodically dissolving into tears because her youngest baby was leaving home. Harry watched Ginny navigate the chaos with a competence that belied her age and her blush. She was different since the diary incident, quieter, more watchful, as if the brief contact with the book's dark magic had left a residue that sharpened her awareness of the world's dangers. She caught Harry's eye across the breakfast table and gave him a small, firm nod that said thank you without words. He nodded back. The ghost noted the exchange and for once offered no commentary. King's Cross, platform 9 3/4. The Scarlet Engine, the crowds, the noise. Harry moved through it all with the easy confidence of a second year who knew where he was going, his trunk containing a gauntlet, a locked diary, 3 journals, and a set of tools that no 12-year-old should have possessed. He found Hermione on the train. She was in a compartment alone, surrounded by books, and the look she gave him when he walked in was incandescent with suppressed urgency. "I got your letter," she said before he'd even sat down. "I've been researching for 2 weeks." Soul magic is the most restricted topic in the Hogwarts library. Nearly everything relevant is in the restricted section, and the indices are deliberately vague. But I found references. Oblique ones buried in footnotes and appendices, but references. "Harry, the concept you're describing, a soul fragment stored in an object, it's called a Horcrux," Harry said. Her eyes widened. "How did you?" "Instinct." He sat down and closed the compartment door. "Tell me what you found," Hermione told him. Her research was, as always, comprehensive and terrifying. Horcruxes were the darkest magic in existence, so dark that even books about dark magic refused to discuss them in detail. The creation process required murder, which fractured the soul, followed by a specific ritual that encased the fragment in a physical object. The result was an anchor. As long as the Horcrux existed, the creator could not truly die. "The texts are deliberately incomplete," Hermione said. "I think the magical community has been trying to erase the knowledge for centuries. But the fragments I found are consistent with what you described in your letter. If you know who created even one of these, I think he created 6. Hermione went very still. 6. 7 fragments total, including the piece that remained in his body. 7 is the most magically powerful number. He would have chosen it deliberately. "Harry, if that's true," she stopped, started again. "If that's true, then destroying Voldemort isn't a matter of defeating him in battle. It's a treasure hunt. We'd have to find and destroy every single Horcrux before he can be killed permanently." "Yes, that could take years. I know." She looked at him. He looked at her. The train rocked gently, the countryside sliding past the window, green and ordinary, and completely unaware of the conversation happening in compartment 14. "Well," Hermione said, and her voice was steady and her eyes were bright, and her jaw was set in the way that meant she'd made a decision, and the universe could either accommodate it or get out of the way. "Then we'd better get started." Ron arrived 20 minutes later, trailing the smell of his mother's sandwiches and the particular energy of someone who just had a spectacular argument with his brothers about Quidditch. He took one look at Harry's face and Hermione's expression and sat down with a sigh. "Right, what have I missed?" Harry told him. "Not everything, not the ghost, not the gauntlet, not the full scope of Doom's memories, but the diary, the Horcruxes, the theory, the scale of what they were facing." Ron listened in silence. His face went through several colors. When Harry finished, Ron was quiet for a long time, longer than Harry had ever known him to be quiet about anything. Then he said, so we're not just fighting a dark wizard. We're fighting a dark wizard who's literally unkillable unless we find and destroy 6 hidden objects that could be literally anywhere in the world. That's a fair summary, yes. And the adults, Dumbledore and the rest, they either don't know or they're not telling. Dumbledore knows, or suspects. We're meeting tonight to discuss it. Ron nodded slowly. And you need us. I need you. Both of us. Both of you. Hermione's the researcher. You're the strategist. He paused, searching for the right word. Not the weapon, not the leader, something more honest. The mad bastard who will actually walk into the cave where the evil artifact is hidden, Ron suggested. Harry laughed, something like that. Right. Ron reached for a sandwich. Well, I'm in, obviously. Can't let you two have all the fun. He took an enormous bite. Plus, Mum would kill me if I let you get yourself killed. Hermione rolled her eyes. Harry grinned. And the 3 of them sat in a compartment on the Hogwarts Express and planned the destruction of the most dangerous dark wizard in history, eating sandwiches and arguing about methodology, and it was strange and terrifying and oddly, beautifully normal. Hogwarts rose from the Scottish darkness like an old friend, and Harry felt the castle's wards wash over him as the carriages crossed the boundary, a warm, complex, layered recognition that made the gauntlet hum in its locked trunk. Home, or the closest thing to it. The welcoming feast was the usual spectacle. Ginny was sorted into Gryffindor, the hat barely touched her head, and she sat at the table with a fierce, proud expression that made Ron beam. Lockhart was introduced as the new defense against the dark arts professor, and received rapturous applause from approximately 70% of the female population and visible skepticism from everyone else. Dumbledore gave his usual benignly eccentric speech. After the feast, as students streamed toward their common rooms, Harry caught Dumbledore's eye across the hall. The headmaster gave a nearly imperceptible nod. Harry separated from Ron and Hermione. I'll be back, don't wait up, and don't let Ron eat that last cauldron cake, it's mine, and made his way to the headmaster's office. The gargoyle admitted him. Dumbledore had clearly left instructions, and the spiral staircase carried him upward to the office he'd visited only once before, in a haze of post-battle exhaustion. Dumbledore was waiting. The office was warm, cluttered with silver instruments that whirred and clicked, and Fawkes, the phoenix, magnificent and ancient, sat on his perch and regarded Harry with eyes that held a depth of intelligence that was almost unsettling. Harry, Dumbledore said, please sit. Lemon drop. No, thank you, sir. Harry sat. He reached into his bag and produced the diary, still wrapped in the shirt. He set it on the desk between them. Dumbledore looked at the wrapped object. He didn't touch it. You know what this is, Harry said, not a question. I have a theory. Dumbledore's voice was careful. Before you tell me yours, I'd like to hear how you came by it. Harry told him. The bookshop. Lucius, Ginny's cauldron, the dark magical signature, the name on the cover. He told it straight, without embellishment, without revealing the ghost's role in the analysis. Dumbledore listened. His face was unreadable, but his eyes were very, very bright. And your theory? Dumbledore asked. It's a Horcrux, Harry said. A fragment of Voldemort's soul stored in a physical object. I believe there are others, possibly as many as 6. The silence that followed was the loudest silence Harry had ever experienced. Dumbledore sat perfectly still, his lemon drop forgotten, his half-moon spectacles reflecting the candlelight. Fawkes ruffled his feathers. You are, Dumbledore said at last, the most extraordinary student I have ever taught, and I have taught many extraordinary students. He paused. You are correct, on all counts. How long have you known? I have suspected since the night Voldemort fell. The nature of his survival, the shade, the parasitic existence, the ability to persist without a body, was inconsistent with any known dark magic except one. I have spent 11 years searching for confirmation. And you didn't tell anyone? I told no one. The knowledge is too dangerous. In the wrong hands, it's a roadmap to immortality. Harry's voice was flat. I understand the risk, Professor. But keeping the knowledge in one head is also a risk. If something happens to you, then the knowledge dies with me. Yes, I have struggled with that tension. Dumbledore's voice was quiet, honest. I am not infallible, Harry. I am old, and I have made many mistakes, and the greatest of them have always involved keeping secrets that should have been shared. Harry looked at him. The ghost saw the chess master, the manipulator, the man who moved people like pieces on a board. Harry saw something else, a tired old man carrying a burden that had been crushing him for decades, and the relief, fragile, guarded but real, of finally having someone to share it with. Then let's share it, Harry said. Tell Chapter 5, what doom demands. The diary screamed when they destroyed it. Not a human scream, something thinner, higher, the sound a nerve makes when it's cut. Harry stood in Dumbledore's office on a gray September morning, 3 days after their midnight conversation, and watched the headmaster drive a basilisk fang, retrieved from a locked cabinet that required 3 passwords and a blood ward to open, into the center of the open diary. Ink erupted from the wound like black blood. The pages writhed, curling and uncurling, and a face pressed outward from the paper, young, handsome, contorted in agony, Tom Riddle at 16, preserved in dark magic for 50 years, dying his second death in a fountain of his own ink. The scream faded. The diary went still. The ink pooled on Dumbledore's desk, then evaporated, leaving behind a ruined book with a hole through its heart. Harry's scar burned. Not the sharp, violent pain of Voldemort's direct attention, but a deep, resonant ache, sympathetic almost, as if something inside him had felt the Horcrux die and mourned it. The ghost noticed, filed it, said nothing. Dumbledore set the basilisk fang down and looked at the ruined diary with an expression that combined satisfaction and sorrow in equal measure. 1, he said quietly. 5 to go, Harry said. At least 5. We cannot be certain of the total until we understand his pattern more fully. Dumbledore removed his spectacles and cleaned them, a gesture Harry had learned to recognize as the old man buying himself thinking time. Tom was methodical, ritualistic. He would have chosen objects of significance, historical artifacts, items connected to the Hogwarts founders, objects that fed his mythology of superiority. Founders' artifacts, Harry said. The ghost had reached the same conclusion independently, cross-referencing Voldemort's known obsession with Hogwarts history against the available inventory of famous magical objects. He would have wanted something from each founder, trophies. Precisely. We know of Slytherin's locket, a gold locket bearing the Slytherin crest, which was in the possession of the Gaunt family, Tom's maternal line. I believe he retrieved it before or shortly after leaving Hogwarts. What about Hufflepuff's cup? Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. You've done your research. I've done nothing but research since July. Harry pulled a folded sheet of parchment from his pocket, his working list, compiled over weeks of library work and midnight theorizing. Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, possibly Ravenclaw's diadem, though that's been lost for centuries. The diary was likely his first, made while he was still at school. That leaves 2 or 3 unaccounted for, depending on whether he used Gryffindor's sword, which seems unlikely, since it's been in this office for centuries, or chose objects outside the founder pattern. The ring, Dumbledore said, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, a family heirloom with a black stone. I have reason to believe Tom took it from his uncle after murdering him. That's 5. Locket, cup, diadem, diary, ring. What's the 6th? Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. His blue eyes rested on Harry's forehead, on the scar, and the expression in them was something Harry had never seen before. Grief. Not fresh grief, but the old, calcified kind that had been carried so long it had become structural. The grief of someone who knew something terrible and wished he didn't. I have a theory about the 6th, Dumbledore said, but it is only a theory, and I am not yet prepared to share it. Not because I don't trust you, I do, more than you know, but because the theory, if correct, carries implications that I need to consider carefully. The ghost surged forward with suspicion. He's hiding something about you, the scar, the connection. He thinks Harry pushed the ghost back. Not now, not yet. Dumbledore was an ally, and allies were allowed their secrets for a time. I'll hold you to that, Professor, Harry said. When you're ready. When I'm ready, Dumbledore agreed. And something in his eyes, something old and sad and frightened, made Harry wonder if ready would ever come. They agreed on a division of labor. Dumbledore would pursue the ring. He had leads on its location, connected to the Gaunt family's ancestral home. Harry would focus on the locket and the diadem, using the Hogwarts library and the Room of Requirement as his base of operations. The cup's location was unknown. They'd address it when they had more information. Harry left the office with the taste of burned ink in his mouth and the ghost churning through tactical scenarios. 5 Horcruxes remaining. 5 anchors holding a madman to immortality. Each one hidden, each one protected, each one requiring destruction by methods extreme enough to damage an object housing a fragment of soul. Basilisk venom worked. They had a limited supply. The fang Dumbledore had used was one of several he'd acquired from undisclosed sources, but the supply wasn't infinite. Fiendfire would also work, according to the ghost's fragmented memories, but Fiendfire was a living curse flame that consumed everything and was nearly impossible to control. The killing curse might work, but the ethics and practicality of using an unforgivable were problems Harry wasn't ready to solve. He needed options. He needed the gauntlet. The Room of Requirement welcomed him that evening like an old friend. The door appeared at his first pass. It had never taken more than one since September, and inside, the workshop was exactly as he'd left it. Tools arranged on the workbench, books on the shelves, the safe humming quietly, waiting for his touch. Harry opened it and took out the gauntlet. 7 runes, 7 functions. He slid it onto his left hand and felt the familiar pulse of recognition, the runes lighting up in sequence, green, steady, alive. He had work to do. The second year at Hogwarts unfolded around Harry like a river splitting around a stone, the current of normal school life flowing past while he remained fixed on his purpose, immovable, hidden in plain sight. Classes continued. Lockhart was every bit as fraudulent as Harry had predicted. His lessons were theatrical disasters in which the man demonstrated nothing except an inexhaustible capacity for self-promotion. The first class featured a cage full of Cornish pixies that Lockhart released and then couldn't control, leaving the students to deal with the chaos while he fled to his office. Harry watched this performance with cold amusement. The ghost was offended on a professional level. Doom had employed tutors for the children of Latveria, and any teacher who demonstrated this level of incompetence would have been dismissed before lunch. But Lockhart was useful in his way. His uselessness meant that defense against the dark arts was effectively a free period, which Harry used for independent study. He sat in the back of the classroom, performed the minimum required participation, and spent the rest of the hour reading texts on advanced magical theory that had nothing to do with the curriculum and everything to do with Horcrux destruction. Hermione had thrown herself into the research with characteristic ferocity. She'd secured a restricted section pass from Lockhart. The man signed anything put in front of him, especially if the requester mentioned how much they admired his work, and was systematically working through every text on soul magic, dark artifacts, and magical preservation that the library contained. Her findings were grim. Horcruxes are designed to be nearly indestructible, she told Harry and Ron during a late-night session in the room of requirement. She'd earned access to the room. Harry had shown it to her last year and treated it with the reverence of someone who'd been given the keys to the Library of Alexandria. The fragment of soul inside protects the object. Normal magic won't damage it. You need something that causes damage beyond magical repair, basilisk venom, fiendfire, or a sufficiently powerful destructive force that overwhelms the soul fragment's ability to regenerate. What about the gauntlet? Ron asked. He knew about the gauntlet now. Harry had shown him over the summer during a quiet moment at the Burrow, and Ron's reaction had been gratifyingly simple. Wicked, can I try it on? Followed by no, seriously, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen, and I've seen Charlie's dragons. Ron didn't understand the theory. He didn't need to. He understood what the gauntlet was, a weapon, a tool, a piece of Harry that existed outside his body, and he accepted it with the uncomplicated loyalty that was his greatest gift. The seventh rune, Harry said, the offensive array. In theory, it generates enough destructive force to overwhelm a Horcrux's defenses, but I haven't tested it against an actual soul fragment, because we just destroyed the only one we had, Hermione said. Exactly. So either it works and we have a reliable method of destruction, or it doesn't and we're back to hunting basilisk fangs. Where do you even find basilisks? Ron asked. According to Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, they're bred from chicken eggs hatched under toads, Hermione said. The last known basilisk in Britain was killed in. I was being rhetorical, Hermione. There's no such thing as a rhetorical question when we're trying to save the world. Ron looked at Harry. Harry looked at Ron. They both looked at Hermione, who was utterly serious, and the absurdity of the moment, 3 12-year-olds in a hidden room, discussing the logistics of dark artifact destruction like it was a homework assignment, hit all of them simultaneously. They laughed. It wasn't a long laugh or a particularly joyful one, but it was real and it was necessary, and it reminded Harry that the people sitting with him were not assets or operatives or pieces on a board. They were his friends, his family, the thing that Doom had never had and Voldemort had never wanted. The ghost observed the laughter and felt something it couldn't name. It wasn't strategic, it wasn't useful, it was warm. October brought 2 developments that changed the trajectory of Harry's year. The first was the discovery of the diadem. Harry had been searching for Ravenclaw's lost diadem since September, using every resource at his disposal: library research, conversations with the Ravenclaw ghost, the Grey Lady, who was deeply reluctant to discuss the subject, and systematic exploration of the castle using the gauntlet's sensory rune. The diadem had been lost for centuries. Conventional wisdom held that it had been taken from the castle by the Grey Lady's mother, Helena Ravenclaw, and never returned. Conventional wisdom was wrong. Harry found it in the room of requirement, not in his workshop configuration, in another form. The room, he'd discovered, could take multiple shapes depending on the user's need. He'd been experimenting with different requests, exploring the room's capabilities, when he'd paced 3 times thinking, I need a place to hide something. The door appeared, and behind it was a cathedral of junk. Towers of broken furniture, mountains of old textbooks, avalanches of confiscated objects and forgotten treasures, all piled together in a space that seemed to extend forever. A a graveyard of everything Hogwarts had ever wanted to forget. Harry walked through it in stunned silence, the gauntlet's sensory rune painting the chaos in magical light. Most of the objects were inert, old junk, magically dead, but here and there things glowed. Enchanted artifacts, cursed objects, forgotten heirlooms. And in a far corner, sitting on top of a cabinet that Harry's instincts screamed to stay away from, a tarnished silver tiara set with a blue sapphire, the diadem of Ravenclaw. He felt it before he saw it clearly. The Horcrux's signature was unmistakable, the same dark, oily, wrongness that the diary had radiated, but older, more deeply embedded. The soul fragment inside had had decades to sink into the metal, to fuse with the enchantment, to become part of the object rather than a passenger. Harry stood 10 feet away and studied it. The ghost ran calculations, energy requirements for the 7th rune at close range, probability of collateral damage, risk assessment for attempting destruction in an enclosed space filled with potentially cursed objects. He didn't touch it, not yet. Instead, he memorized its location, mapped the route through the junk cathedral, and retreated to his workshop configuration to plan. That night he wrote to Dumbledore, found the diadem, room of requirement, hidden configuration. Ready to attempt destruction on your signal. Dumbledore's reply came the next morning, attached to Fawkes's leg. Extraordinary. Do not attempt destruction alone. I will come to you this Saturday. We will do this together. A.D. Saturday, 4 days away. Harry spent them in a state of focused preparation that the ghost recognized as pre-combat readiness, the calm, methodical, almost ritualistic process of ensuring that every variable was accounted for and every contingency was planned for. He upgraded the gauntlet's shielding rune, extending its radius from 6 inches to 2 feet. He practiced the 7th rune's activation sequence until it was muscle memory. He briefed Ron and Hermione not on the destruction itself, which Dumbledore had insisted be limited to the 2 of them, but on the broader implications. 2 Horcruxes destroyed, 4 remaining, progress. Careful, Hermione said on Friday night as they parted ways at the common room stairs. Her voice was light, but her eyes were not. I'm always careful. No, you're not. You're calculated, which is different. Calculated people take risks that careful people wouldn't. She was right. The ghost acknowledged it. Harry smiled, because smiling was easier than admitting she'd seen through him again. I'll be careful, he said. I promise. Liar. But she smiled back, and the smile was warm, and they went to bed. Saturday evening, the room of requirement, junk cathedral configuration. Dumbledore arrived wearing plain traveling robes instead of his usual star-spangled extravagance. He looked older than Harry had seen him, tired, the lines in his face deeper, his movements careful. He carried a small leather satchel that clinked when he set it down. Basilisk fangs, he said, noting Harry's glance. 3 remaining. I would prefer to conserve them if your gauntlet proves effective. So would I. They walked through the cathedral of junk in silence, following Harry's memorized route. The gauntlet's sensory rune painted their path in shimmering light. Dumbledore watched the rune work with undisguised fascination. This was only the 2nd time he'd seen the gauntlet in action, and the 1st time he'd observed the sensory array. Remarkable, Dumbledore murmured. Runic architecture is unlike anything in the European tradition. Where did you learn this, Harry? Instinct, Harry said, and Dumbledore gave him a look that said, we both know that's not an answer, and we both know I'm not going to push it today. They reached the diadem. It sat on its cabinet, tarnished and malevolent, the blue sapphire catching the gauntlet's light and refracting it into something ugly. Can you feel it? Harry asked. I can. Dumbledore's voice was tight. The corruption runs deep. This was one of his first made, I believe, during his time in Albania after he'd left Britain. Harry raised the gauntlet. 7 runes, 7 functions. The offensive array was the 7th, the weapon, the failsafe, the concentrated destructive force that had blown a training dummy to pieces and put a 2-foot crater in the room of requirements wall. If this works, Harry said, we have a method that doesn't rely on a limited supply of basilisk venom. We can destroy any Horcrux we find anywhere, anytime. And if it doesn't, then you use a fang and I redesign the array. Dumbledore nodded. He drew his wand, the Elder Wand, though Harry didn't know that yet, and cast a containment ward around the cabinet. A shimmering dome of force that would prevent collateral damage. The old man's spellwork was breathtaking, dense, layered, elegant, cast with a casual mastery that made Harry's best work look like finger painting. Ready when you are, Dumbledore said. Harry focused. The gauntlet's runes lit up in sequence 1 through 6, each one feeding into the next, building a cascade of magical energy that flowed through the copper wire and the steel frame and the runic matrix like water through a turbine. The air around his hand compressed and shimmered. He aimed at the diadem. The ghost provided targeting data, distance, angle, energy density required. Harry's own magic surged forward, channeled through the amplification rune, shaped by the offensive array, compressed into a beam of focused destruction that was neither spell nor technology but something new, something that existed in the space between the two. He fired. The beam was green, not killing curse green, but the deep, vibrant green of new growth, of emeralds, of his mother's eyes. It struck the diadem with a sound like a bell being rung inside a thunderclap. The diadem screamed. The same thin, high, inhuman scream that the diary had produced, but louder, more desperate, the scream of something that had existed for decades and was being unmade in seconds. The sapphire cracked. Silver warped, black smoke poured from the fissures, coiling and writhing, forming a face, Tom Riddle, young and beautiful and furious, that opened its mouth in a silent howl before dissolving into nothing. The beam cut off. The diadem lay on the cabinet, split down the middle, the sapphire shattered, the metal blackened, dead, empty. Harry lowered his hand. The gauntlet steamed slightly, the runes dimmed to darkness, the silence was absolute. Then Dumbledore said very quietly, "My God." Harry turned to him. The headmaster was staring at the destroyed Horcrux with an expression that Harry had never seen on his face before, not surprise, not satisfaction, but something closer to awe. The awe of a man who had spent his life at the pinnacle of magical achievement and was looking at something that exceeded it. The beam, Dumbledore said. It wasn't a spell, it wasn't any form of magic I recognize. What was it? Something new, Harry said. A hybrid. The gauntlet takes magical energy, channels it through a technological framework and outputs it as a focused destructive force. The runic array provides the shape, the copper wire provides the conduit, my magic provides the power. The result is that, he gestured at the ruined diadem. Dumbledore was quiet for a very long time. When he spoke, his voice was careful, measured, and carried the particular weight of someone making a statement they'd thought about very deeply. Harry, in all my years, and they have been many, I have never seen a student produce anything like what I have just witnessed. Not Tom Riddle at his most brilliant, not any of the prodigies I have taught or studied or fought against. What you have built is not merely impressive, it is paradigm-altering, and it frightens me. It should, Harry said. It frightens me too. But you built it anyway, because something worse exists, and the only way to fight the worst thing in the world is to build something better. Dumbledore studied him. The blue eyes, old, wise, burdened, searched Harry's face for something. Truth, perhaps, or reassurance. Or the answer to a question he'd been carrying since the night he'd felt the anomaly in Harry's magical signature and realized that the boy who lived was something more than anyone had anticipated. The presence behind your eyes, Dumbledore said. The thing I felt the first night at the sorting. It's part of this, isn't it? The knowledge, the skills, the instincts that no 12-year-old should possess. Someone else lives in your mind, someone who knows things that haven't been discovered yet. Harry felt the ghost stir, not with alarm, with resignation. The secret had held for 2 years. 2 years of careful performance, strategic misdirection, controlled revelation. But Dumbledore was Dumbledore, and secrets didn't stay secret from the most perceptive wizard alive forever. Yes, Harry said. Who? A man who lived in another world, another time. He was a king, a sorcerer, an engineer. He built things, incredible things, terrible things. He died, and when he died, he refused to let his knowledge die with him. He anchored himself to the next magical soul born into suffering. Me. The words came out simply, plainly, without drama or embellishment. Harry was tired of secrets, tired of the performance. Dumbledore deserved the truth, not all of it, not the specifics, but the shape of it. Dumbledore absorbed this. His face didn't change. He'd suspected something like this for months, perhaps longer. But hearing it confirmed produced a subtle shift in his posture, a settling like a puzzle piece clicking into place. And this king, is he dangerous? He was. In his life, he was one of the most dangerous men in any world. He conquered nations. He fought gods. He did terrible things for what he believed were good reasons, and he did good things that nobody gave him credit for. He was brilliant and proud and lonely and angry, and he died alone, and the one thing he learned too late was that isolation is not strength. And you carry all of this. I carry the echoes of it, his memories, his knowledge, his skills, not his personality, not entirely. I'm not him, I'm me with his gifts. The distinction matters. It matters enormously, Dumbledore agreed. It is in fact the most important distinction there is. He paused. Does he have a name? Victor Von Doom. Dumbledore repeated it softly, tasting the syllables. And the armor, the gauntlet, the mask you haven't built yet but intend to. Harry felt a chill. How did you know about the mask? Because I know the shape of the story, Harry. A king, a builder, a man who hid behind a mask because the world had hurt him too deeply to face it unprotected. The gauntlet is the beginning, the mask is the end. The question, the only question that matters, is what you do between the two. The old man's eyes were very bright and very kind and very afraid. I'm not going to become him, Harry said. That's a promise. I believe you, but promises made to ourselves are the hardest to keep. I speak from experience. Dumbledore rose, joints creaking, and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. The touch was warm and firm, and carried a weight of understanding that transcended the conversation. "You have allies, Harry, not just Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley, though they are formidable. You have me. For whatever time I have left, you have me." "Sir, I am old, Harry, older than I look, and I look quite old enough. But while I am here, I will help you. Not as a chess master moving pieces on a board, I have done too much of that already. As an ally, as you asked." Harry looked up at him. The ghost was silent, not calculating, not assessing, just present, witnessing. "Thank you, Professor Albus. When we are alone in matters of this magnitude, you may call me Albus." Harry nodded. Something had changed between them. The final wall, the last barrier of suspicion and strategy, had come down. Not completely, neither of them was capable of complete openness. They were both too guarded, too smart, too wounded, but enough to build on. They left the room of requirement together, the destroyed diadem sealed in a bag that Dumbledore would dispose of. 2 Horcruxes down, 4 remaining, the locket, the cup, the ring, and the unknown 6th. 4 pieces of a fractured soul, hidden somewhere in the world, each one a lock on the door that kept Voldemort immortal. 4 puzzles to solve, 4 battles to fight, 4 steps on a road that led to the final confrontation. Harry walked beside Dumbledore through the silent castle and felt the weight of it, the task, the responsibility, the sheer scope of what lay ahead. But the weight was different now, shared, distributed across the shoulders of people he trusted. "One more thing," Harry said as they parted ways at the corridor junction. "The 6th Horcrux, the one you won't tell me about." Dumbledore's face tightened. "It's me, isn't it?" Harry said. The corridor was very quiet. A torch crackled. Somewhere in the castle, a ghost drifted through a wall, unaware that the most important conversation of the decade was happening 30 feet away. Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were wet. "I have spent 11 years hoping I was wrong," he said, "but you're not." The night Voldemort's curse rebounded, it destroyed his body. But the piece of soul that had been destabilized by the creation of his previous Horcruxes, a fragment, loose and desperate, latched onto the only living thing in the room. "You, the scar is not just a scar, it is a container." The ghost went perfectly, absolutely still. Harry stood in the corridor and felt the ground shift beneath him, not physically, ontologically. Everything he'd built, the gauntlet, the alliances, the careful preparation for a war against Voldemort's immortality, all of it rested on the assumption that the Horcruxes were external. Objects to be found and destroyed, separate from him. He was one of them. To destroy Voldemort completely, the fragment in his scar had to be destroyed. The implications cascaded through his mind with the cold, merciless logic of the ghost's analytical engine. Destruction of a Horcrux required overwhelming force applied directly to the container. The container was his body, specifically his head, more specifically his scar. He had to die. "No," Harry said. His voice was calm. The ghost was not calm. The ghost was in full revolt, every survival instinct Doom had ever possessed screaming against the conclusion. But Harry's voice was steady and his eyes were dry and his hands at his sides did not shake. "No, I don't accept that. Harry, you said the soul fragment latched onto me. That implies it's a parasite, not an integral part. Parasites can be removed without killing the host. In theory. But no one has ever built a gauntlet that merges magic and technology. No one has ever destroyed a Horcrux with a runic energy beam. No one has ever done any of the things I've done because no one has ever been what I am." Harry's voice was rising, not with anger but with conviction, the absolute steel-spined conviction of someone who refused to accept a problem as unsolvable. "I am not going to die to end this. I am going to find another way, and I'm going to find it because I have something Voldemort never had and Doom learned too late." "What is that?" "People who will help me look." Dumbledore stared at him. The tears that had been gathering in his blue eyes spilled over, running into the silver of his beard, and he made no move to wipe them away. He looked in that moment like a man who had been carrying an impossible weight for 11 years and had just felt someone take half of it. "Then we will look together," Dumbledore said, "and we will find it. I swear to you, Harry, on my magic, on my life, on every mistake I've ever made and every good thing I've ever done, we will find another way." Harry nodded. The ghost settled slowly, the revolt fading into something quieter, not acceptance, not defeat, but determination. The cold, architectural, infinite determination of a man who had stared down gods and said, "I am your equal." They would find another way. Because Harry Potter refused to die and Victor Von Doom had never accepted the impossible, and together, the boy and the ghost and the old man and the friends waiting in the Gryffindor common room together, they would tear a hole in the laws of magic if that's what it took. Harry returned to Gryffindor Tower at midnight. The common room was dark except for the fire, which had burned down to embers, and the 2 figures sitting in armchairs on either side of it. Ron and Hermione, waiting. "Well," Ron said. Harry sat down in the third chair, the one they always left for him, positioned between the two of them, the apex of a triangle that had become the most important geometric shape in his life. He looked at the fire, he looked at his friends. "The diadem's destroyed," he said, "two down," and, Hermione said, because she always heard what he wasn't saying, "and there's a complication." He told them all of it, the sixth Horcrux, the scar. The fragment of Voldemort's soul that had lived in his head for 11 years, cohabiting with the ghost of a dead king from another universe. The fact that, according to all known magical theory, destroying it would require his death. Ron went white. Hermione went very still. "No," Ron said, the word was flat and absolute and left no room for discussion. "Number absolutely not. That's not number, Ron. I said number." Ron was on his feet, pacing, his hands in his hair. You can't just tell us you have to die and expect us to. Number, there's another way. There has to be." "I agree," Harry said. Ron stopped pacing. "You do. I refuse to die. It's not in my plans. The ghost won't allow it, and neither will I, but I needed you to know the full picture, because if we're going to solve this, I need the three best minds I know working on it." "Three," Hermione said. "You, Ron, and me. Dumbledore makes four. Between us we have more knowledge, more creativity, and more stubbornness than any problem deserves. We'll find another way." Hermione hadn't moved. She sat in her chair with her hands folded in her lap and her face absolutely expressionless, which Harry had learned was her most dangerous configuration. It meant she was processing at full speed, every cylinder firing, every neural pathway engaged. "The gauntlet," she said, "the seventh rune. It destroyed the diadem's soul fragment by overwhelming it with focused energy. Could the same principle be applied surgically, not to destroy the container, but to destroy only the fragment inside it?" Harry felt the ghost light up. "Yes. Theoretically, yes, if the beam could be calibrated to target the Horcrux's specific magical frequency while leaving the host tissue intact. It would require unprecedented precision, a targeting system that could distinguish between two magical signatures occupying the same physical space, but the principle is sound. It would require a new rune," Harry said slowly, the ghost feeding him the technical framework as he spoke. "An eighth function. A precision targeting array that can differentiate between my magical signature and the Horcruxes, like a surgeon cutting out a tumor without damaging the surrounding tissue." "Can you build it?" Ron asked. "I don't know, maybe. It's beyond anything I've attempted. The precision required is..." He trailed off, the ghost running numbers, probabilities, energy models. "It would take time, months at least, possibly longer." "Then we start now," Hermione said. She stood up, her eyes were blazing. "Right now, tonight, show me the rune architecture. I want to see the energy models, the frequency analysis, everything. We are not losing you, Harry Potter. I refuse. The universe does not get to take you from us." Ron moved to stand beside her, shoulder to shoulder, united front. "What she said, except I can't help with the rune stuff, but I can bring snacks." Harry looked at them, his friends, his family, the people who'd walked into a troll's bathroom and a chess game and a corridor full of dark magic because he'd asked them to, the people who were now declaring war on the fundamental nature of soul magic because the alternative was losing him. The iron thing in his chest, the doom of him, the cold hard center, didn't crack this time. It opened. Like a door that had been locked for a lifetime suddenly swinging wide, and behind it was a room full of light, and in the light were the faces of everyone he'd ever loved. And the ghost stood in the doorway and looked at the light and didn't flinch. "Thank you," Harry said. The words were inadequate. Everything he could say was inadequate, but Hermione's eyes softened and Ron's ears went red, and they both understood, because some things don't need words. They went to the room of requirement. It was 2 in the morning on a school night, and they had classes tomorrow, and none of them cared. Harry opened the safe and took out the gauntlet and his journals and spread everything on the workbench. And Hermione began reading, and Ron began asking questions, and Harry began sketching the 8th rune, the most important, most complex, most ambitious piece of magical engineering he had ever attempted. The room was warm. The forge crackled. 3 children worked through the night, fueled by tea and terror and love, building something that had never existed before. The ghost watched, and for the first time in 2 lifetimes, for the first time since Cynthia Von Doom had held her son's hand and told him he was going to change the world, the ghost felt something it had spent a century denying: hope. The days that followed blurred into a rhythm of work and school and secret purpose that Harry navigated with the precision of a man conducting multiple simultaneous campaigns. During the day, classes, friendships, the careful performance of normalcy. He attended Lockhart's useless lessons and McGonagall's rigorous ones and Snape's hostile ones. He played chess with Ron and studied with Hermione and helped Neville with his herbology project and flew on the Quidditch pitch during free periods, because flying was the one thing that bypassed the ghost entirely and let Harry be purely, simply himself. He watched Ginny, not with the analytical detachment of the ghost, but with a quiet concern that was entirely his own. She seemed fine, cheerful, sharp-tongued, settling into Hogwarts with the resilience of someone who'd grown up in a house full of brothers. But occasionally, when she thought no one was looking, a shadow crossed her face, the residue of the diary's brief contact, the memory of something dark reaching for her mind. Harry recognized the shadow because he wore a version of it every day. He made sure to talk to her, not about the diary, she didn't need reminders, but about normal things, Quidditch, her classes, the twins' latest prank. She was funny when she forgot to be nervous around him, and brave in a way that was quieter than Ron's but no less fierce. The ghost upgraded her from strategically irrelevant to person of interest, which Harry found simultaneously amusing and slightly disturbing in its phrasing. During the night, the 8th rune, it was the hardest thing Harry had ever built. The previous 7 runes had been challenging but achievable, each one based on principles the ghost understood, adapted to this world's magical system through experimentation and Hermione's rigorous methodology. The 8th was different. The 8th required inventing a new principle entirely. The challenge was specificity. A normal destructive beam didn't distinguish between targets. It destroyed everything in its path with equal enthusiasm. The 8th rune needed to do something that no magical or technological system had ever achieved. Identify and isolate a single magical signature within a composite, and destroy only that signature while leaving everything else intact. It was, as Hermione pointed out repeatedly, like trying to remove a single thread from a tapestry without disturbing any of the surrounding threads, while the tapestry was on fire, and the thread was fighting back. Harry worked on it every night. Hermione worked beside him, her contribution shifting from research assistant to co-designer as her understanding of the gauntlet's architecture deepened. She couldn't inscribe runes that required a connection to the gauntlet's magical frequency that only Harry possessed, but she could design them. Her mathematical models were elegant, precise, and occasionally brilliant in ways that made the ghost sit up and take notice. Ron contributed in ways that neither of the others could. He didn't understand the technical details, but he understood systems, the way pieces fit together, the way strategies unfolded, the way a problem that looked impossible from one angle became solvable from another. When Harry and Hermione hit a wall, when the frequency differentiation model collapsed for the 6th time and they were both exhausted and frustrated, Ron would lean back in his chair and say something like, "What if you're thinking about it wrong? What if instead of targeting the bad signature, you shield the good one and then blast everything?" And Harry and Hermione would stare at him, and then at each other, and then scramble for their notebooks, because Ron's casual insight had just solved a problem that 2 genius-level intellects had been battering against for a week. The design took shape over the autumn, November, December, January, each iteration closer, each test more promising. Harry inscribed prototype runes on scrap metal and tested them against dual-signature magical objects that the Room of Requirement provided. The results were encouraging but inconsistent. The targeting worked about 70% of the time, which was remarkable for an entirely new field of magical engineering and completely unacceptable for a procedure that would be performed on Harry's skull. 70% isn't good enough, Hermione said flatly, reviewing the latest test results. We need 99.9 at minimum. I know. The variable is the targeting algorithm. The rune can differentiate between signatures, but not reliably enough. We need a reference sample, a known quantity of the Horcrux's specific magical frequency that the rune can lock onto. We don't have a sample. The diary and the diadem are destroyed, but the scar isn't. Hermione's eyes were sharp, focused, the eyes of a scientist on the edge of a breakthrough. Harry, the Horcrux in your scar emits a detectable magical frequency. You felt it, the pain, the connection, the dreams, if we can measure that frequency and encode it into the targeting rune. You want to use my scar as a calibration source. I want to use the enemy's own signal against him. Give the rune exactly what it's looking for, and the targeting precision goes from 70% to near perfect. The ghost admired the elegance. Doom would have approved. They calibrated. Harry sat in the Room of Requirement with the gauntlet sensory rune active, focused on his scar, and let Hermione take readings. The Horcrux's frequency was distinct, a dark, discordant note in the harmonious symphony of Harry's own magic. Once isolated and measured, it could be encoded into the 8th rune's targeting matrix like a fingerprint entered into a lock. The process took 3 weeks. The result was a rune design of extraordinary complexity, a geometric pattern that made the previous 7 look like crayon drawings. It was also beautiful in the way that all elegant solutions were beautiful, intricate, purposeful, every line and curve serving a specific function. "It'll work," Hermione said, reviewing the final design for the 50th time. "The math is sound. The frequency lock is precise to 12 decimal places. The energy modeling shows clean separation of the target signature from the host at full power." "You're sure?" "I've checked it 214 times. Ron's checked the strategy. You've checked the engineering. It works, Harry." "On paper, it works perfectly." "On paper." "Yes, on paper." She met his eyes. "The rest is up to you." The inscription took a full night. Harry worked by the light of the forge, the gauntlet clamped in a vise, his finest tools arranged before him. The 8th rune required absolute precision. A single misaligned angle would cause the targeting to drift, and drift at this scale meant the difference between destroying a soul fragment and destroying a brain. His hands didn't shake. The ghost held them steady with the bone-deep muscle memory of a master craftsman who had built wonders in 100 workshops across 2 lifetimes. The rune took shape under his tools, line by line, curve by curve, each element placed with the care of a surgeon stitching a heart. Hermione watched from a chair in the corner, her notebook open, recording every detail. Ron sat beside her, not watching the work. He'd learned that watching made Harry self-conscious, but present, solidly, steadily present. The last line was inscribed at 4 in the morning. Harry lifted his tools and looked at the completed rune. It was the size of a thumbnail, positioned on the gauntlet's palm plate, directly beneath where his skin would rest when he wore it. 8 runes now, 8 functions. A piece of engineering that transcended anything this world or the ghost's world had ever produced. "Done," Harry said. "Test it," Hermione said. "We need a dual signature target." The room provided one, a small crystal sphere enchanted with 2 distinct magical frequencies, one matching Harry's and one matching the Horcrux's encoded signature. Harry slid on the gauntlet. 8 runes lit up in sequence, the familiar green cascade plus a new note, a deeper green, almost black, that pulsed with focused purpose. He aimed at the crystal, activated the 8th rune. The beam that emerged was different from the 7th, thinner, more precise, a lance of dark green light that struck the crystal with surgical accuracy. The crystal didn't shatter. Instead, it flickered, the dark frequency within it convulsed, fought, and extinguished, while the light frequency brightened, stabilized, and continued pulsing, healthy and undamaged. Clean separation. The dark signature was destroyed. The light signature survived. The crystal sat on the workbench, glowing softly with a single, pure, uncontaminated magical frequency. Nobody spoke for a long time. Then Ron said, "Does this mean what I think it means?" "It means," Hermione whispered, and her voice was shaking, and there were tears on her face, "that it works." Harry looked at the gauntlet on his hand. 8 runes, 8 functions. A weapon that could destroy a fragment of Voldemort's soul without killing the host. A tool that defied everything the wizarding world believed about the nature of dark magic and the limits of magical engineering. Built by a 12-year-old boy with the memories of a dead king and the help of 2 friends who refused to let him die. "Not bad," the ghost said, and the understatement was so vast that Harry actually laughed. A real laugh, full and bright, the laugh of someone who'd been carrying an impossible weight and had just found the strength to set it down. He didn't use it that night. The procedure extracting a Horcrux from a living brain required preparation, medical support, and a margin of safety that couldn't be achieved in a hidden room at 4 in the morning. They would do it properly, with Dumbledore present. With Madame Pomfrey on standby, with every contingency planned for and every risk mitigated, but it could be done. For the first time since Dumbledore's revelation in the corridor, Harry looked at the future and saw himself in it. Alive, whole, free. The ghost felt it too. Not just the intellectual satisfaction of a problem solved, but something warmer, deeper, more human. Relief. The relief of someone who had cheated death once already and had just been told they wouldn't have to do it again. "You were right," the ghost told Harry as they walked back to Gryffindor Tower through the sleeping castle, the gauntlet hidden under his robes, his friends beside him. "About love, about allies, about the things I never had. We have them now," Harry said. "Yes, we do." The castle hummed around them, ancient and alive, its magic a warm presence that welcomed them like a heartbeat. Dawn was coming, the first gray light seeping through the high windows, turning the corridors from dark to silver. A new day, a new year, a new chapter in a story that had begun in a cupboard under the stairs and was heading somewhere that neither the boy nor the ghost could fully predict. But for the first time they were heading there together, all of them. Not a boy and a ghost and a collection of strategic assets, but a family, imperfect, improbable, held together by love and stubbornness, and the shared conviction that the world could be made better. Harry reached the portrait of the fat lady, whispered the password, and climbed through the portrait hole into the common room. Ron went straight to bed, mumbling about needing at least an hour of sleep before potions. Hermione gathered her books and headed for the girls' staircase, pausing at the bottom to look back. Harry, yeah, the gauntlet, the runes, everything you've built. She paused, searching for words that were big enough for what she felt. It's not Doom's legacy, you know that, right? It's yours. Whatever he gave you, the knowledge, the memories, the starting point, what you've made of it is yours. It's Harry Potter's work, not Victor Von Doom's. The ghost heard this and was still, not offended, not dismissive, still, as if the words had reached something that the ghost had been protecting for a very long time. Thank you, Hermione, Harry said, for everything. Get some sleep, you look terrible. You always know just what to say. She smiled, bright, fond, exasperated, and disappeared up the stairs. Harry stood alone in the common room. The fire had gone out, the embers were gray. Through the window, the sky was brightening, the first gold touching the mountains, the lake beginning to shimmer. He reached under his robes and touched the gauntlet, strapped to his forearm, warm against his skin. 8 runes, 8 functions. And soon an 8th rune would do what all the king's power and all the Dark Lord's evil could not. It would set Harry Potter free. He went to the window and looked out at the grounds, the forbidden forest dark and ancient, Hagrid's hut smoke curling from the chimney, the lake vast and still, the mountains eternal, and somewhere in the world, in a hidden house, in a guarded vault, in places he hadn't yet found, 4 fragments of a broken soul waited. The locket, the cup, the ring. And whatever the future held, Harry would find them, he would destroy them. And when the last fragment was gone, including the one in his own scar, he would face whatever came next with his friends beside him and his gauntlet on his hand, and his mother's love in his blood and the ghost of a king in his mind, and he would not be afraid, not because he was fearless. Doom had been fearless, and fearlessness was just another word for not understanding what you stood to lose. Harry was brave. And bravery, real bravery, the kind that knew the cost and paid it anyway, was worth more than all the armor in the world. He turned from the window and climbed the stairs to his dormitory. Ron was already snoring. Neville was muttering about plants. Dean's West Ham poster fluttered in a draught. Seamus had somehow set his pillow on fire in his sleep and was sleeping peacefully beside the smoldering remains. Normal, absurd, beautiful. Harry lay down. He closed his eyes. Behind them, the ghost settled into its accustomed place, not separate, not dominant, but woven into the fabric of Harry's consciousness like a thread in a tapestry. 2 lives, 1 soul, a boy and a king, sharing a mind, sharing a purpose, sharing at last a future. In his trunk beside the bed, the gauntlet rested in the dark. 8 runes.